Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Why didn't I stream yesterday? Maybe I didn't fucking feel like it. Maybe I didn't feel like streaming yesterday. Did you ever think of that, motherfucker? Check PLTR stock. What is this? Damn. What? I don't even know who you're meowing at. This is the biggest military contract in our country, and they make this much revenue. Hi, baby. What? What do you want? I don't know what that means. I don't speak. Sorry. I was gonna bully him. Hi, baby. Hi, baby, baby. I have like all these great spots for him to lay. He can lay on over here on the left. He can lay on the right. But every time he wants to lay somewhere, it has to be like on my shit. Otherwise, he like doesn't give a fuck. This is him like on my keyboard. This is why I was late to stream. I tried to, but oh, look at him. Baby. Oh, look. He's such a honey baby. What are you doing? Okay. Also, fuck, I need to rewatch. I think I've only watched The Wire once. Now I feel like I need to rewatch it. I didn't realize this at the end. I thought that they just, oh, spoiler alert, I guess. I thought that they just continued to, they had like wires and informants and shit on Avon, and that's how they got him at the end, basically, because he was getting back into things too recklessly because he was trying to be a thug and all that. I don't know how I missed this. I didn't realize. I guess I just wasn't reading, or I don't know. I must not have read the name or something. I didn't realize it was Stringer Bell that had basically turned him over. So it's kind of funny. Intentionally, I guess, that both of these guys ended up taking each other out. Hi, baby. Oh, hello. Hello, baby. No, they faked that? They faked what was on the warrant? Wait, this is all fake? Oh fuck, I don't remember. I don't know. I only watched the show from start to finish one time, so. They needed someone as a confidential informant because the wire was illegal. Wait, really? I thought that they worked all that time on the roofs and shit, like spying and shit, so that they could get the, so that they could legally have it. What? I don't know what you want. I don't know what that means. You have food and water. What do you want from me? He is lying, ban him. Hello, baby. Oh, you're on that side. Hi. Hello. Look at all this space over here you can be. No, you don't have to sit here. Look at all this over here. Yes. Oh my God, yes. Go over there. And then you can lay right there. Look, that's the perfect kitty spot. Nope, not over here. No, you don't have to come back over here. No, you don't need to be here. That's my Red Bull. What? Okay, you can be there too, I guess. Seems less comfortable, but... Hello, baby. Okay, he's chilling. I just finished, what are you looking at? There's nothing up there. I just finished seasons 1 of The Sopranos, so. Fuck. Do I want to spoil myself? Did you learn any new slurs from The Sopranos? Yeah, there was one line where a guy said something. Is it Shlono? Shlonok? I had to Google the line because I was like, wait, what the fuck did he say? Because we replayed it like 10 times and we couldn't figure out what the last... What did he say? He's like, hell, he's no... something. I don't even know what it was. Not Shlomo. Not Shylock. I don't remember what it was, but... Yeah, schmuck. I've never heard the word schmuck before. Thanks. Don't worry about it. Which character said it? I think... I don't even know the guy's name. He's the old guy. They call him Junior. I think he said it, but it might not have been him. Oh, no. It was Junior when he was talking to the cops, and the cop was saying, hey, you know that, Stronzo, not that Stronzo or something. I don't know how you even pronounce it, but yeah, it was something like that, yeah. Because he was talking about, Tony Struns? Oh, that's not that Struns. It might have been that. Gabagool. Gabba. What's their name? The name of their, the strip club that they run? Isn't it called, like, Gabba something? Gabagool, is it? Oh, no, it's Bada Bing. Is that a real... I thought these were just, like, random words. Like, when you say, like, oh, there's a Chinese guy named Ching Chong. I thought, like, Bada Bing. I thought that was just, like, a random... Is that, like, a real... Does that mean anything in Italian? I have no idea. I don't know. The Sopranos, Glossary of Slang Terms. That's a real place in Jersey? Can I just say, listening to, damn. Listening to them talk, It felt the same in The Wire too. I want to say this very cautiously, okay? Because it's subject to change. But I feel like New England is just like the best. That's just the best place to be. You've got Jersey. You can drive to Philly. Drive to New York. Baltimore, D.C. are further away. I think you got to fly, but it's a short flight. It's just, there's so much American stuff. There's just so much right there. There's just so much right there. Boston, yeah. Oh my God. It's just, damn. You mean the Northeast? Yeah, maybe the North. I don't know actually what counts as New England, but whatever that Northeast chunk of areas are. Bro, Colorado is cool. I can drive 10 hours and be in Wyoming. Or you can drive 10 hours and still be in Colorado. We can go to Princeton Plainsboro if we need an expert diagnostician. True. You see there was a school shooting in Sweden? That's a really bad joke I can make there, but that's pretty tragic. It's pretty insane. Have we figured out if it's a Muslim yet or if it's a white person so we can figure out who's supposed to be mad and who's supposed to be morally indignant? Have to be baiting. Oh yeah, what are these guys arguing about? Hold on. I know it was good for its time, but I find The Sopranos kind of mid. Caps, I don't know, man. What do you want me to say? I think Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, including the final season, are better. Well, I haven't finished The Sopranos yet, so I can't say. Season 1 was good. It needs to get better, though, to be like a legendary show, but season 1 was good. Game of Thrones went off the rails. That's indefensible. The problem with, I think, Breaking Bad, it actually ran into, thematically, a similar problem-ish to Game of Thrones, but in very different ways. I think Breaking Bad's last season is defensible. It's just a little bit, like, self-indulgent or, like, pornographic in terms of how they treat Breaking Bad and how he gets all of his revenge on everybody and gets the perfect ending, basically. Like probably more so than earlier in the series. And then yeah, Game of Thrones has an issue where it's one type of show and then it becomes like a good versus evil type of show, and it just doesn't work with a Game of Thrones format. Or maybe it does, but it doesn't start that way. But Breaking Bad will always be the GOAT because it ended where it needed to without adding on extra fluff seasons that derailed everything. Yeah, I guess. Saul's ending in Better Call Saul is good. I've watched a lot of clips of Better Call Saul. Honestly, it does seem like a really good show. Although I think that the one guy, I don't know his name, the lead guy that who plays the lawyer guy, Saul, that guy's a really good actor, I think. Bob Odenkirk. There you go. Not every series needs to have some bullshit, unsatisfying ending so the directors can get high on their own farts about some deeper message. Well, no, but I mean, it kind of had it did have the get high ending. It was just in the other direction, though, now. Okay. Why the break from politics for Israeli content? Because if I don't do it, I'm never going to do it. And also, it's getting depressing right now. And I feel like Israel's like semi-relevant before they all blow themselves up. Has anything in The Sopranos already been spoiled for you? No, I don't think so. But I hear a lot of people are mad as fuck about it, so I'm guessing the main character gets killed somehow or kills himself or something. I don't know. What is the plan for future content? No more debates. Yeah, we probably will. I mean, conservatives aren't going to want to debate anybody until next year, like midterms, if they're not doing well. But right now, they're like in full-on fucking lockdown propaganda mode. I don't know, man. We're living in very crazy times, very weird times right now. What do you think about dark woke? Is that what you meant about libs and progressives getting some edge? No, here's like, this is what I'll say. I don't know how to do this, and I don't know how to make people do this, and I don't know. Do you think Rob Noor would defend recent events? Probably. I don't know, you can look him up. There's like, let me see if I can think of stages of this, okay? Let's say that you got a guy in a wheelchair. You can be like, we'll see if I can do 5 of these. We'll call this level 5 ableism, okay? You have a guy in a wheelchair and you hate people in wheelchairs. They slow people down, drag on society, waste of money, fiscally, family, kill them. These are just like evil, hateful. You don't like people in wheelchairs. That's what you are, right? This is like, it feels like hate. I'll say it sounds like hate. I spelled sounds wrong. Okay, good one. Feels like hate and it sounds like hate. Then you have and then you've got like let's make some lines. There we go. Then you got people who are like, they don't hate people in wheelchairs, but they're kind of like bothered by them. And they make like a lot of mean jokes about them. So maybe you call them like bullies. But if you're like, should we kill all people in wheelchairs? We're like, no, bro, well, that's fucked up. But they're like mean to them. Look at this crip walker or unwalker. Fuck this guy. Feels mean, sounds mean, right? Then you've got people who can joke with them. They're kind of like mean, bantery jokes, but it doesn't feel like it's coming from a place of hate, you know? Like, hey, what's up, buddy? I guess I'm not taking the stairs today. I don't know. Something is some fucking joke or whatever. You're walking with a wheelchair friend, right? So, like, it's like mean jokes, but, like, it's coming from a good place. You know, the guy doesn't hate him, right? And then you've got, like, people who are like compassionate and they're really like, hey, don't treat your wheelchair friend like anything else. Okay, he's a normal human just like the rest of us. Like, come on, let's be cool, right? It feels like it's coming from a place of compassion, but it's like it comes across as a little soy. And then you've got the people that feel soy. Actually, I'll say it feels condescending, and it sounds soy as fuck. Okay, there's room for this to be improved. Okay, doing this off the top of the dome, all right? Everybody in society agrees that hateful people are bad, right? Let's just go right to race, okay? Everybody agrees that these people are bad, okay? You sound racist, you are racist. Fuck you, not cool, right? We haven't all come to an agreement that this over here, however, is bad. This weird like condescension of like, oh, we need to take care of our minorities because they are like, they've been enslaved and fucked over by society for so long, okay? I think that the majority of like conservatives are somewhere in here. I think that the majority of like far left media is somewhere in here between these two. And I wish that we could like aim for somewhere in here. And I think it would solve a lot of our problems when it comes to like messaging. So what does this mean? It means that I legitimately and genuinely believe, this is epitomized in ContraPoints talking, that when ContraPoints, I just want to play this. I should just have this clip ready. Does anybody have ContraPoints talking about trans spaces or whatever? Was it in here? What's an example of feels nice and sounds mean? An example of feels nice and sounds mean is when you got a friend who like banters with you, but he like clearly knows where the line is. And when you need him to like step up to like recognize some shit, he will always do that, you know? So like feels nice and sounds mean, I think is some shit where you go out, using the wheelchair example, right? Like you go out drinking with friends or some shit and chill. I don't know. Think of like a wheelchair ramp joke. You make a joke, it's otherizing, you're pointing out the fact that he's in a wheelchair, whatever. And it's like me, but like you guys, you're not crossing the line, you don't. But like when you leave the bar at the end of the night and your friends are all taken off, you're like, hold on, I'm gonna help like Jim like get his car or whatever. Like regardless of like however you joke with him, like at the end of the day you have his back. And there's no question about that. There's never, I don't know how to express it, but there's never a question in your mind where it's like, is this guy like actually like a piece of shit? No, it's like absolutely not. Like this guy will always be there for me, 100%. You don't have to think about it, you know? I guess you can compare it to, I mean, obviously, maybe everybody thinks they're in the middle. I don't know. I mean, I would say I'm in the middle. I would hope, I guess. But like, so like I would joke with Dan all the time about Jew shit or whatever. But at the end of the day, I don't think Dan would ever think I would legitimately be after him on some Jew shit ever. I don't think that would ever happen. But I think that the issue is that progressives label everything to the left of one. Why can't I see my mouse? Oh, because it's turning this. They'll label everything to the left of one as like fucking 4 or 5, which is obnoxious as fuck. So if you make any jokes or if you're problematic, they'll say that you're basically a white supremacist, which is bullshit. And then you end up in this world where I genuinely do believe that minorities prefer to deal with people who are at like even 4 than people who are at 1. You'd rather a guy that's just kind of like a piece of joke and makes like a piece of there's like a guy who's like a piece of shit and he makes jokes about you all the time or whatever, but he treats you as a real human being. He's just like down on you on this like whatever minority status. But I think you'd almost rather deal with that guy than the people who are like ultra fucking soy, who are like the condescending, crazy, like, oh my God, like we have to be sensitive to all of your whatever. I think that that's like it's the vibe that I get. Maybe not for everybody, but I feel like there's a decent chunk of people that have that feeling. Hold on one second. Is it this one?
Hundreds of hours making. Anyway, let's look at the tweet. This is the most scrutinized paragraph I've ever written, and it's so mediocre. This has happened to me before in hyper-woke spaces. Like it's me and a bunch of cis women, and we all have to go in a circle saying she, her because I'm there. There's this paradox where I can go to a sports bar in North Carolina and be miss-ma'amed all night, no question. But in self-consciously trans-inclusive spaces, I have to explain my pronouns and watch woke people awkwardly correct themselves every time they say, you guys. I guess it's good for people who use they, them only and want only gender-neutral language. But it comes at the minor expense of semi-passable transes like me, and that's super fucking hard for us. So people interpreted this tweet as me being against the practice of sharing pronouns, which I'm literally just not. Like, I've actually been the person who initiates the pronoun circle many times. The backstory of this tweet is basically that I once got triggered in a situation where I was with a bunch of cis women and we all had to go around saying our pronouns. And like a typical triggered tranny, I tiptoed over to Twitter to tip-tap type it out. But here's the thing. By the end of this thread, I had already talked myself away from the initial frustration I was expressing. If you know my videos and my voice, then you know me saying it comes at the minor expense of semi-passable transes, and that's super fucking hard for us, is sarcastic. It's a minor expense. It's not actually very hard for us, Gorge. It's fine. But people on Twitter don't watch my videos and they don't get sarcasm. So people flipped out over this. I was getting dragged, and I made the poor decision to try to solve the tweet problem with more tweeting, which 100.
Like, I think there's a degree of truth to this. I think I spoke about this the other day where I spoke about how, like, because progressives try so hard to tiptoe around and be nice and compassionate and understanding of everybody except for white people or guys, you end up in this weird world where conservatives are like, okay, well, listen, fuck black people, fuck minorities, and fuck trans people. We're just going to do like general messaging. I feel like you can almost accidentally end up in a better place as a conservative to do messaging to people because it doesn't feel like there's constant fucking pandering. And it's like, okay, like, bro, when I was reading, and again, I know that this is what I'm about to reference now is very online shit, but like, holy fuck. The, when I was reading that math book that got published where it was like, black children can learn math better if they're running around outside. I'm like, what? Really? Is this really where we're at? Or that keeping a schedule, that's like a white man's concept? That's like Western imperialism? Really? So we're actually doing the CPT? That's a real thing now? Colored people time is a real thing now that we're putting in our education system? Get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't know. That shit is just like insanely, like unbelievably fucking cringe to me. But Destiny, I think the problem is the asymmetry. Type 1 people have convinced left-wing politicians and media people to speak in a Type 1 way. Type 5 conservatives, however, are smarter than that and have made sure the public-facing conservatives only say Type 4 stuff out loud, which means the public can't tell that a lot of them behind the scenes are truly Type 5. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe. But, like, another issue, too, is that somebody said in YouTube chat, Destiny, you're ignoring how Trump paraded blacks for Trump. Okay, at the risk of being super white and getting this very wrong, because this is all vibed out, but like this is the feeling I have. If you were to take an average far-right black guy and throw him into, you know, on TV and have people watch him for a little bit, that person probably more closely resembles an average black guy. He might be more conservative in some views or whatever than a far left black guy who's like a weird college kid who's on some like crazy Black Panther, I don't even want to say like new black, like just on some crazy anti-Western imperialism. Like that person is going to be less resembling of the black community than a far right black person. Same thing with like with Latinos or any other minority shit. I feel like the far left representations of these are just they're just different colored white people. I'm sorry, that sounds so bad, but that's what it feels like. It's like, oh shit, okay, well we're printing the Western imperialism, Western cultural dominance people, and we're just printing them in different colors, and here we go. And then meanwhile, the right's like, yeah, we're racist, so fuck black people and Latinos sometimes. And trust me, you know, if you're looking for a guy to hate a black person, no better black person to hate a black person, or no better person to hate a black person than another black person. Same thing with Latinos, same thing with white people too, bro. Fucking everybody hates everybody. And the people that hate the most sometimes are the people of your own skin color because they know you the most because you're your closest. Bigotry, small differences, you know? Yeah, I don't know. This could be just a vibed out take. Like, it could be that in general it's not as true, but one of the feelings I get, one of the benefits that I get when I interact with people across the political spectrum, when I deal with people on the left, sometimes I get this feeling when I'm in groups that everybody's like a little bit on guard. And then I'll drop like, you know, a casual N-word. No, I'm just kidding. I'll drop an R-bomb. I'll call somebody, this is fucking retarded. Or I'll tell somebody to kill themselves. And then for some reason, it feels like there's a collective tension that's broken a little bit. So you're like, okay, all right, this is a safe space. We're cool here, okay? We're not all going to become like evil, hateful racists, but we're cool. We're chill. It's okay, you know? I don't know. I feel like I get that feeling a lot when I'm in left-leaning groups in real life. There could be other dynamics in play that I'm not aware of. Like maybe just because I'm a streamer, people look to me more, or famous, wealthy, handsome, charismatic, you know. But no. But yeah, I don't know. I wish that people just need to chill. People just need to calm down a little bit. You're literally describing the Atlanta episode where the white lesbian moms adopted black kids. Jesus Christ. This is unironically why Jesse Lee Peterson is so popular. Also, did you watch, Sasha, you're going to watch JLP talking about Adam Freeland? It was a pretty cute combo. No, I haven't, and I probably won't. This is why I genuinely think Asmongold's feedback loop with audience is because he hates that feeling and doesn't have to worry with a right-wing audience. It's all cultural stuff for him. His values besides immigration are left-wing, but this left vibe killer shit actually matters to many people at Destiny. Yeah, I think it's a big deal. Destiny, critique the left, but the right is so fine for black people, XD. Well, I don't think I said that, but okay. But another issue too is that like when I'm talking about these left people that control the culture that aren't Democrats, or at least that are like more culturally popular but aren't really Democrats, is those people don't do anything for black people either. Like, make no mistake, the Marxist socialists, those types of people have only hurt black people in this country, at least recently. You might have been able to make a stronger argument for, like, when the real Black Panthers existed, or in the MLK Malcolm X in, like, your 50s and 60s, where maybe some of the socialist black movements were a little bit more... Something that... I don't know enough history to say. It feels like white people are very good at co-opting black shit. I feel like a lot of that socialist shit got... Like, for whatever black socialist movements there would have been prior to the Civil Rights Act and all that, it feels like they just got taken over by cringy white people. I don't know. But happened with jazz, too. What are you going to do? I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm not kidding about that. But at Destiny, can't people just be correct and funny rather than memes always being some ignorant shit? Well, like, I don't know how to say this, but I feel like this is one of the reasons why... humor is such an attractive feature to people, whether it's, guys and girls trying to attract a partner, or whether people like funny people. It's because I feel like humor is a way to illustrate, like, in order to make a joke about something, humor is like defying conventions, because you're laughing at something by doing something unexpected, kind of the very broadest sense. But in order to break a convention, you have to understand the convention, and then you have to understand how to break it. So there's a lot of social awareness that's shown from somebody who's able to be funny. It's a skill that requires a lot of social awareness. So there's a way to be funny, and that's why I never tell people like, oh, you should all go and be more racist or whatever. But there's a way to do this where you can make jokes, but it's just so much sometimes. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know. Maybe it's possible I've like gone over the line in the past, but like generally when I'm joking with girls, when I'm joking with minorities, like I'll make jokes. Maybe sometimes I'm over the line, but not generally. The overwhelming amount of time, like I'm in the safe space, but I can still like be edgy, but in a safe space, or like not like a safe space, but like I'm in a safe zone where it's like, this guy's not actually racist, is he? But sometimes when people are like, oh, we should just make more racist jokes, like you have to be aware of when somebody's just like beating down on a person. But I don't know how to put that into words. Like I don't know. There are times when I'm hanging out with people and it's like very obvious, like this guy probably doesn't like it when you guys keep joking about this over and over and over again. Like I can tell that this guy's like not comfortable. Like you should joke about something different. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to. I kind of disagree. A charismatic person talking to their in-group isn't making edgy jokes. They are flowing with the vibe. Well, sure. I mean, it depends on... No, I actually 1 trillion percent, I 1 trillion percent agree with you. I'm trying to think of if that would change everything I just said. Because that's true. Because when I make edgy jokes, it's not the same way as conservatives making edgy jokes. Most conservatives, I don't think, are making edgy jokes anymore. Like when the reason why a joke that I make is edgy is because the joke seems to point in the opposite direction of what my actual political beliefs are. So if I'm making, like when I said like, oh, how do I break the ice with the N-word, right? Obviously I don't do that, but that's like a joke that points in the opposite of my political directions. But it feels like most of the jokes that I hear from conservative spaces don't actually point in the other direction. They just reinforce the norm. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, I'm not sure. I don't know. It's just false what you said about black people being more accepting of 4. Most black people are center left. They would cringe at 1, but they would stay away from 4. I think you're probably right. That's probably my bias as being like a really straight presenting white person is I think that 4s are where you find a lot of your token figures. I have found these people before. I knew black people in high school that did this, probably because it was an overwhelmingly white environment. And I knew a couple of gay guys, one that was a supervisor at my carpet cleaning place that did this, where these people are the first ones to make the racial jokes or the homophobic jokes. But that's because it might be because they're trying to win. They're being the uncle, whatever, of they're being the token of their group because they're trying to win favor maybe of the other group, which is sad, I think, but. What if a conservative would make an edgy joke about Trump tards? I don't think conservatives would accept it. Destiny, maybe it's just funny to them. You're doing the condescending thing. It's not a no, I don't think so. And I don't think I'm doing the condescending thing. I think that if you're in a predominantly the only reason why I say that is because I feel like those groups actually were homophobic and might have been a little bit racist. So I don't think that it's, maybe not in high school, but the guy that I knew at my carpet cleaning place, I'm pretty sure most of my coworkers were at least a little bit homophobic. So for the gay guy to be making constant homophobic jokes feels like a group buy-in thing rather than like genuinely funny jokes. At Destiny, calling out hypocritical behavior in a cheeky way is kind of the humor that is effective, no? Sure, it can be, yeah. Yeah, not being super soy about it, yeah. Check out the R-word report on Bonerbox and the H3 sub. R-word, like, because he says retard, or? I don't know what that means. Was the supervisor closeted gay? No, he was like gay. Like gay presenting, like talked gay. However, whatever the fuck the gay accent is, he was like all on that. Are edgy jokes really always pointing in the opposite direction of your apparent beliefs? Or maybe that's just good edgy jokes? Well, I feel like for a joke to be edgy, the joke has to be traveling. It doesn't have to end, but it has to travel outside of your comfortable stated political beliefs. Otherwise, it's not edgy. Or if you want to call it edgy, I would call it quote unquote safe edgy. So like this is one of the complaints I've had before. Is there's a lot of people market themselves as edgy, but they're actually safe edgy. So like Hassan was an example of this. The like America deserved 9/11. That's not an edgy comment because his whole community loves that. It's a safe edgy comment. It seems edgy, but in reality, it's totally in line with his group. So like when I make jokes about like when I Luigi post, which I'm going to talk about in a second because we can't do that on the server anymore. But when I Luigi post about like Elon or Trump or whatever, I might even say edgy colloquially, but that's really safe edgy. Like there's nothing like everybody in my community is like, oh hell yeah, that's whatever, right? This is like safe edgy. I'm not like really, there's no edge there in my community. Everybody fucking hates these people. What do you think about actors with dwarfism taking roles that just make fun of their condition? It's hard to parse out if they're able to truly just laugh off their condition. I don't know. That's a really hard one. I'm glad for people with dwarfism like that, like for Game of Thrones and everything. I thought that was a nice role because it was super serious, acted really well. Although I think some people don't like Peter Dinklage. Supposedly he made it harder for other dwarves to get jobs or something. I don't know. I read somewhere that people don't like him. I thought the gun diagram shit that Hassan posted was pretty edgy. Not in his community, though. All of his community would laugh and joke about, like, killing capitalists. I mean, it might be edgy and then he might, like, get banned for it, but it's not something where your audience could be like, oof, that was a oof, you know? I don't know. Or, I mean, if you want to call it all edgy, you can, but there has to be some way to differentiate between, like, So like, here's a question: would Hassan ever make a joke about like a socialist, something having to do with I guess like wealth or whatever? Like I went to my socialist car dealership the other day because I wanted to trade in my Porsche for a super expensive, like a Lambo or something. I don't know. Like that would be kind of like more edgy because he's kind of like poking fun at himself, you know? Destiny from DFW. All my friends and family are MAGA, and I found that highlighting my not soy characteristics and then subtly showing them how whiny Trump is pretty effective. Soy is poison. Soy is poison. But yeah, I don't know. Why is Trump talking about DEI, doing the number one appealing to whites? Doesn't sound soy as fuck. Because people aren't opposed to DEI. They just don't like DEI for other races. DEI for whites is the best. That's people that are... People that don't like DEI want DEI. They just want it for white people. Would you say type 1 people are more hateful towards type 2.5 people than type 5 to type 2.5? Wait, what? Type 1 people are more hateful towards 2.5 people than type 5 is to type 2.5 people. Oh, maybe, but I think people might always, maybe, but I think on the left it's because you don't criticize people all the way on the 5 because you already know they're bad, right? Like if Trump says something racist, nobody's going to call him out on it because it's Trump. He's supposed to be racist. But I think that if somebody's closer to you, then people are more likely to do it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's unreasonable to focus on jokes about outgroups. Why would you want to alienate someone in your friend group when you could not alienate some other group? Yeah, maybe. I'm just saying that these are just like things you have to be aware of. Like if you actually go outside and talk to people who are not white, like minority groups can have like insanely racist humor and sometimes are just insanely fucking racist towards other minorities. Like in today's America, if you're not in the deep South and you want to kill some blacks, you're not looking for other white people. You're going to grab some Latino workers and you're going to, I'm like 40% joking there. But I'm just saying that like, and I'm not trying to condemn different racial groups. I'm just saying like racism is just a little bit more dynamic in the US than just like white bad, minority good, and then everything else, you know, we'll figure it out. Like, but just remember that paradigm. Like, it's like, I don't know. It's really stupid. Trump is blaming DEI to gut and stuff the government with loyals. His people like it for the reason you said. Oh, sure, maybe. Do you remember the Annalisa discourse and how blacks are racist towards mixed people? I think everybody is kind of racist towards mixed people. It's not even necessarily racist. It's just like they feel like they make them feel not belonging, which I guess can be expressed with racism and everything. Yeah, I don't know. The greatest irony is that this was the point of intersectionality, that racism could transcend racial barriers, but that all got lost in the sauce because white college kids were too white to understand it. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. You know Zach from Jerry Riggs Everything? He's been quite vocal about his politics on X. I feel like I saw his stuff and I thought he would have been like a crazy Trumper, libertarian or something. But then I saw his stuff on Twitter or something. I was like, oh, wait, he's not crazy. I thought, right? For Jerry Rig Everything? I feel like we went through this. Destiny, are you principally pro or anti-DEI, or do you just not care that much? I think that like DEI can be like really cool, or affirmative action can be really cool. It just depends on like how you do it. This is why I don't like it when people have a blanket like yes or no to a thing, because I feel like there are ways that it could be cool and ways that it could be not cool. If you're at a company and all of your employers are white and you're like, fuck bro, we need to like mix this place the fuck up. Like let's send some recruiters to predominantly Hispanic and African American schools, or even like start a program there to like, you know, maybe sponsor like computer science classes for kids that are 17, 18 and like predominantly Hispanic or African American. I think stuff like that is great. I think it's fine. Yeah. Have more color in your workplace, like inspire other people of different races that might traditionally not gravitate towards some type of work to gravitate towards that work if they want to, give them the opportunity to. I think that's fine. But whenever somebody says DEI or affirmative action, the only thing people think of like, oh my God, there's a white guy who was qualified and they put in a black guy instead. And then it's like, that's fucking retarded. And I don't necessarily think people should be doing that. That's stupid. We don't want worse workers or worse, like less qualified people. That's obviously stupid. That's obviously dumb. Anybody that defends that is a retard. But like 90% of people probably wouldn't, I don't think would defend that. It would just be crazies on Twitter. Why wouldn't you just do socioeconomic factors? The poorest communities are of color because if you're a poor white person, are you getting fucked if they do otherwise? If you, okay, at the risk of sounding soy, but I don't give a fuck. This will be the only soy thing I say, okay? One of the things that I implore you to do, it's taking me so long. Well, I'm lucky because I'm a streamer, so I get a whole bunch of different perspectives, okay? But if you're a white man and you live in the United States of America, generally speaking, you have no idea what it means to not belong in a place or not have some opportunity open to you. There's just never been a time where it's like, I really want to do this job, but this isn't for white people. Like, fuck, even Eminem made rapping, a path for us. It's just like a feeling you don't ever have. So if you're of a different minority and your class of people doesn't typically do a job, sometimes just having a couple people that look like you, that are prominent faces there, that it helps. It's like it inspires people to go out and do things that maybe they feel like otherwise just wouldn't be for them. Like there's like, fuck, like this is like black people don't program computers or do science or whatever. But then you get people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, oh, this is a black dude and he's like speaks about this shit. Or here's like prominent people like, or same thing for women, seeing women doing jobs that are like heavy science, technology, engineering, math, or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, maybe, it's just good to have like, seeing those types of people do things is inspiring for people. It helps, I think. So wouldn't meritocracy truly also result in that? Not necessarily, because like you might have an aptitude for something, but you might not go for it if you think that you don't have like a path forward to go in that direction, if that makes sense. Like if you like, there might be somebody who has an aptitude for a particular skill set, but they don't see anybody that looks like them doing it, so they don't pursue it, right? That's just one of the things you want to avoid as much as possible, ideally, at least in a society where we're allocating people efficiently and all that. There needs to be more rising tide lifts all ships rhetoric when it comes to DEI adjacent stuff, and less demonization of white people or men, with keeping in mind that the rising tide likely needs to lift some ships more forcefully than others. Yeah, this is what I say all the time. Like, same thing with like when people talk about taxes and stuff, like, what do we need to tax for? It's like to fund our social programs. Like, should there be billionaires? Oh, sure. If somebody gets enough money, enough assets, like the like criminalization of billionaires or the demonization of wealth, or like successful businesses are the backbone of the United States. And I'm sorry not to be a meanie, but no, I'm not talking about small businesses. I'm talking about our mega corporations and our big businesses. Some of these things are the most important things that we've had in the United States of America. I know that the comment talking about is small businesses or blah, blah, blah. Nobody talks about the small business in the United States. They talk about people like Henry Ford, okay? Or they talk about huge government projects like the Manhattan Project or NASA. Or they talk about successful private huge businesses like Tesla or SpaceX or Amazon or Facebook. Like these are some of the most important structures, pillars in the United States. And to demonize them and to shit on all the people involved in them, I think it's stupid. It misses the point. It's like, okay, well. Meritocracy is also considered in the studies cited by conservatives when they talk about the Harvard study. The rubric for applicants shows races score very similarly academically. Okay, maybe. Are you in favor of anti-racism trainings? Every time I ever see somebody say they're anti-racist, or when people are talking about anti-racism, that's usually a dog whistle for the most soy shit ever. As soon as somebody says something about like anti-racism, I'm basically waiting for them to tell me about how like I'm a colonizer, and I like that anti-racism shit is omega cringe to me. Wait, hold on one second. Can you talk about your retarded take, how not like us is dog shit? Oh, I don't know. I tried to listen to the song because I was bored. And I was like, oh, let's fucking pop in some popular music and see what the kids are listening to. And that Not Like Us song is dog shit. What the fuck? I don't know. Okay, hold on. About billionaires, what do you think about taxing billionaires more? Do you think that we could tax billionaires more, and if so, why? Yeah, you can probably bump up the top tax brackets by a couple points. I think there's stuff you can do there for sure. But not because we have to eliminate billionaires, because every billionaire is an unethical sociopath, but just because you can, I don't know, collect more tax revenue. Balance out your government budget better. Did you listen to Family Matters from Drake? No, I have not. Opinions on a wealth tax? Wealth tax is fucking stupid. Don't ever do it. Rough estimate on how much the taxes on billionaires should be 50 plus. 50 plus. Damn. What's the top federal tax bracket? Isn't it under 40%? $37%? Why the fuck would it be 50%? That's wild, dog. Okay, hold on. I'm reading this for the subreddit from my head moderator. A message from Hobbit follower. Reddit has been cracking down on content related to Elon Musk, including threats of violence disguised as Luigi posting, or hypothetical scenarios involving uprisings or violent retaliation to changes in the US. Any jokes or comments resembling this type of content will not be tolerated in this subreddit. That's ours. Additionally, posting names, photos, or any identifying information about individuals, especially with allusions to violence or finding them, is strictly prohibited. This kind of behavior is a direct violation of Reddit's terms of service and will result in immediate action, including bans. For context, r/whitepeople Twitter was banned today for 72 hours for violating Reddit's policies after weeks of similar posts. Please refrain from making statements that could be interpreted as incitement, threats, or Fed posting. These are not acceptable, and any attempts to be subtle about it won't work. We will pin a clip of Destiny addressing this on stream. After that, oh, that's me. Temporary bans will be issued as necessary to demonstrate our commitment to Reddit's rules and policies. Someone donated $20 and says, isn't the fact that the current core of the fascist push on our government is being spearheaded by Musk and seemingly backed by the other tech billionaires a sign that allowing people to amass that level of power is bad? You can't prevent people from getting rich in the United States. That's not our issue. And taxes shouldn't be the way that we control people from taking over the government. That's not what taxes are for. You're trying to use taxation as a tool there to do some crazy shit. What were you going to say about Luigi in the subreddit? Oh, just that. No more Luigi posting, guys. Lonerbox using the R slur and his chat thinks it's fine. I am baffled at what I just witnessed. So I subscribed to Lonerbox. Oh, this got downvoted at least, I guess. So I subscribed to Lonerbox after seeing him on the show. I just logged on to YouTube and saw he was live and watching the content nuke, so I decided to join. Literally 3 minutes of watching, and he drops the R slur, casual as anything, and with no response from chat. I was shocked, so I called him out. He saw my chat and said some bullshit about phasing it out. Has it already not been phased out like 10 years ago? Am I crazy? 10 years ago? Yeah, you are crazy. And the chat goofs on me for calling him out for saying it. I wanted to post as a PSA to anyone else who subscribed to him after liking him on the show. Safe to say, unsubscribed immediately. Who cares? Like, let's say that you even genuinely thought that. Do you really need to make a post about this? But whatever. What did Mexico and Canada actually give up? I don't think anything. Supposedly, Mexico said they were going to put 10,000 troops on the border, but I think they'd already done that under Biden, so it's the same 10,000 officers. I don't know. Destiny, do you intend to dig into the USAID stuff? I don't know what else I could dig into. It all seems pretty gross, but... At Destiny, why not increase the tax limit? Like, if people can make infinite tax money, or I'm sorry, if people can make infinite money, why can't we tax those people rather than keep it mostly for people who make a few $100,000? The thing is, and the United States really doesn't want to do this because it's political suicide. You need to expand your tax base. You cannot expect to fund this country with a few billionaires being taxed to death. It's just not going to work, and it's probably not effective. They probably just leave, and it's just not. You're just never going to collect money that way. Like, if I had to guess, oh man, I would love for somebody to do the math on this, just to know if I'm right or wrong. I wonder if you were to raise this top tax bracket by 5%, I bet you'd make less money than if you just raised all these by like 1%. I bet you'd make way more money doing that. Just because, like, as you get to these higher brackets, there's just not very many people to tax. Like, more people need to be chipping in. And then they need to be more social services and everything as well, right? In the 70s, we had it up to 70%, and we were doing very well. Nobody was paying that tax, my friend. You're talking about if Rob would defend the current happenings. He's equating some Dems going into the USAID office to January 6th. Yes, let's tax the people that make under 47K a year more. Unironically, yes. Sounds crazy, but I'm pretty sure in Europe they do this. Like, if you go to Sweden or Norway or all of your big progressive countries, believe it or not, even people making 40 or 50K pay a decent chunk in taxes. I think that people in Europe would be shocked to realize like how little tax, federal income tax at least, people under 100K pay in the United States. I'm pretty sure like our bottom half pay almost no, basically pay almost no federal income tax. But we need to broaden our tax base. And then we can have more social services too. Like, if the U.S. made it easier to pay taxes, people would pay more taxes. I feel like it's pretty easy to pay. Withholding is about the easiest way it could ever be to pay taxes. What about the sovereign wealth fund that Trump wants to start? I mean, I think sovereign wealth funds are a really cool idea. I don't know if I would trust Donald Trump to start or manage one, but this is an insurrection. This lawlessness must be cracked down on. Investigate every politician and media member who spurred this on. Ban anyone from social media like YouTube, who now questions Doge's legitimacy and going after USAID. This is one of our country's darkest days. Actual subhuman fuck. In Sweden, it takes me 2 minutes to do my taxes each year. It can definitely be easier. Oh, no, we have that now in the United States, I think. The IRS just recently implemented something really cool. I think it was called direct pay that we have, right? In the United States, guys, right? Don't we have this right now? Direct file? This is a thing that we have right now in the United States, right? Wait, what? Oh, no. Wait, what's this? Elon Musk says he's deleted the IRS easy filing team that let Americans file taxes for free online. No way. Wait, that's crazy. Huh. The IRS has come out to say direct file is still a thing? Oh, okay. Destiny, the top 10% hold 2/3 of the wealth, so without doing the math, feels like raising tax on the upper tax brackets would raise more money than raising tax on the bottom tax brackets. What determines how much money would be raised is not the number of people within each bracket, but the amount of money within each. No, it's about the income. Wealth is not, you're never taxing wealth. You're only taxing incomes. Do you think there's any chance that conservatives push for a flat tax? I mean, like, it would be a catastrophe, but at this point, I mean, like, what do you I mean, what am I supposed to say? I have no idea what conservatives are willing to do. It feels like they have an appetite for everything. Was this an email or a subreddit post I got? Or a subreddit post or an email I got? I think somebody emailed me, and it was a good point. It was really funny. Does anybody remember what we were freaking out about after the election? It was, what is Trump going to do about Russia and China? And what is Trump going to do about Israel-Palestine? That was like all of our concern. And now our concern is like, are we going to go to war with Canada to make them a state? And what's our relationship with Mexico going to look like? And Denmark? Now we're thinking about allies, and not even like friendly or not so friendly terms. Like, are we going to war with these people? Higher taxes on the upper brackets is one of those areas where Destiny won't change his mind in spite of arguments. You're permabanned. That's a bait comment. I literally just said bumping points on the higher tax brackets I think is totally fine. A wealth tax would be an entirely new tax that would be impossible to enforce and a nightmare. I think raising capital gains taxes is fine, and I think bumping points up on the upper tax brackets is fine. But I also think you need to expand the tax base. Get the fuck out of here, fucking moron. At Destiny, don't most wealthy business owners have massive untaxable income streams? For example, you can pay for a plethora of expenses using a company card that wouldn't have been counted as your income. Yeah, we call that tax fraud. You can't make a law. You can't make new taxes for tax fraud. Those people are just breaking the law. You have to just crack down on that, which is why the IRS should be funded more. Those 80,000 agents that was peeled back little and little with every new fucking resolution the Republicans try to pass to defund it. Like, the IRS is one of our only... It's an insanely profitable branch of our government. They collect money for the government. Wait, why would it be impossible, Destiny? Well, because you'd have to start you'd have to force people to start selling off their businesses in order to pay taxes. You'd have to find ways to value businesses that aren't being publicly traded, which is a nightmare. It's just too much of a nightmare. It's such a headache. A tax should be relatively easy to figure out and levy. And wealth taxes are just a fucking nightmare. What is the best argument for separating the artist from art that you can give? A really good idea, and philosophy, but it comes from a source you don't want to be associated with. Well, sometimes you just got to go hard, my friend. And explore your heart. Introspect as much as possible. Aren't property taxes also kind of annoying to implement in a similar way? No, because you have people that buy and sell homes and people that buy and sell similar homes in areas, so you can usually appraise houses fairly accurately. The IRS is a deeply unpopular institution. Campaigning on funding it is risky. Yeah, but I feel like it's just because of how we talk about taxes. Everybody talks about taxes as like a punishment, and we shouldn't. This is a good one. I just wish more people thought like this. I don't know, man.
I always tell...
Can I get this without the fucking...
I came over here with absolutely nothing. At 20...
Okay, I guess we are getting this with the music. Fuck it.
I always tell people that you can call me anything that you want. But don't ever, ever call me a self-made man. I came over here with absolutely nothing. I had $20 in the pocket and some sweaty clothes in the gym bag. But let me tell you, I had this one little apartment, and on Thanksgiving, the bodybuilders from Gorge Gym came to my apartment, and they brought me pillows, dishes, silverware, all of the things they didn't have. None of us can make it alone. None of us. Not even the guy that is talking to you right now. That was the greatest bodybuilder of all times. Not even me, that has been the Terminator and went back on time to save the human race. Not even me, that fought and that killed predators with his bare hands. I always tell people that you can call me anything that you want, but don't ever, ever call me a self-made man. And it gives the wrong impression that we can do it alone. None of us can. The whole concept of the self-made man or woman is a myth. I would have never made it in my life without the help. So this is why I don't believe in the self-made man. Why I want you to understand that is because as soon as you understand that you are here because of a lot of help, then you also understand that now is time to help others. That's what this is all about.
Wow, how cute. Zombie Control 1SU says, stopped being out of touch. I think you meant to say, stop being out of touch with regular people, dude. Taxes don't feel good, and we don't see much life improvement from it. That's just what it is. Okay. I mean, if you think that's a out of touch take, then listen, I'm all for then lower taxes away, and we'll see what your life looks like. Okay? Good luck. That recommended Ezra Klein video is a nice short and poignant essay about Trump and the flooding the zone tactic. Why do Americans think they're paying a lot of tax? I heard people say they pretty much pay as much as Scandinavia. Who started this idea? Well, I mean, if you live in certain cities, you can start to pay a lot, but...
If you want to understand the first few weeks of the second Trump administration...
Does this guy look like Wicked Supreme and Counterpoints, like, got smashed together in like a collider into one person? Am I crazy?
If you want to understand the first few weeks of the second Trump administration, go back and listen to what Steve Bannon told PBS's Frontline in 2019.
The opposition party is the media. And the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. All we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover, but we gotta start with muzzle velocity. So it's gotta start, it's gotta hammer, it's gotta...
Somebody said, no one is saying lower taxes. They just need to see the government use them responsibly. I'm not even saying they aren't, but they need to be shown that they are and need arguments why it should be raised, not stuff bad, any more money. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, like, that was one of my big feelings for California, right? Like, I pay so much less in taxes in Florida than I paid in California, and I don't know what for. I couldn't tell you. I think I even asked it on Australia, like, where the fuck does all my tax money go in California? I actually don't know. I have no fucking idea. So I do agree with that. Like, we should have a better vision of, like, where the fuck is our money even going? Because it seems like we're really bad at communicating that in the United States, but...
Muzzle velocity.
Muzzle velocity. Bannon's insight there is real. Focus is a fundamental substance of democracy. It is particularly the substance of opposition. People largely learn of what the government is doing through the media. So if you overwhelm the media...
A record-setting number of executive orders.
Everybody pardoned. Violence, non-violence.
Including assaulting police officers.
Birthright citizenship.
We live in unprecedented times right now.
If you keep it moving from one thing to the next...
So far, so good.
Is this legal?
Wait, real quick. I'm so sorry. Wait. Fuck. Wait. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I saw this stupid, the dumbest meme video ever of what does RFK sound like? If anybody knows what I'm talking about, link it. Sorry. Okay. Damn it.
If you give it too many places it needs to look.
You've never been deported before?
All at once.
All federal grants and loans will be halted.
Look, there is a purge happening.
Frankly, unprecedented in its nature.
Part of this, though, is to the blame of I'll say the establishment Democrats as well, the establishment Dems and the progressives, of course, but like even the establishment Dems, we have to stop doing this thing where we demonize the bureaucrats and demonize like politicians and it's just cringe and overly simplistic and the donors and everything. It's like, bro, like, look at your system. You have arguably still, maybe, no offense here, I was like one of the best countries on the planet, if not the best country on the planet. Obviously, these people are doing something right. If you think they're doing something wrong, then find it, fix it, and then move on. Like, iterate on the current formula, make it better. Or if you want to knock some stuff down, make a good argument for a new thing and then make it better and go on. But stop like shitting on every single part of the government and then being surprised and be like, oh, what the fuck? These MAGA fascists are showing what they want to destroy the entire government. Yeah, you've been shitting on. Like, how can the left be surprised when you've been saying like, well, corporate donors and lobbyists have bought out the whole fucking government? Yeah, and if you say that for long enough, then nobody's going to be, who's the government's defender, you know? Like, yeah. Destiny, top 1% of earners paid 40% of income taxes. Gotcha.
Guantanamo.
DEI. The Gulf of America.
No coherent opposition can really emerge. It is hard to even think coherently. Donald Trump's first 2 weeks in the White House have followed Bannon's strategy like a script. The flood is a point. The overwhelm is a point. The message wasn't in any one executive order or announcement. It was in the cumulative effect of all of them.
True. Okay, sorry.
The sense that this is Trump's country now. It is his government now. It follows his will. It does what he wants. That he is limitless. If he says that birthright citizenship is over, then it's over. Or so he wants you to think. In Trump's first term, people said, don't normalize him. In a second, though, the task, I think, is a little bit clearer. Don't believe him. Because Trump knows the power of marketing, the power of belief. If you make people believe something is true, you make it likelier that it becomes true. He clawed his way back to great wealth by playing a fearsome billionaire on TV. He remade himself as a winner after the 2020 election by refusing to admit he had ever lost. The American presidency is a limited office, but Trump has never wanted to be president. What he's always wanted to be is king. And his plan this time is to first play king on TV. If we believe he is already king, if we believe he already has all that power, we will be likelier to let him govern as a king. We will then give him that power. Don't believe him. Trump has real powers, but they are the powers of the presidency, the powers Joe Biden had, the powers Barack Obama had. The pardon power is vast and unrestricted, and so he could indeed pardon the January 6th rioters. Federal security protection is under the discretion of the executive branch. And so yes, Trump could remove protection from Anthony Fauci and Mike Pompeo and John Bolton and Mark Milley, and even Brian Hook, this largely unknown former State Department official who's under threat from Iran, who even donated time to Trump's transition team.
I would be very happy to put President Trump's record in the Middle East against any other president.
All of this, it was an act of astonishing cruelty and callousness. This from a man who nearly died by an assassin's bullet months ago. As much as anything ever has been, this, to me, this was an X-ray of the smallness of Trump's soul. But it was an act that was within his official power. But the president cannot rewrite the Constitution. Within days, his birthright citizenship order was frozen by a judge, by a Reagan appointee, who told Trump's lawyers, I have difficulty understanding how a member of the bar would state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order.
What is your main gripe with the unitary executive theory? I feel like the president should have power over the executive branch. I would have to read a larger paper on it, or any paper, a full paper on it. I just don't understand how you can believe in it. My understanding of the unitary executive theory is that every single office that exists in Congress is more or less an extension of the president's power, and that every time an FBI agent does something, he does so in place of the president, because the president himself can't be in a million places at once. But this seems to be at ends with the constitutional authority that Congress has to create and destroy offices of the executive branch. So if Congress is vested with the ability to create and remove departments in the executive branch, then how can we believe that the president himself is the one with exactly all of the power to determine how to wield the executive branch? I don't know. It seems to be at ends with the Constitution to me.
It just boggles my mind. Then, a judge froze Trump's spending freeze. He froze it even before it went into full effect. And shortly thereafter, the Trump administration rescinded the entire order, in part to avoid a court case that it seemed pretty clear they would lose. What Bannon wanted, what the Trump administration wants, is to keep everything moving fast.
Muzzle velocity.
If you're always consumed by the next outrage, you can't look closely at the last one. Then the impression of Trump's power remains, and the fact that he keeps stepping on rakes is missed. The projection of strength.
Did I start playing a thing? I'm so sorry. Fuck, my bad. I thought this was a thing in the background. My bad.
What Bannon wanted, what the Trump administration wants, is to keep everything moving fast.
Muzzle velocity.
If you're always consumed by the next outrage, you can't look closely at the last one. Then the impression of Trump's power remains, and the fact that he keeps stepping on rakes is missed. The projection of strength obscures the reality of weakness. Don't believe him. You can see this a few ways. Is Trump playing a part? Is he making a bet, or is he triggering a crisis? Those, I think, are the options, and I'm not certain that even he knows the answer. Trump has always been an improviser. But if you take it as a bet, a calculation, then here is a bet he's making. Maybe this Supreme Court, stocked with his appointees, gives him powers no peacetime president has ever possessed. Perhaps.
Why do you think Democrats didn't push to dismantle the power of the executive branch when they had the chance? It seems to me the presidency is too powerful, and now Trump is president. In the future, it could easily be worse. It could be. I mean, like, Democrats are already cucked out a bit when it comes to exercising like power as abusively as Republicans do. Like, is it really on the onus on Democrats to give back all the pieces of power every single time they're in when they are like that? Bro, that's too much. It can't be. You're talking about a game where you have two inters on your team. It's a League of Legends game with two inters, and you're trying to hyper-analyze mid and bot to figure out how they could have won with their top and jungle feeding all game. Like, it has to change. It's unwinnable right now. It has to change.
All this becomes legal now that he has asserted its legality. It's not impossible to imagine that bet paying off for him. So what if the bet fails? What if Trump's arrogations of power are soundly rejected by the courts? Then comes a question of constitutional crisis. Does he just ignore the court's ruling? To do that would be to attempt a kind of coup. I wonder if they have the stomach for that. The withdrawal of the OMB order, to me, suggests they don't. Because bravado aside, Trump's political capital is thin. Gallup has Trump's approval rating at 47%. That is about 10 points beneath Joe Biden in January of 2021. Both in his first and his second terms, he entered office with approval ratings below that of any other president in the moment.
But unironically, isn't that what every high elo player will tell you to do? Focus on what you can control. Maybe I've lost sight of the analogy. Okay, let me help you with the analogy. Imagine if instead of having a game where you've got a teammate inting, imagine you have the exact same game, but that game is like 250 years long, and you can't just leave and go to the next one. That's the issue.
Modern era. And so I thought these defenses of Trump's firings were telling.
It is the belief of this White House.
And actually, it wouldn't surprise me, any high elo player coaching a low elo player, unless league has changed significantly, would probably tell you that if you're grinding or if you're trying to get higher, if you've got an enter on your team, you forfeit 15, you can, or 20, forfeit 20 as soon as possible. Get out of that game. Don't waste your time destroying your mind and destroying your effort and wasting precious minutes in a game that can't be won. Just go to the next.
These defenses of Trump's firings were telling.
It is the belief of this White House and the White House counsel's office that the president was within his executive authority to do that.
The law says he's supposed to give you 30 days notice. He didn't do that. Do you think he violated the law?
Well, technically, yeah.
Do you believe that it's legal?
By definition.
How real is the fear of Democratic backsliding? Vance doesn't seem as insane as Trump. I don't know what that means. How real is the fear? That's like asking, like, how real is the fear that will survive to 2025? We already have. What do you mean? We've already had Democratic backsliding. This is already, it's already happened. So the question is, how far will we backslide?
It's his administration. They work for him. Technically, yeah.
God, it's bullshit how cool this guy looks with an eye patch.
Believe that it's legal?
By definition, it's his administration. They work for him at the pleasure of the president. And if it's illegal, it should be legal.
So then ask yourself, why isn't Trump trying to make it legal? There is a reason Trump is doing all this through executive orders rather than submitting these same directives as legislation to pass through Congress. A more powerful executive could convince Congress to eliminate the spending he opposes, or to reform the civil service to give him the powers of hiring and firing that he seeks. And there's a good reason to do that. To write these changes into legislation would make them both more durable and would allow him to argue their merits in a more strategic way. He would be reforming the entire system. But Republicans at the moment, they have only a 3-seat edge in the House, smallest majority since the Great Depression. They have a 53-seat majority in the Senate. Trump is obviously doing nothing to reach out to Democrats. If Trump tried to pass this agenda as legislation, it would fail, and that would make Trump look weak. And Trump doesn't want to look weak. He remembers John McCain humiliating him in his first term by casting the deciding vote against Obamacare repeal. Congress is a place where you can lose. That is a tension at the heart of Trump's whole strategy.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders.
Trump is acting like a king because he's too weak to govern like a president.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense.
Am I wrong, or is this guy asking why doesn't he try to make it legal, missing the whole immunity point? No, he's just pointing out that like there's a reason why Trump is trying to do things via executive order and not through legislation in Congress. It's because he can't pass legislation because he's one guy. He can't do it. He doesn't have the support anywhere. Remember, this is one of the most, it's funny, this is one of the few things that Lichtman got correct. Well, I shouldn't say one of the few things. Lichtman probably got a lot of political analysis correct. People got really mad at him when he said this because Lichtman didn't give Trump the charisma key. And people are like, well, what do you mean? Trump is a charismatic president, if anything. No, he's not. Most people don't like Trump, and his approval ratings are historically low. It just doesn't feel that way because we're so divided. His approval ratings among Republicans is incredibly high. It's almost always like plus 90% or 90% plus. It's almost always higher than 90%. I think at its lowest with conservatives, like 84%, like at its lowest, I think, like after Gen 6 or something. So, but people think Trump is like charismatic and popular. He's not. This guy showed the chart earlier. Trump is not very popular.
This flurry of activity, it's meant to suggest the existence of a plan. But the closer you look, even at this first 2 weeks, the less true it seems.
We should watch this video from the silly series. We've already watched it.
They are scrambling and flailing already. They are leaking against each other in the press already. We learned that the OMB directive was drafted reportedly without the input or oversight of key Trump officials.
Wait. It needs to be pushed harder that Trump wants to be a dictator because he is weak. A strong leader doesn't need to be a dictator because they can inspire others to follow them and make good decisions. It's not worth arguing that because Republicans want a dictator, and they won't say it's because they'll say, okay, fine, he's weak compared to what? The entire deep state? Of course. Like, it's a loser argument. You missed Short Fighter Talker's message. What did he say? Destiny, could he not pass legislation? The Republicans control both chambers and MAGA's primarying out everyone. No, because you need more than just a simple majority in the House and Senate to pass big bills, no? I should look at what majorities you need. I'm pretty sure you need more than just a simple majority.
It was drafted, leaking against each other in the press already. We learned that the OMB directive was drafted reportedly without the input or oversight of key Trump officials. It didn't go through.
This is what I was saying with it. Like, even if you support Trump's actions here, it's a failure in leadership to not bring in anybody else from leadership to get this, like, implemented.
Trump officials. It didn't go through the proper approval process, an administration official told the Washington Post. For that to be the process and product of such a sweeping signature initiative in the second week of a president's second term, it's embarrassing. But it's not just a spending freeze. The Trump administration is waging an immediate war on the bureaucracy, trying to replace the deep state they believe hampered them in the first term.
How disillusioned are you with the concept of American democracy? It seems that a lot of Americans are retarded and highly susceptible to lies as to allow for the weakening of democracy. It's not just Americans, though. It's everybody. We just have to figure out a way to deal with the media atmosphere. We have to figure out a way to deal with the media atmosphere. Right now, we just don't know how. Hopefully we figure it out before everything comes crashing down.
Immediate war on the bureaucracy, trying to replace the deep state they believe hampered them in the first term. And a big part of this project...
As a Spaniard, the whole concept of the deep state is very alien to our politics, so I never really knew what it's supposed to mean. Is it some kind of unfalsifiable idea? The deep state is basically just Donald Trump, as the president, wants to do everything to fix our country, and anytime he can't do it, there's like shady, weird bureaucrats in government that are trying to sabotage him at every step. Yes, the deep state is fundamentally unfalsifiable. Yeah, and there's no evidence for any type of huge coordinated effort whatsoever. It's an unfalsifiable conspiracy theory.
Trying to replace the deep state they believe hampered them in the first term. And a big part of this project seems to have been outsourced to Elon Musk, who's bringing the tactics he used at Twitter to the federal government.
We're about 20% of the original size.
So 80% left?
Yes.
He has longtime aides now at the Office of Personnel Management, and the email that got sent out to nearly all federal employees even reused the subject line, of the email he sent out to Twitter employees after the acquisition. A fork in the road. It's a kind of bragging. Elon wants he wants everybody to know it was him.
The scary thing is that, and this is the issue because remember, this is the playbook for Republicans. The playbook is, it used to be, you guys are doing this horrible thing. And they go, well, no, we're not. And they go, we're going to stop you from doing this horrible thing. It's like, okay, well, we're not. And then they're in government. And then we're like, hold on, you're about to do a horrible thing. And they're like, no, we're not. And then they start doing the horrible thing. We're like, you're doing the horrible thing. And they're like, well, no, we're not really. And it's like, now there's proof that you're doing the horrible thing. Like, well, you guys already did it, so we can too. So it's like a lose-lose. There's like no way to actually do anything about it. Because the reality is now we are getting to a deep state point, but it's with Elon Musk. But the only difference is like their deep state, there was no evidence of it at all. It was just all like posting on 4chan and QAnon and shit. And our evidence of the deep state is literally Elon Musk and Doge right now, a fake department of the government that is going into other parts of the federal government and pulling the plug on organizations and then bragging about it publicly like that. So
the email offered millions of civil servants a backdoor buyout. Agree to resign, and in theory, at least, you can collect your paycheck and benefits until the end of September without doing any work. The Washington Post reported that the email blindsided many in the Trump administration who would normally have consulted on a notice like that. It blindsided many of the people who are going to have to run these agencies that are now going to be dotted by resignations. I suspect Musk...
Why do you call it a fake? Because Doge is not like a real department authorized and created by Congress. It's just like a little meme department created within the office of the White House. It shouldn't have the authority to go into other departments and pull funding or pull the plug on them, because departments that are created by Congress have to be deleted by Congress. One day I'll actually fucking learn the Constitution. Wait, Article 2 is the president? Which one is Congress? Is it Article 1? Article 4? Article 1. Congress, President, Judicial. Judicial is 3, right? Fuck. Which clause is about creating offices? I should memorize these. Is it this clause? To make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by the Constitution in the government of the United States or in any department or officer thereof. I'm trying to think of... I don't know if that's the strong one of... Hold on. Constitutional authorization, Congress to create departments. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2. Wait. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2. The President shall have the power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges, the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for. Oh, okay, sorry, it's this here. And all other officers of the United States. So your officers are essentially your cabinet, right? These are the heads of your departments, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, so they haven't been declared by the Constitution yet, and which shall be established by law, meaning the Congress. The Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers, so like your people underneath the top-level officers, as they think proper, in the president alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. So this is why it can be illegal for, like, the president, I don't believe, would be allowed to fire the deputy attorney general. The attorney general would have to fire the deputy attorney general, but the president could fire the attorney general, if that makes sense, I think. Unless Congress, when they created the Department of Justice, or when Congress creates something, they can specify, well, the president can do that or can't do that. This is also, I don't know how you can believe in the unitary executive theory, and I don't know how you get by like these clauses in the Constitution. USDS is now Doge. It is official though. So I don't know what the USDS's prior roles were, but the president cannot have, cannot use. This is still part of the office of the White House. The executive office of the president that's synonymous with the office of the White House, right? I think. Or is the office of the White House different? Is the head of the executive office of the president the chief of staff? Or is the office of the White House a separate office besides the executive office of the... Okay, this is the White House office, sorry. Okay, so the formal name is the executive office, not just the White House office, I think. Regardless, people are saying, oh, well, there was a thing and it got renamed and removed. You can't, you can't have people that are just going in and dismantling your departments that are authorized by Congress. You can't do that. The president doesn't have the authority to. Congress is the one that created those departments by law. They're established by law. You can't dismantle those without Congress undoing them. Destiny, this is just for appointment. You may remove an officer at any time. The unitary executive theory doesn't believe. I don't think that he can appoint anyone at any time. Well, no, you can remove an officer at any time, but you can't remove anybody below them. Like the president of the United States is not legally allowed to fire people in the Department of Justice, I don't believe. He can only fire the attorney general, I believe. Is my understanding at least. Biggest political streamer on Twitch on USAID. Oh boy. What law substantiates the Department of Education? I imagine Congress probably had to pass a big law to create it, right? Department of Education. Having been created after the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare was split into the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services by the Department of Education Organization Act. So this was an act by Congress that split this, and then that's where the Department of Education comes from. But I believe the vast majority, I'm trying to think, somebody can tell me this. I don't know if any departments are explicitly created in the Constitution. For some reason, I thought there were like 3 departments that are explicitly created in the Constitution, and then the rest are made by Congress. But I could be wrong. Maybe there's not any specific department here. Why wouldn't he be able to fire inferior officers? Are they using his powers as executive, even if they are inferior officers? The power that belongs to the president by Constitution. But that power is granted to the president by the Congress. The Congress says, we want you to have a Department of Education. You can hire the top dude, and then here's the roles for the rest of the people. But like the president doesn't have the authority to go in to an office created and authorized by Congress to do things inside the department that Congress doesn't authorize him to do. What's the dumbed down solution to gun crime? Because as an 18-year-old in a very liberal state, it's really easy for me to get an illegal one. I just don't think gun crime is as big a deal as people say it is. It's not one of our huge problems right now. Okay, so the Constitution didn't explicitly create any departments. It just authorizes Congress to. Okay. Unironically, the Chevron case going against Trump here, no? The overturning of Chevron is bad for Trump, yes. One of the only things that I've read about how the Supreme Court could protect the United States from Donald Trump is the fact that while the Supreme Court might be eager to give more power to Donald Trump, the Supreme Court will never, this court will never give up its own power. The overturning of Chevron was a huge power grab back to the Supreme Court, and arguably even immunity for the President of the United States is a big power grab for the Supreme Court, because anybody that wants to take the President of the United States to court for some criminal thing, that means that every single thing will have to pass through the Supreme Court for evaluation first. So that's the one thing I've heard, that like the Supreme Court will grab it, will never give up power. So this court at least. Does that matter if Trump just doesn't enforce it? Well, no. I mean, if Trump doesn't enforce it, then we're just kind of shit out of luck. The first three executive departments created by Congress were the Department of State, the Department of Treasury, and the Department of War. The first Congress established these departments in 1789. Gotcha. What was the issue with Trump firing Comey? Trump fired Comey because he was trying to stop the investigation into him and his cronies over the colluding with Russian sources on leaking shit about Hillary and other things. Don't you think there's a bunch of bloat built up in the government that slows down the execution of important policies? Yes, but like you have to, like, when you say that, this is the equivalent of Elon Musk going on Twitter saying, oh, Twitter is slow, we need a rewrite of the full stack. What the fuck do you mean we need a rewrite of the full stack? What's slow? What do you want to change? Let's talk. It's the same thing when you go to government. If you think there are some parts that are slow or inefficient, or you want to, sure, fine, that's fine. We can change shit. You know what the problem is. But you can't just say, like, it's all bloated and slow, let's redo everything. That doesn't make any sense. Can't Trump tell the head of the office to fire the people within the department, and if they refuse, just fire and replace? I'm not sure. I don't think he can, but I don't actually know the answer to that. I know as a norm he's not supposed to, but... Okay, let's finish this.
Run these agencies that are now going to be dotted by resignations. I suspect Musk thinks of the federal workforce as this huge mass of woke and largely useless ideologues. For most federal workers, they have very little to do with politics. About 16% of them work in healthcare. These are nurses and doctors who work for the Veterans Affairs Department. How many of them does Musk want to lose? How many primary care doctors treating veterans is he hoping take a buyout? Twitter worked terribly after Musk's takeover. It had these frequent outages and bugs, but its outages are not a national scandal. When VA healthcare degrades, it is a national scandal.
Most of what we're talking about here is a group text service at scale. Like, how many people are really needed for that, you know?
What Trump wants you to see in all this activity is command. What is really in all this activity is chaos. They have convinced themselves that speed and force is a strategy unto itself, that it is, in a sense, a replacement for an actual strategy, for thinking and talking things through, for consultation, for planning things out. Don't believe them. I had a conversation a couple months ago with someone who knows how the federal government works about as well as anyone alive. And I asked him what would worry him most if he saw Trump doing it. And what he said was that he would worry most if Trump went slowly. If he began his term by doing things that made him more popular, that made his opposition weaker and more confused. If he worked by stealth, if he tried to build strength for the midterms while slowly expanding his powers.
Dude, if Trump was a more effective leader, but I never know. I mean, he won a second election, so who are we to say? Maybe that's the wrong choice. Because I do feel like Trump, like, imagine how mind-fucked. Like, I fully 1 billion% believe this. Here's something that I fully believe. I think that if Donald Trump said on day one, we're going to have a $15 an hour minimum wage, I actually think the country would have it like in 2 months. I think it would be done. If Trump said, I'm trying to think of like what are the like easily popular things Trump could do that like, regardless if they're good or bad for the economy, I don't think 15 hour federal minimum wage is good, but like I think that there are things that Trump could do that would, I feel like, make him more popular with, oh, he could legalize weed. Trump could say, we should just legalize weed. Who the fuck is against us at that point? Like, these are things that Trump could do that I feel like would make him popular with almost Medicare for all. That's too big of a step. I think that's too much paperwork. That's too complicated. I'm just thinking like really simple, easy things that Trump could do. And
chipping away at the state.
But none of those give him more power. Well, no, it would give him more power because one of the things that Ezra is bringing up here, that's a good point, is Trump doesn't actually have much political power, like structurally or institutionally. It's all in the people and his like voting base. Like Trump is not powerful or popular for Congress. This is what I was talking about before. That's why he always overperforms his ticket. It's always why the people underneath him on the with the R next to their names aren't doing as well as Trump is, because it doesn't translate to other people in the government. It's only Trump. And he could do things that I feel would shore up power for his people. That's why he lost the elections in 2022 didn't go the way they wanted. So many special elections were lost. Like,
If he worked by stealth, if he tried to build strength for the midterms while slowly expanding his powers.
Maybe I'm wrong, but isn't deporting illegal people pretty popular amongst the public nowadays, even if it's bad for the country? I think there's ways that he could do that deportation thing that would like make everybody, like it would be less unpopular. Like a thing that you'd have a lot of trouble with is imagine Donald Trump says, I'm signing an executive order today that says that we are deporting every single illegal immigrant in every state and federal prison that has a felony. Like that would be really hard for Democrats to fight against. You almost have to give them that one. So like 15 an hour minimum wage, weed legalization, deporting all illegals with deporting every single illegal immigrant with a felony in a current state or federal prison. Like these are like, I feel like these are things where it's like, oof, like most people are going to like that. Now Congress is like, okay, my leader's finally doing some shit that I can go back to my constituents with. That isn't some unhinged crazy shit that I've got to carry water for. Like, I don't know.
And more confused. Trump went slowly. If he began his term by doing things that made him more popular, that made his opposition weaker and more confused. If he worked by stealth, if he tried to build strength for the midterms while slowly expanding his powers and chipping away at the state in the places where it was weakest, where people couldn't really see him doing it. But Trump didn't do any of that. Instead,
muzzle velocity.
And so the opposition to Trump, which seemed so listless and absent after the election, now it's beginning to rouse itself. There's a subreddit for federal employees where one of the top posts reads, "This non-buyout really seems to have backfired. I'll be honest, before that email went out, I was looking for any way to get out of this fresh hell. But now I'm fired up to make these goons as frustrated as possible." As I write this, it's been upvoted more than 39,000 times, and civil servant after civil servant is echoing the initial sentiment. In Iowa this week, Democrats flipped a state Senate seat in a district that Trump had won easily in 2024. The attempted spending freeze gave Democrats their voice back as they zeroed in on the popular programs Trump had imperiled. Trump isn't building support here, he's losing it. Trump isn't fracturing his opposition, he's finally uniting it. This is the weakness of the strategy that Bannon proposed and that Trump is following.
Hello, have you seen videos from New York of people going around streets without any homeless people on the streets? They are all gone and scared. Okay, I'm sorry, and I know this triggers people on the East Coast, but when you see videos on the East Coast, this is what you got to understand in the USA, okay? East Coast people don't know what homeless people are. They don't know what it means to have homeless people. So when you're seeing videos in New York, it's like, oh my God, like there's no homeless people. There are no homeless people in New York, okay? They think there are because they've seen a couple on the subway or whatever, but the reason is they've never been to Seattle, Portland, LA, or San Francisco. They don't know what homeless people look like, okay? I have been to New York so many times and I'm like, what the fuck? Where the fuck are the homeless people? I see them in movies all the time. I see people talk about them all the time. New York City does not have homeless people. I think I saw one homeless guy on a subway once. I think he was homeless or he was a hipster. I couldn't tell. Didn't catch anybody setting anybody on fire, unfortunately. Meanwhile, I still remember the first time Melina was in LA and we were driving and she was like, wait a second. And I'm like, what's up? And she's like, I thought that there was like a famous underpass with tents underneath it. I didn't realize it was all the underpasses. It's all the underpasses. It's not even, it's on a totally different scale. It's not even close, okay? Like, homelessness in New York City is like ARAMs, and homelessness on the West Coast is like ESCA, you know, professional level, Olympic level. It's not even close.
It is a strategy that forces you into overreach. To keep the zone flooded, you have to keep acting. You have to keep moving. You have to keep creating new cycles of outrage or fear to keep the media and the opposition overwhelmed. But then you overwhelm yourself. They are flooding their own zone. I don't know that Trump sees his own fork in the road coming. He may believe he's a power he is claiming. That would be a mistake on his part. It would be a self-deception that could doom his presidency. But the real threat is if he convinces the rest of us to believe he has power he does not have. The first 2 weeks of his presidency have not shown his strength. He is trying to overwhelm you. He is trying to keep you off balance. He is trying to convince you of something that isn't true. Don't believe him.
Also, keep in mind when I say that, I'm like 20% joking because I haven't been to like the worst parts of like the Bronx or Queens. Like most of my time is spent in the city or in Brooklyn. So maybe there are like really bad parts of New York City that are kind of fucked. I don't know. Why not use taxes to help them instead of red states? Weird take, but Trump opened the discussion for homeless people. The problem is it's not just a matter of throwing money. You need like whole systems to help homeless people. And I don't think we have the political will for it right now or the manpower to do it. I think homelessness in the United States, I think is one of the, probably I would say is one of the most disgraceful things in this country. Now I'm probably overrepresenting just my personal run-ins with homeless people, but it's like, it is overwhelmingly I say overwhelmingly, but the stats disagree with what I'm saying. So it could just be that I'm just encountering certain people, but it feels to me is overwhelmingly people with extreme mental illness, like psychotic people, like people that were too crazy for my stream back in 2021. Okay. Like these people have they just have to be sheltered full time and taken care of. It's really, 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 really fucked. And they also need help. That costs money. Yeah, but it's not just money. It's like money and manpower. You need money and people. And like systems. Like you need a whole ass thing. What was this?
Ordered 50 more routes at an already incredibly crowded airway at Reagan National Airport. And that's because they wanted direct flights back to their states and districts, and let's be honest, probably their donors. So did they then increase the air traffic controllers, ordered
Okay. Man, he loves that word. The donors. The donors, the donors, the donors, the donors. Why does New Mexico have so much poverty? Didn't they have one of the purest blue meth lab distribution centers ever? Maybe all those people are spending their money on that. When I was taught about homelessness, one of the street workers told us the most important thing is to take them off the street ASAP. They said that it takes the same amount of time to get someone off the street as they spent on the street. I don't know about that. Like if someone's off the streets for 10 or on the streets for 10 years, they need 10 years off the streets to stay off the streets. I think the problem is just they need like permanent help. Like if you take a dude who's like, in my opinion, it's all about systems. So in the US, we focus incorrectly on it. I say this, and it's probably not true. I'm sure there are systems set up. I'm just not aware of them. But the feeling is like people are like, okay, well, if we give them some food and a shelter to sleep in for a bit, they should get their lives back on track. But no, some of these people are fucking insane. They're never going to get their lives back on track like that. Or they're addicted to drugs. And when your life sucks, drugs are fucking awesome. Remember, the worse your life is, the better recreational drugs are, okay? And the more addicted you are, the harder it is to enjoy anything else. In Europe, I think in Finland is where they cite all the time. Is it Finland or Norway? Like, oh, we need a housing first policy for homeless people. Sure, that can help some people get back on their feet. But there are going to be some people who don't need just housing first. They need housing first. They might need full-time or at least part-time caretakers. They might need to live in an assisted living facility. And they probably need some kind of special medical attention for the rest of their lives. That's it. Like that's the only way to help them. There is no put them in a halfway home for 6 months or whatever. I don't know if you say halfway home, but you put them in a house for 6 months and then they're going to be, back on the street contributing to society. It's just not, yeah, it's, I don't even know if we have the political will for that, How deliberate do you think Trump and Trump's team is with his engagement with the media? I honestly don't know. I can't say. Is the Pierce Bridge burned? No. I was going to do a Pierce episode, but I decided there's no way my brain can handle it. I think they invited me for one on the 24th. I was like, I'm just going to give me a couple weeks, bro. What is this?
I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. Okay. So you telling me that does USAID fund woke video games?
Why are we... Okay, it's fine.
Woke is subjective. Here's an analysis. Has supported developmental educational video games to just... What? Yep! That's a yep! Absolutely! Holy shit! Are you kidding me? Interpreting these games as woke would determine on the definition of woke is promoting awareness of social injustices, inclusivity of progressive values. Yep! We gotta shut it down.
Do you feel like Asmongold can be saved, or is he past the point of no return? He doesn't want to be saved. What do you mean? Can Asmongold be saved? Saved from what? I'm trying to think of his YouTube channel. Oof. Well, listen, we're coming back, okay? Give me a month or two. I'm trying to think if he makes over 10 million a month on his YouTube. I feel like that's probably too much. But he's definitely making over $1 million a month on his YouTube and ads. Why would you ever want to be saved from this? Why would you want to be saved from this? It's so much money. Nathan, it's Tuesday. Shouldn't you be in school? Don't ever shit post to me. Better question. Is there anything Donald does intentional, or is he just stumbling through life, being semi-guided by people with intentions like Musk's? I have no idea, my friend. I wish I could. I don't even know where to even begin to think about that. I don't know.
Holy shit! How?
Trump administration hit with a lawsuit over Musk/Doge data breach. Yeah, there's a ton of lawsuits being filed, like all over the place. Yeah.
How much money do they spend on woke video games?
I don't understand why Asmongold is so appealing and makes millions a month. I don't get it. Well, because he tells you what you want to hear. If you're like an anti-woke person, this is like the best guy to get that messaging from. He's like you, ex-gamer. He already had a huge audience built on Twitch from gaming and doing gaming adjacent commentary. So he's just like the perfect, like, I guess, person for this. He doesn't seem like the kind of care for money, or do you think he's faking his whole aesthetic? Sorry, I shouldn't really say it's a money thing. It's more probably just like an influence and feeling thing. Like you have a community full of people that are constantly vibing with, reinforcing your opinion. You're getting tons of attention and views for it. Like
video games. How much money? When does it say how much money? How much money? Your specific number based on I can't give you precise. Okay. If you can't.
Is there anything Trump has done so far in this term that you like? I think it's been mostly terrible, but I can point to a couple things I like. No, no, it wouldn't work that way ever. No, like the ideology is like rotten to the core. There might be some things that he unintentionally stumbles into that if another person did, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, this is okay at least. But like, no, I don't know his motivation or his intention or his purpose for doing anything. Even if it happens to be a thing that I would have liked coming from somebody else, I don't think I would ever sign off on it coming from Trump.
Can't give me a precise number. Give me an estimate. Okay. Overall budget. How much? Okay. 5 million. Hypothetical 1 billion. On education doing it 5 million. That's surrounding it. It's not that much. That's nothing. That's nothing. Yeah, they got no. That's got to be more. 5 billion. That'd be a lot.
Wait, did he just say that's nothing? So instead of saying this isn't a real problem, he's saying there must be more that they spend that he hasn't found yet. Why would he assume that?
Yeah, that's...
Is he trying to find whether or not like Dragon Age is in the fucking USAID budget, or what's the game that everybody got ass mad for because it had cringe woke shit in it?
Oh,
it wasn't Dragon Age, was? I don't know.
Ooh, it's hard to say. So they are funding this shit.
Isn't that like Trump derangement syndrome? Please don't block me. Is it Trump derangement syndrome to say that if a guy who I disagree with on an intense ideological level, I wouldn't agree with any policies that he has? No, that's just common fucking sense. And you would say the exact same thing. Like if there was a guy who ate piss and shit and he wanted to cook you up like 20 dishes, like would you say like, okay, well he cooked, like I would trust his cooking on like this dish or that? Like no, when the foundation, when the ideology is like so rotted like that, even if there are things that he does, I just wouldn't trust him. I don't even know what place it comes from. Like I like the concept of a sovereign wealth fund for the United States. I think it's a good concept, but would I trust the way that Donald Trump would establish it or manage it? Fuck no. I'm sure if we go through his EOs, if I were to read them outside of the context of a Trump administration, there's probably things like, oh, okay, I could kind of see this, but within the context of a Trump administration, no, definitely not.
Use the term DEI. This is just weird, man.
What do you think about taxing capital gains stocks that are being used as collateral for a loan? Yeah, I've already said this in the past. They should make it so that the only things that you can take a loan out against are things that you've paid taxes on, is what I would say.
What do you mean? What do you mean weird? What do you mean weird? Nah.
How would you define your role in the political media landscape, and is that role intentional? I don't know. I'm trying to be like a researcher, like debate guy. Although the debating people nobody wants to do, so now I guess I'm just trying to be like a... When I say researcher, I just mean guy who knows things more than most of the fucking retards in this space. I'm not doing any original research. But it's a very lonely island, and it feels kind of screaming into the void sometimes.
Billion, that'd be a lot. Yeah, that's, ooh, it's hard to say. So they are funding this shit. Use the term DEI. This is just weird, man. What do you mean? What do you mean weird? What do you mean weird? Nah. You getting pulled up. What do you mean by that? Bro, you gotta stop.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, my God. You see what's happening? Oh, him and Hassan don't only avoid each other, they're learning from each other how to do politics. Oh.
Why would I want my tax money going to the bullshit? Why would I want to go into this bullshit? For what reason? For what reason? We gotta stop this shit. Yeah, like the thing is, to me.
Can you help us understand the concept of a sovereign wealth fund? I don't know if I even have a good understanding of this. So this is a very top-down understanding. So maybe my understanding is completely wrong. But it's conceptually, it's just the idea of your country being invested in your businesses. So like maybe any publicly traded business is like automatically owned 10% by the United States. And I don't even know if we would do like controlling decisions in it. But if it's like profiting or paying dividends or whatever else, then like the entire country benefits. I feel like having some type of country buy-in like that would make everybody feel differently about the United States. Because now, let's say Facebook has like a killer, like let's say Facebook or Amazon are posting record profits. So do you give a fuck? I mean, maybe if you're invested in them in your 401k, but generally who the fuck cares? But if we had a sovereign wealth fund, well now, anytime our mega corps are like posting huge profits or growing a ton, well, that's actually good for us. It's good for the country because we're all invested in the sovereign wealth fund, right? I think that's a cool idea. I like that. Very socialist. That is a semi-socialist idea, kind of the whole country owning part of the capital, I guess. Yeah, but I like that. I think it's a good way to have everybody feel like they have a buy-in. Is the argument for an org like USAID existing, we have lots of wealth in the United States, and by taking a small portion of that wealth, we can help other countries join us to become successful? Yeah, and you're just doing good. It's also good to like save lives and reduce human suffering. Like we can have some kind of moral mission as a country to like do good with the vast amount of wealth that we have, right? Cringe question, but what advice would you give to someone looking to enter the political commentary scene when they are starting off at zero? We definitely need more people like you, but I feel it's so difficult to grow when you're starting with zero audience. Do you just use bots to begin or whatever? I don't know, probably botting or some shit like that. You'd have to look into it. I truly don't know the answer anymore. I'm so sorry. The problem is that it used to be that, like, I feel like panels were the best way to do it. It was the best way to get new people on, to have like them get exposure to more audiences. Like that was always the best way to do it. But I'm basically the only large person that was ever willing to do any of that. Everybody else kind of pulls the ladder up once they've made it. So Vosh, Hassan, definitely not Asmongold. I don't think he ever has. Like as soon as people get big, they don't want to do panels. They don't want to talk to smaller creators anymore. They just want to grow. So there's like, if you're a new political streamer now, I don't know where you go to find a new audience or to grow it all. It seems almost impossible. I feel like you'd have to start on YouTube making videos, but I don't know. Why don't you do panels? I mean, I did. What do you mean? I still kind of did. I'm not going forward because fuck all these guys. But is this an ego thing? I think it's more like it's partially an ego thing. It's partially a protection thing. Like, why would I ever risk losing a debate to a no name? And I think it's partially a like a clout thing. Like, why would I go and share my audience with a bunch of less clouded people when I could only talk to more clouded people?
Me, like, look, you stop the money, it stops happening. That's the way I look at it. Yeah, I want good games. I don't want this bullshit in my fucking games. Absolutely not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just here to watch games. Okay, then just wait for me to play a game. People losing their jobs equals W? Nah, you a crier. You are a crier, bro. Like, all you do is cry. You're done. Get out of here. All you do is bitch. Every day you come in here and get mad. Get the fuck out. Damn. Jesus. Get bitch. I would understand once or twice. But damn, this is a while. Rip Bozo, yeah, he getting mad over nothing. But you quit every game you play? So we got a...
Ooh. We got a what? DEI defender or Destiny viewer? What did he say?
But you quit every game you play? So we got a dick-sucking retard in the chat, apparently.
Damn. I love the snark subreddits. They're all insane. Dan Saltman confirms emailing with Ethan and Ela. Are these redacted logistical logs? I love that. How is it that... No, it's probably normal. That like when somebody decides that they don't like a person, or when a thing happens and they don't want to whatever, they think that this is a bad thing, they have to go totally 180. They have to go totally 180 on fucking everything. Okay. Well, that's all good. What is this?
I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. Okay.
Oh, we watched this. Prominent chatter, DRT0, fighting with Asmongold.
If somebody does this that's a Trump person, then tell me and I'll call them out. When was the last time you complained about the right doing death threats on Twitter? The last time it was sent to me and I saw it?
Okay, I don't understand this. I won't ban you because I'm in a good mood right now. That's normal. Destiny did it with Mr. Girl. That's not true. The only thing that I changed my perspective on for the Mr. Girl stuff had to do with the rape thing, but it was because I was shown more video after our whole thing fucking blew up. But despite the fact that all of that happened, I will still give props to Mr. Girl. Like, I literally 2 days ago, when we were talking about Sam Hyde, I give props to Mr. Girl for having a really good aesthetic. I think he filmed stuff really well. I think he has a really good creative vision. Like, I'll always give props to people where they deserve props. And I'm not going to sit here and go like full insane fucking schizo. Like, I hate that I'm even fucking saying this because I'll never get any of this from you fucking losers, even you guys, or Mr. Girl. Like, I don't think Mr. Girl legitimately threatened to kill the president at school or whatever the fuck. Or I don't think, I think he was just being edgy. Like, but, you know, whatever. Say what you want, I guess. Have you seen the stuff about the CDC info being deleted? Is that true? I haven't looked into it. I don't have time to look into every unhinged fucking thing that they're doing right now. Yeah. Do I think Mr. Girl's a rapist? Yeah, I think so. But I think he's also like admitted as much. But he would just say that he knew he wasn't raping that person. So I don't know. Listen, what are you gonna do? Fuck you. You always say that you hate people glazing you, and now you complain that we don't glaze. There's a difference between asking for people to glaze rather than just like being honest about their assessment of someone, okay? Oh, that's another thing I would say. New Frog here. The only thing I saw from Mr. Girl was the Minecraft song in the Vosh debate. Is Mr. Girl joking about being a pedophile not concerning? I literally have never heard you talk about it. I don't think he's a pedophile. That's another thing too. I don't think he is. There were 4 DGG operatives that Asmongold responded to here. Do I care to listen to Asmongold do this?
Like, let me ask you a question. Is this good or bad? Is it good or bad what they're saying? Is it?
This is the thing too. I'm going to be so glad to be all over this. Narrative control in action right now. Every single thing that I do is always spun to like, if I say anything for myself, oh, that's narrative control. If I say, well, I think other people are doing weird shit, oh, he's threatening people or trying to blackmail people or whatever. Or if I say like, oh, well, I think that like this person has like huge issues relating to, we'll say their credibility or things they've said in the past, like, oh, he's trying to just like there's always like some psych term or word, like fucking drink ass, okay? So that you can get powered up.
What he has done here, just so all of you know, that is some of the best things you can do for the United States. This is so insanely good. It's not brain dead, no. He's digging into government where they steal money from the state. Where people, to see where that has happened. He's digging into the shit. Who is stealing? I'm not sure about who exactly it is. And most likely, they're giving it to regimes all over the world. They're giving it to different politicians.
Yo, FBI just filed a lawsuit. I don't know if the FBI can file a lawsuit. What does that mean?
Maybe others as well. I'm not sure exactly, but that is what's happening. So who's stealing? There's a lot that is stealing. There's so much corruption that it is insane. And now they're digging in to see where our money has gone. That isn't bad at all.
He just doesn't know anything about government. I'll say this now, and maybe in 2 years it'll come back to bite me. I don't care much about what Canute says about politics. Canute's not like a super political streamer guy. But who knows? Maybe like Asmongold, maybe he will become a huge political streamer guy. Oh, FBI agents have filed lawsuits. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's different than the FBI proper doing it, but... The FBI agents sue over the Justice Department's effort to ID employees involved in Trump-related investigations. Interesting. Ilhan Omar is conducting seminars for Somalians who are living illegally in the U.S. without documentation, providing guidance on how to evade deportation. She is breaking the law, literally, outright.
xildhibaanad ilhaan cumar oo dhowaan la hadashay saxaafadda ayaa talo bixin siisay dadka sharciga aan haysan ee ku nool dalkan.
waxaan ula talinayaa dadka Soomaalida ah haddii ay maxaa la dhahaa ii sheeg ice ay isku dayaan inay ku su'aalaan muku qasban tihid inaad su'aalahooda aad ka jawaabtid waxaad dhihi kartaa lawyer aan ii advice garay inaanan ku jawaabin qasab ma aha magacaaga iyo sharciga ku joogtid iyo waxaas oo dhan isa ku imaataybo inaad kala hadashid marka baro sharciyada iskuna diyaari in aad maxaa la dhahaa ii sheeg aadan dadkaaniiti aadan u sheegin information aadan rabin inay ogaadaan.
There's no Somalian word for information. It sounds like she's just informing people of their rights. I don't see this as how to evade deportation. I don't even know if you're here illegally, is that a felony or a misdemeanor, or is it actually a crime on the books, or is that just, I don't know if immigration stuff is like criminal conduct. I actually don't know the answer to that. Is it? I don't know the answer. Is it a crime to stay in the United States illegally, or maybe there might be like other crimes, like if you're evading taxes or something like that, or how being an undocumented person in the U.S. is only punishable legally if someone has already left or been deported and has re-entered without permission. They may be subject to imprisonment of up to 2 years. Gotcha. Wait, this is such a big talking point. Why the fuck would I shouldn't even grant well, they are criminals, they're here illegally, because that wouldn't even be true then. This says it is a misdemeanor to enter the U.S. illegally. Oh, to enter illegally, but overstaying a visa might not necessarily count as a misdemeanor. We need to get away from Twitter. Do you have any idea on how influencers like you make Blue Sky or other media more interesting to use? I don't know. The problem is that all the conservatives are on Twitter, and then Blue Sky, I don't have like a circle jerk mentality. Fuck, that's a really negative way for me to code that. I don't like being around a bunch of people that agree with me. I'm like, naturally, big 5 personality traits, I'm like a highly disagreeable person. I like to argue with people. So being on like platforms where other people are disagreeing is just more fun for me, I guess. I don't know.
Yesterday, and he said, because I was talking about the Democratic National Convention yesterday. Now, I want to show you guys something I think is kind of funny.
Is he going to point to me talking about it? When I spent like a minute on this and most of the day on the tariffs?
So, this was at 7:30 in the morning.
Isn't deliberately circumventing the legal immigration process a violation of a nation's laws? I don't know. I don't think so. when you talk about breaking a law, my dude, you have to be thinking of a particular law. Like there's a particular criminal statutes. It's not just like, that feels like a breaking the law to me.
The same thing. He's talking about it. He's talking about the exact same thing. Then I talk about it later in that same day, and I'm getting a Twitter post.
I mean, didn't he spend like an hour on this? Did he talk about the tariffs like at all?
What is going
Does Asman primarily do politics, or is it his secondary focus? Now he's primarily, probably for several months now.
on? It does not seem very fucking fair, does it? What is this? Regulatory. Yes, I wonder how Twitch's most popular.
Yep.
You're a political streamer.
Oh.
I am not a political streamer. I cover some political topics. That's it. Okay? I talk about video games. I talk about social issues. I talk about things that I care about. People just say that. No. Here's the reason why they say that I'm a political streamer. You got to understand this. This is the reason why. They say that so they can create a higher degree of accountability that they can invent to hold me to, because they get mad because I say something that they don't like.
Well, yeah. I mean, I feel like... Hold on. I've got to be careful. I'm explaining something that everybody intuitively knows. Yes, if you are a person who covers politics primarily, then you're going to be held to a higher standard than somebody who just like makes an offhanded comment.
That's the reason. That's it. That's all it is. And bro, these days you definitely are. Well, I talk about a lot of stuff. And you're on the political spectrum? Yeah.
YouTube. Asmongold. Our government is retarded. Wow. Player experience. Assassin's Creed Shadows is 100%. Reddit has gone insane. This is about Elon Musk and those people. Can't keep up with all that Trump is doing. Democratic Party senator supports Trump's deportations. Pronouns. This is gaming, maybe. I tried AI limit. DeepSeek. It's not explicitly political. What the fuck is happening? Pronouns. And look at what's getting the views on his channel too, right? So like if this is a gaming video, well, this Assassin's Creed one actually got good views. Try the AI limit, 227K, not much. WoW players are the biggest generators, 585K. What the fuck is happening? Pronouns, 1.5 million. 1.3 million. Why Jack Black is losing thousands of followers? I'm guessing this is political in nature. The Assassin's Creed video is woke stuff. Oh. Plane crash, Trump. How many Trump videos are there? Control F, Trump. Jesus. 17, just like right here. In less than 2 weeks. Wait, there's 25 in like 2 weeks. I mean, like, how can you not... Also, yeah, I don't even know how much of that gaming stuff is all just like woke shit, but whatever.
Yeah. Most content since January, 50% politics, 50% everything else. That's 50% everything else, so that's a lot. I wouldn't say that's all the way, but I just find this to be funny. I find it to be very ironic. There it is. And it's a fake office. Doge is a fake office. Well, hey, apparently not. They're getting people's money or taking it away from them. 90% politics, 10% games. I feel like maybe we probably will get more into some game shit soon. Like, I feel like right now, like this month, we're going to get into games for a bit.
Oh, shit. We'll see. Here's the law. Improper entry by alien, improper time or place, avoidance of examination or inspection, misrepresentation, and concealment of facts. Any alien who enters or attempts to enter the U.S. at any time or place other than designated by immigration officers or eludes examination or attempts to enter or obtains entry to the U.S. by willfully false or misleading. Time or place and penalties. Oh. Yeah, but like if you were to come in, like I think most of the people that are here legally right now are people that are overstaying visas. So if you stay, meaning you would avoid this. But let's maybe keep reading. Maybe there's more. Improper time or place, civil penalties. Any alien who's apprehended while entering. Okay, marriage fraud, immigration-related entrepreneurship fraud. Okay, yeah. So like if you overstay a visa, I don't know if that's like a crime in the books. You'll still get deported, but... Baby honey. Hi, baby. What are you looking at? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. My bad. My bad. This computer is a piece of shit. I forget sometimes. I only have a, what is this, an i9 10900K. And then, what's my GPU? 3090. Oof. That's why I can't run Chrome and it crashes. I had 4 tabs open. I'm so sorry, Google Chrome. I hope one day I can get a computer system worthy of opening 4 tabs at once. My bad. I'm so sorry, Google Chrome. One day. Speeding has penalties but isn't always a crime. I think that any misdemeanor or any felony is considered a crime, but civil infractions like this I don't think are considered crimes. I don't know why. I don't, or maybe I'm just making that distinction up, but I feel like it feels true to me. Wait, is Discord down for anybody else? Oh, like half of chat is saying yes. Are you still using Chrome? I don't know. I don't want to switch to fucking shitfox. Bro, do you know how expensive insurance is in Florida? I finally got my license plates and everything. Not all federal charges are felonies. It is a misdemeanor because you're not in prison for over a year. I think some misdemeanors, I think Class A misdemeanors in states can have you in prison for over a year now. But all misdemeanors and all felonies, whether it's federal or state, are considered crimes. But civil infractions generally aren't, I don't think. It's insane in Florida right now. My insurance used to be... So according to Destiny, breaking a country's laws isn't necessarily breaking the law. His brain's officially fried. I'm sorry, my friend. When you say breaking the law, you understand that that means that there has to be a law that you're in violation of, not just some general vague shit that you say on Facebook or Twitter, right? Like, you've never seen an indictment say he broke the country's laws. Usually they will always, they will reference a specific law that's being broken. You know that's how that works, right? I'm sorry if that bothers you so much. My insurance was $40 a month for my car, my liability insurance. And now in Florida, it's like $110 a month. Just for liability. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, is this true? Hey, Elon, every single person in this country deserves to know their rights. That's legal. Maybe you should brush up on our laws, given the fact that you're breaking them to steal Americans' sensitive data. I think this is true. I think he is breaking a law right now. P.S. This video is manipulated, and I wasn't even at the event shown. Is that true? I don't know how it's not criminal. People need to start suing Elon Musk, bro. Fuck. There needs to be like so many lawsuits against this guy. He retweets so much misinformation or fake news. Like just straight out lies, and he gets away with it. Amazing. Trump becomes first fascist in history to reduce the size of government. I feel like it's pretty common when authoritarians get in power that the first thing they do is usually kick out the other political parties now. Also, the government size hasn't been reduced yet either, but... Night of the Long Knives. Was Hitler reducing the government size? I got somebody that emailed me a bunch of shit on that, one of the big reasons why Germans, I don't know how true this is, because we haven't read our book yet, although those books did get here, I do have them now. One of the big reasons why Hitler was able to lie so much is because to Germans, they never actually lost World War I. Nobody actually knew like what the fuck was going on. I don't know how true this is. Email I got from some fucking loser. But he said that Germans were told basically that we're actually doing great. Everything's going amazingly. And then when the armistice came, all the German citizens were like, why the fuck are we getting fucked so hard? I thought we were doing fine the whole time. I thought that we were like doing amazingly. And then that was one of the reasons why Hitler was able to capitalize on that stab in the back myth that like, well, the Jews fucked us over and shit happened or whatever, because apparently the German citizens thought up through the end of World War I that they were actually doing really well. But I don't know how true that is. That was just an email I got.
Men have been identified. Shaving their heads is the least that should happen. Their names, drag their fucking bodies. It's time to drop the mitts. You need to know which knees to cripple, how many to cripple, and where the data got sent. It's time to hunt.
Okay, these are kind of unhinged. Jesus.
All of these people live somewhere. It's time to do more than dragging names. Let's drag their necks up by a large coil of rope. If they feel they can walk into your government buildings with impunity, just remember they all have addresses of their own. This is from 8 hours ago with 1,000 upvotes.
I mean, this is fair. And I'm sure Asmongold did, he probably did a similar video back when Donald Trump and Elon Musk were making names known publicly of some of the people in government that were doing things they didn't like as well, right? I'm sure Asmon made a video covering that too, right?
I'll say it. The Nazi stooge needs to be shot. Dox these people and let us deal with them. Where are they on media? Where do they live?
That's why DRT0 was banned, because he asked that question? Oh.
Pink missed them all. They need to understand that this is now a war, and in war there are costs for being the enemy.
How are these different from MAGA comments? Well, because these people are referring to people that are cooing our government, and MAGA comments are usually just referring to people doing their job. I would say that these probably aren't good either, at least not on a public platform like Reddit. But
and these people, make no mistake, are the enemies. Now, this may sound crazy, but they had addresses. Not saying someone should pay them a visit, but doing this type of thing to the American people should result in you fearing for your life if you get to keep it. So we have a situation on Reddit. This is a collective mental health crisis on Reddit.
I actually missed that. Trump and Elon started making names of random civil servants public. Yeah, fuck. Does anybody have a link to that story? Elon and Trump publicly name... Fuck, what was it? This was like... I want to say this was over a month ago. It wasn't recent. It was like, well, over a month ago. It's not recent because the last 3 weeks have felt like 2 years. Elon Musk publicized the names of government employees he wants to cut. It's terrifying federal workers. When President-elect Donald Trump said Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy would recommend major cuts to the federal government in his administration, many public employees knew that their jobs could be on the line. Now they have a new fear, becoming the personal targets of the world's richest man and his legions of followers. Last week, in the midst of the flurry of his daily missives, Musk reposted 2 X posts that revealed the names and titles of people holding 4 relatively obscure climate-related government positions. Each post has been viewed tens of millions of times, and the individuals named have been subjected to a barrage of negative attention. At least one of the 4 women named has deleted her social media accounts. Although the information he posted on those government positions is available through public online databases, these posts target otherwise unknown government employees in roles that do not deal directly with the public. I'm sure Asmongold talked about this. I'm hearing about this for the first time. It's It's good that you're paying for books given that you're rich, but just for convenience, you should probably know about Anna's Archive or Z Library. Well, I usually buy the physical book and then I'll buy the Kindle version, so. Trump officially withdrew from the UN Human Rights Council today. I thought he did that yesterday, but yeah, I heard that. Good luck, Palestinians. Am I tired, or does Minecraft farming sound like Hawk Tua? Okay. I used to be a Coach Red Pill and Aiden Paladin fan. How do I stop the "a person is bad, therefore everything they ever said is bad" mindset? I don't know. Just try to. You probably need to have your own like ideological foundation so that you can start evaluating what people say. If you don't have a foundation, then you just get into like everybody's good or everybody's bad or somebody's all good or all bad or whatever. I think is the issue. But Jesus, fuck that. From the Athletic, I'm sorry. Sunday's Super Bowl will mark the first time since February 2021 that end racism is not included as a message in the back of the finals end zone, according to league sources. Maybe that's good. Maybe that means we ended racism. Based.
Elon Musk is a whole bitch, working in the interest of foreign aid and H-1B influence to silence USA-bred domestic niggas. In his 2016 Reddit meme repost fugue state, he initiated a...
Okay. Thanks.
First of all, Trump is trying to repackage the status quo as a victory. That's what the leaders of these foreign countries are learning. You don't actually have to give Trump anything. You just have to make it seem like you have to let him announce victory on TV.
I feel like Donald Trump could literally, Donald Trump could release a tweet at 3 a.m. saying that he's going to, nuke the entire fucking atmosphere if the sun doesn't come out. And then at 6 a.m., make a tweet saying that he reached an agreement with the sun. And then, at 9 a.m. when the sun is fully out, MAGA is, literally celebrating on Twitter over it. Thank God the sun has risen because God Trump willed it. It's actually the most fucking retarded shit. It's so stupid, dude.
Second of all, it's not actually back to the status quo. It is worse than the status quo. As Richard points out, we have tarnished our relationships with our allies whose help we need to rein in China, which I know you care about. Beyond that, think about the additional uncertainty that's being added to the business environment right now. If you are a company and you don't...
I can't imagine what the fuck. If you're a company, what the fuck? What would you even think? What would you want to do? There's another problem with tariffs that are done kind of as sanctions and also just done by only the president. Let's say theoretically the tariffs did go through against Canada and Mexico, right? And then you're in the United States, okay, well, fuck, time to start investing in U.S. companies, I guess, because this shit is fucked now, right? And now, or not now, but then in 2028, Trump, well, hopefully he's not running again, but say a Democrat comes in and then undoes the tariffs. Now you're fucked. Now you've wasted all this money invested. Fuck me. These businesses aren't competitive anymore. It's such a clusterfuck, dude. Holy shit.
You don't know if tariffs are coming or they're not coming. You don't know if your input costs are going to go up or they're not going to go up.
That's true.
Why would you invest? Why would you invest in oil pipelines, for example, to Canada? I know you really care about the Keystone Pipeline, for example. I mean, the one that Biden killed.
Yeah,
that You know that would be the oil.
I don't think Biden killed that one unilaterally. Also, I don't know how you can say Biden killed. I thought... Did Trump take credit for killing that? I thought that was dead under, or wait, I might be thinking of actually the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think that was dead under Obama. Trump tried to take credit for killing it. Keystone Pipeline was dead, though. I don't think Biden killed that. Biden like put the finishing shot in his head.
About the Keystone Pipeline, for example.
I mean, the one that Biden killed.
Yeah,
You know that would be the oil coming from Canada.
Destiny, that is why any tax changes are announced either ahead and are discussed with the markets beforehand to prevent such uncertainty. Wait, I can't tell if you're trolling or not. But like the legislative process takes a long time, and people can see, like markets and other players internationally can look at, you know, like, okay, well, what's going to happen? Where are the American people feeling? Like it takes time to go through Congress and then to be set by the federal government. Like there's a time there for everybody to adjust. Having the president just do this unilaterally in a single weekend are crazy.
From Canada, which Trump is now threatening to tariff.
But
why would any
we have a deal.
We have a 30-day deal for nothing.
You guys right.
Sorry, I was apparently a few minutes behind the live. 1, illegal entry by definition means it was against the law. 2, Section 1325 of the U.S. Code criminalizes unauthorized. Yes, but most people that are here legally, for instance, are overstaying visas, so you didn't enter illegally. I don't think they've technically broken a law. They would just get deported if they got caught. The 10% across the board tariff on China is now in effect. China came back with 10 to 15% on certain products. Okay, based.
But they need to rein in China.
The concessions that Trudeau gave to Trump yesterday had already been passed in Parliament back in December. He just promised him the same thing that was already coming. Sure. Same thing with the 10,000 troops on the border or whatever. It's like, or police officers or whatever. Were you expecting a much larger reaction by the markets to the tariffs, or was it about where it should be? Well, my question has always been, I don't know what the markets think of the tariffs, if the tariffs are real or not. But apparently the markets didn't think the tariffs were going to happen. And I mean, they didn't. They got pushed back by a month at least. So I guess maybe the markets haven't priced it in yet, or they don't really think it's going to happen. So who knows? How do you feel about Mexico and Canada helping Trump to save face? Do you think they should just have fully called the bluff? I feel like they should just go nuclear and call it. But I mean, they don't want to. So what are you going to do? At this point, Saltman might have taken control of his account. Anything to never address anything that was fucking said in that video about Hassan Piker literally just being a full-on terrorist supporter. Okay, good one. True. I think Chinese tariffs are in. Yeah, those are bad, but nowhere near as catastrophic, I think, as the Mexican and Canadian ones that they were talking about. How do you think the plan to get rid of the Department of Education will go? I don't know, my dude. What is this?
We're telling Ukraine they have very valuable rare earth. We want what we put up to go in terms of a guarantee. We want a guarantee. We're handing them money hand over fist. We're giving them equipment. European is not keeping up with us. They should equalize. And look, we have an ocean in between.
If they are not allowed admission to the U.S., it is against the law. You read earlier if they are here and they are not allowed under admission. What does this have to do with overstaying a visa? See page 639. In general, an alien who is the subject of a final order for violation of Section 274C is inadmissible. The Attorney General may, in the discretion of the Attorney General for humanitarian purposes, short of immunity, waive application of clause 1 subject to the case. Unlawful alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence who temporarily proceeded abroad voluntarily and not under an order. Okay. Saltman taking control of his account is an anti-Semitic dog whistle, by the way. Why? They're both Jews, right? Does it? It has to do with you pivoting to visas when you found out you were wrong on border jumping. Okay, you're banned. Bye. The majority of people here illegally are And I didn't even pivot. I'm literally asking you to like look up the laws. Let's look up the laws. I could have just said it and left it alone. It's so funny because you will come to the stream and be like hypercritical. I'll be like, I'm not even sure if there's a crime. And then I look it up and they're like, oh, now you're pivoting. It's like, well, no, I looked it up. So if you enter illegally, that is a crime. We see that now. I see that now, right? Show me one of your conservative people or any other fucking retard that you watch that even verifies any of the shit they say is being true. It's fucking retarded. Holy shit. Did I see the Jew stalker crash on a dam last night? No, I'm good on. I got other shit to do, okay? Okay, wait, what was this?
We're telling Ukraine they have very valuable rare earth. We want what we put up to go in terms of a guarantee. We want a guarantee. We're handing them money hand over fist. We're giving them equipment. European is not keeping up with us. They should equalize. And look, we have an ocean in between. They don't. It's more important for them than it is for us. But they're way below us in terms of money. And they should be paying at least equal. They should really be paying much more than us, but let's say equal to us. And they're billions and billions of dollars below. So we're looking to do a deal with Ukraine where they're going to secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
Okay. Most of those rare earths are in Russian-controlled areas right now, so don't mind Ukraine giving exclusive rights to those minerals to the USA. True and based. All right, final meme video. What is this? One of the earliest hashtag dark woke incidents. What is fucking dark woke? Do I ever want to know what this means?
It's hard to confuse everybody.
Oh, Jesus, this.
You want to kill him with kindness, remember? That's right. What?
They actually have people filming you the whole time.
Cool.
Classic, kill with kindness.
Guess what? Hey.
Destruction of private property. It's against the law.
Somebody gets raped by somebody and they're like, I'm a 16-year-old and I can't have this baby. Think you should keep it?
It's a baby.
Yeah.
If someone is raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
I meant to get your phone.
Someone call the cops.
Meant to get your phone.
Do not touch me. Someone call the cops. I'm.
Do you think that they will deport those Gazans in the end? I don't think so, because it would be so catastrophic to Israel's PR in the area. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, I mean, if Israel has the full backing and blessing of the United States to start deporting Gazans, then who the fuck knows? Egypt doesn't want them, though, and I don't think Jordan wants them. But I mean, like, if the U.S. wills it and Israel has that support, I don't know. But I feel like you would anger the citizens of like every fucking surrounding country by doing that. So I have no idea. Trump says Palestinians have no alternative but to leave Gaza. Yeah, I've seen this. I don't know. PR with whom? The Arabs that use them as a cudgel? Well, right now, the Arab leadership in countries like Egypt and Jordan and Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states can kind of like keep their citizens at bay with like, okay, you guys can be anti-Semitic, but like Israel's still cooler than Iran, right? But if, I mean, if they were to deport every Palestinian, it would cause unbelievable instability in the surrounding countries. That's a lot of people to deport. The Arab citizens of all the countries would fucking hate Israel even more. It would be harder to stomach it from the leadership or to defend it from a leadership perspective. I don't know, man. But who knows? Who knows? What is this?
And it's just this large, and then U.S. media reports on the reports from these USAID funded groups, and then liberals buy it hook, line, and sinker. Now, I want to say this straight up. I am certain that the Houthis are committing human rights violations. I'm sure they're abusing women in detention.
But it's not as much as Israel, Saudi Arabia, or the United States are.
How do I know that? Because America does it. So if it's happening in America, if American women are being raped and murdered and tortured in American prisons, I have no doubt in my mind that it's also happening in Houthi prisons. That would be an insane thing to deny.
Okay. Oh boy.
Piers Morgan, thank you, sorry. Telling off-color jokes off camera. Thank you so much.
No, my pleasure.
We are in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
We are.
I'm not even going to ask you how you wound up here, but I'm glad to see you.
Well, we're both here for the same reason, actually.
We've both gone into the oil business.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, I want to start just on a very hostile note, okay? Because I feel like that's a good way to frame that.
Good. No, let's start. We mean to continue.
Zelensky is a hero. How could you say that?
What the fuck are these guys going to disagree about? So, for all the faults of our fellow European crazy people, I think for Europeans, the Nazis, World War II, Russia is still just a little bit more like present. And I think that Piers is still a big, like, the Nazis were definitely the bad guys and Russia is definitely the bad guy. I think Piers still holds that opinion. So he's probably not going to be as okay with Tucker Carlson, who is a full-on neo-Nazi / Russian simp now. So.
I don't agree with you about him or Ukraine. I went to interview him in Kyiv, and he's an extraordinary story. Obviously, this comedian who becomes president, having played the comedian who was a president in a comedy show, right? And I've seen what you said about it. I mean, what's interesting to me on a bigger picture about Ukraine, Russia, your views, a lot of conservative views in America, is that 30 years ago, there would have been no element of resistance from the conservative side about taking on a Russian dictator who'd invaded a European country. I know it's a lot more complicated. I know the history, but a lot of very smart people on, a lot of people you've interviewed. And, you know, I do learn a lot each time I talk about all the history, obviously. My brother was a British Army colonel. My sister married a British Army colonel. They've all engaged in conflicts around the world. And so it's complicated. There's no doubt that on the Russian side, they believe they were provoked into doing this. I know that you have sympathy with that view. There's also no doubt from the Ukrainian side that they believe since the 90s they've been this sovereign democratic country, albeit not perfect. You think deeply flawed. I think they've been imperfect, trying to improve. And Zelensky has actually, I think, been a force for good, not bad. But ultimately, what's happened now is that you have a situation where, as Donald Trump told me recently, it's just the mowing fields now, where you have thousands of young men being killed, often on a daily basis, on both sides. And no one's winning this war, it seems to me. And if anyone is going to win it, it's likely to be Russia, not Ukraine. And then what happens? And that concerns me enormously. If the West allows Putin to just take the land he's taken, what guarantee do we have he won't try and take the rest of Ukraine? He took Crimea. He's back for more. I think he wants the whole of Ukraine. I think he won't stop there if he's allowed to get it. I think he's a pretty ruthless, evil Russian dictator.
How are we defining, just to define the term so we can follow the same term?
How are we defining evil, ruthless, and dictator?
What's a dictator?
A dictator to me is somebody, well, I would start by saying you have no respect for democratic norms, a free and fair election.
So like is he about to say so an unelected bureaucrat? Please don't. Please don't do that, Tucker. You're smarter than this. This is evil if he really is about to say this.
Elected leader would be a dictator.
Well, you wouldn't.
Please don't do this.
Argue that Putin, for example, has free and fair elections.
No, I'm not that interested actually.
Not
really. It's not my country. I'm interested in my leaders, whether they have the consent of their people. It's not of great interest to me. Whether I do think Putin's like way more popular than Joe Biden.
To his people.
Yes.
Weird, bro, but okay.
More popular in Russia than Biden was ever popular.
I wouldn't dispute that. But why are you so against Zelensky?
No, I'm just trying to understand when you dismiss Putin as a dictator, which totally fair, I guess, but I'm just trying to understand what you mean by dictator. So the first criterion for dictatorship is that you're not elected. And what else? Because Zelensky's obviously not elected either.
Yeah,
so I'm just trying to kind of figure out what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. We're doing Russian apologia today. One of the popular Russian dog whistles. I don't know how to get over all this shit. One of the things I was speaking to a friend last night is that all of the messaging on everything now is like you have to be aware of all the things that are being said and intimately aware of all of the topics, or else you can't identify what people are hinting at. And this came up about RFK Jr. Because when an ordinary person hears somebody say, oh, for vaccines, like, I mean, I think they're good. I just want to research them. I just think we need to follow the science on that. I think we need to research their safety. Like, to an ordinary person who doesn't know anything, that sounds good. Yeah, we should. Yeah, that sounds good, right? And it's like, hold on. If somebody's talking about vaccines and saying this, they're just anti-vax. That's what that means. You're not, but you don't, but like, you sound crazy saying that. You sound like an insane person. Well, what's wrong with following the research and being, this person doesn't follow the research? do you think these things are not researched? Do you think we have never done? Do you know what the FDA is, or do you know the history of vaccines at all? Or like, it's just like nobody. But you have to be so in the zone and like in these worlds to even understand the dog whistles. And then if you try to just call out the dog whistle, you sound crazy because you're disagreeing with things that you can't disagree with. And the neo-Nazi stuff is the same. Everything that we're probably about to hear from Tucker Carlson is going to be the same. This Russian talking point is Zelensky is bad because he's not democratic, because they suspended elections, because he's the real dictator. The reality is that one, Zelensky was elected initially, and two, by Ukrainian law, they don't hold elections during war. They just don't do it. So he's not a dictator. They're literally following the law of the country. And Putin is not somebody who is like martial lawing his way into dictatorship. He just is a dictator. He always has been. It's just fucking, well, as long as he's been in leadership. So this is a stupid fucking comparison.
Because Zelensky's obviously not elected either.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to.
He shouldn't even agree. Well, maybe he's about to disagree with that.
Kind of figure out what you're talking about.
Well, your comparison with Zelensky and Putin over the last 2 years, I found baffling, because you seem to think there's some moral equivalence between the two. And Zelensky hasn't illegally invaded another country. Do you not have a problem with what Putin's done?
Hold on. I just want to know what a dictator is. I just want to know. I mean, maybe.
This is ever since I learned about these, I see this happening so much more as well. It's hard to understand this because it's like, you feel like something is wrong, but you can't say what's wrong because it's just hard to put into words what's happening. That when we talk to people, there are these like maxims of conversation that have to exist. All four of these have to exist. Otherwise, you cannot communicate with another human being, right? So I think what these have to do with is the idea that when you're communicating with somebody else with language, both of you are making an effort to understand each other. You have to be, because, so for instance, when you're having a conversation, these are I think, four maxims that, what was this, Grice? I don't know, some language theorist guy identified, or girl maybe. Quantity, where one tries to be as informative as one possibly can and gives as much information as is needed and no more, right? So what this means is that, like, if somebody says like, oh, like, what did you do today? And you were like, oh, I went to work and then I stopped by Burger King and then I came home, right? Well, is that a lie? You did way more than that today. Or what if the person like rushes over to you and starts doing CPR and then calls 911? It's like, well, you didn't say that you let your heart beat today, or that you were breathing today, or you didn't say that you used the bathroom at all today. So you're holding in your pee and poop all day. Are you going to explain? Like, no, hold on. There's only a certain amount of, like, you only need as much information as to answer the question of what I understand it is that you're asking, right? Or quality, where one tries to be truthful and does not give information that is false or that is not supported by evidence. I think quality has to do with like, if somebody says, oh, did you play basketball today? And you're like, oh yeah, I played basketball with some friends. And in reality, you know, you went home and you like played one game of NBA Jam or something. It's like, well, that's not what we're talking about. I think is quality relation, where one tries to be relevant and says things that are pertinent to the discussion. So if somebody says like, oh, like, what did you study in school? And a guy's like, oh, I read all the guides on 2nd edition Dungeons and Dragons. So it's like, that's not what we're asking. Manner, when one tries to be as clear, as brief, and as orderly as one can in what one says, and where one avoids obscurity and ambiguity. All of these like maxims are important, and everybody is following these at all points in time, because otherwise like language would be meaningless. But I noticed in a lot of these like bad faith conversations, somebody is like deliberately breaking a maxim, and I don't know if they're aware of it, like consciously that they're breaking a maxim, or if they're just doing it as like a bad faith technique. But this thing of like, oh, both of them aren't elected, right? When we say elected, like, what does that actually mean? I don't know if this would be quality or manner. Like, we're not talking about the same thing here, but you're pretending it is, but that's not true. They're breaking like this cooperative principle of conversation in order to further this. And you could probably tie this into a bunch of fallacious logic and sophistry and all that bullshit as well, but
maybe he's a better guy than Putin or whatever, and you could say some things about one or nothing, but like, if we're just going to define dictator, the first feature of a dictator is he's not elected. So Zelensky's not elected. He's also
like, because if this is a real conversation, and also Zelensky was elected, so I don't know why you keep saying that. If this is a real conversation and they were really having a back and forth, and because what Tucker Carlson is doing right now, and this is all, there's so many levels to this. No, there's not that many. There's like 2 or 3. But like what Tucker Carlson is doing is he's giving the appearance of being a good faith interlocutor. Oh, let me understand your definitions. But he's not actually trying to understand the definitions. He's trying to trap them in the definitions. That's what he's doing. Like, oh, okay, well, what's a dictator? And I'm looking for a definition that I know isn't going to include or will also include Zelensky. But like, if he's being good faith, we would obviously say there's probably a difference in quality of a guy who's not elected during a time of war, when the country's laws allow for him to be there during a time of war, versus versus a guy who just like rigs his elections. This is very clearly, these are two different things, but he's pretending it's the same. So,
well, he's banned a religious denomination. He's murdered his political opponents. He has banned a language group. Those all seem like features of dictatorship to me. Now, he has the support of the British intelligence agencies. That doesn't mean he's not a dictator, though. That sounds like a dictator. I mean, if I gave you a piece of paper and I'm like, here are some qualities of a European leader.
Like, if Piers is like in his full debate bro mindset, then he needs to come back with like, well, what do you think we're actually talking about right now? Like, you recognize that there's a difference between Ukraine being at war and somebody having wartime powers versus a guy in time of peace who is probably still rigging elections and everything, right? Like,
you would say, well, that's not legitimate. That guy's a dictator. I can't support that. But his name's Zelensky, and he was once a comedian, and he does my show, so he's not a dictator. I think it's a dictator.
Well, I would argue that if you look at the history of Ukraine since the 90s, since it became a, one of a better phrase, democratic country, as they would say, well, I mean, by the same criteria you support Putin being popular in his country, I think just under 90% of Ukrainians voted for it. You wouldn't dispute that?
Well, first of all, the country had a coup sponsored by the United States government, the CIA.
So, wait. How was he even hold on.
Of Ukraine. He's once a comedian, and he does my show, so he's not a dictator. I think it's a dictator.
Well, I would argue that if you look at the history of Ukraine since the 90s, since it became a, one of a better phrase, democratic country, as they would say, well, I mean, by the same criteria you support Putin being popular in his country, I think just under 90% of Ukrainians voted for it. You wouldn't dispute that?
So that was not really responsive. I don't know if Piers can tell what's going on, or if he's just trying to be more casual here, or they're being friendly, or...
Well, first of all, the country had a coup sponsored by the United States government, the CIA, in 2000.
This is also all lies. We're just going to rehash. It's like the same 10... It's not even 10 talking points. Fuck, I should have made a list. I'm too lazy beforehand. 2014 was a coup. We know it because of the Victoria Nuland call. Zelensky is a dictator, and he's trying to ban, or he already banned the Russian language, and he kills political opponents. Something about NATO expansionism is going to be in here. Something about Ukrainians don't want to fight. You can tell because they're dodging the draft. Something about maybe that missile that hit Poland. Nord Stream 2 is probably going to get brought up. Like,
2014. So everything that happened subsequent to that, I don't think we could call part of the democratic process. But just Zelensky personally is not elected. He's not an elected leader. He rules by force. There's no election that gives him legitimacy. So that's not a defense of Putin. It's merely an attack on the idea that Putin's the only dictator in this contest. How is Zelensky not a dictator?
Do you think Putin's a dictator?
Like he just doesn't respond to any of that.
Guess, yeah. I mean, if I stand up outside the Kremlin and say, down with Vladimir Putin, I'm probably in trouble. That's why I don't live in Russia.
Right. I certainly think that Ukraine has had a lot of corruption.
No, but is Zelensky legitimate? How's he legitimate if he's not elected? Well, how could you support an unelected leader?
Well, he's the president of the country.
Well, he calls himself that, but there's no election that made him president. He blew past the election and said, oh, there's a war. We can't have an election. We're going to change the Constitution. So how is that a legitimate leader? How could you support something like that? That seems, I don't know.
Like these are their laws. It would actually be, I'm pretty sure it's illegal for them to hold an election. Like, it would be violative of the law to do so.
Dictatorship.
Well, I would categorize my support for him as supporting him against an illegal invasion by...
maybe Piers just doesn't even know this.
Russia.
So this is like why we support Stalin against Hitler, because...
Well, no, wait, we
Hitler's bad, so Stalin must be good, but no, Stalin's also a dictator. So, like, how about we just don't support dictators if we're against supporting dictators? Or you can take my position, which is, I don't want a dictatorship in my own country because I live in a free country, but we're going to have relations with the country that helps us most, up to a certain limit. We're not going to, like, be allies with Stalin, because that's too evil. We're not, Winston Churchill or, FDR or something. We're not going to do that.
Winston Churchill is actually evil, so he's fully adopted those neo-Nazi historical revisionist talking points from that one guy. That's good.
But in general, we will deal with countries that help us. But when we start having moral conversations about other countries, then we have to stick by our own standards. And by your standard, you're supporting a dictator. No, I wonder how you can do that, Piers Morgan.
I'm not saying they're morally pure in Ukraine. I'm not saying they're not riddled with
corruption. But how is he not a dictator?
No, here's my point to you. My defense of them...
Bloodthirsty dictator.
Bloodthirsty dictator. My defense of them is based on the illegal invasion by Russia. You and I can argue about whether Russia was goaded and provoked into doing that. I do not think anything justifies what they actually did.
Okay, that's a totally fair position. I mean, I guess I disagree, sort of, but I don't think what you're saying is crazy at all.
But the point
how is that more illegal than running a country without an election and banning a religious denomination? I don't understand that. So, yeah.
I don't believe either of those things happen, but okay.
You could certainly say Putin did a lot.
Wait, they think Churchill is evil. Why is that? One of the big goals of neo-Nazis is to engage in as much historical revisionism as possible. Remember, it actually goes back to the Steve Bannon thing. You can't make things sound better, but you can drive up negatives on the other side. The goal isn't to say that, like, the Holocaust didn't happen. It's to say, well, everybody else was really, really, really evil and really bad too. Maybe even worse than Hitler. Like, that's always the goal. And then maybe you downplay the Holocaust a little bit. Sure, the Holocaust happened, but like 6 million, come on. Probably maybe a couple million, maybe. And more Soviets died. And, Hitler, everybody was bad then. Like, that's always...
A lot of bad things. I would readily agree to that to the extent I understand it. But we're supporting, my government and your government particularly, are supporting this dictator in Ukraine who's oppressing Christians, who is banning people's native language and books in their native language. He's a book burner. And like, that's totally cool because we hate Putin. That's not totally cool, is it?
So would you just let Putin take Ukraine?
I would say let's have an election in Ukraine and let the Ukrainian people elect their own leader and get rid of the midget dictator who now oppresses them, Zelensky. And I would definitely not support a guy who's not elected as a democratic figure because by definition, he's not. By definition. I don't care who his enemies are. He's not worth calling a beacon of democracy if he doesn't even have, why not have an election in Ukraine today? Because we've got a war. We had elections in our country during the Second World War, so did you. Like, what?
Yeah, but those are the rules in our country. Destiny, the U.S. had elections during the Civil War, but you can actually argue that was less democratic than postponing the election. Like half the country wasn't part of the presidential election. It was probably the right thing to do, but still. Wasn't there, I don't remember, but I thought there was, Jesus, was it for Ulysses S. Grant? Wasn't there a really fucked election where like the electors were actually being like straight out fucking rigged? Like it was fucked. I thought this is where the Electoral Count Act came from, was because the election was so fucked. Was it Hayes? Oh, maybe it was Hayes. I don't remember. Like our country was super fucked in terms of how this election went down. And I think it spawned the Electoral Count Act afterwards. I don't remember the reasons why or everything, but Hayes in 1876. Okay. This was the Compromise of 1877, or the Corrupt Bargain, was an unwritten political deal in the U.S. to settle the intense dispute over the results of the 1876 presidential election, ending the filibuster of the certified results and the threat of political violence in exchange for an end to federal reconstruction. No written evidence of such a deal exists, and its precise details are a matter of historical debate, but most historians agree that the federal government adopted a policy of leniency towards the South to ensure federal authority in Republican Rutherford B. Hayes' election as president. The existence of an informal agreement to secure Hayes' political authority, known as the Bargain of 1877, was long accepted as part of American history. Its supposed terms were reviewed by historian C. Van Woodward in his 51-book Reunion and Reaction, The Compromise of 1877, and the End of Reconstruction. Under the compromise, Democrats controlling the House of Representatives allowed the decision of the Electoral Commission to take effect, securing political legitimacy for Hayes' legal authority as president. The subsequent withdrawal of the last federal troops from the southern United States effectively ended the Reconstruction era and forfeited the Republican claims to the state governments in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. The outgoing president, Republican Ulysses S. Grant, removed the soldiers from Florida, and as president, Hayes removed the remaining troops from South Carolina, Louisiana. I don't know, this was like really fucked, but...
Why not hold him to democratic standards?
I've got no problem with saying you should have an election.
What about banning a Christian denomination?
Yeah, I don't agree with any of those things.
Well, how could we ever support that?
Because ultimately,
we're paying for that.
Because ultimately, we have to make a calculation about whether we're happy with Russia invading what is a sovereign European democratic country.
It was not a sovereign country. It was controlled by the United States. They installed their government in a coup in 2014. They're a puppet of the United States and Great Britain.
But they
They're
are
not sovereign.
Do you think they're a democracy?
Well, their leader's not elected, so by definition, they're not a democracy. It may be a great place to vacation, or they've got,
like, that's not what it, like... okay.
Country. It was controlled by the United States. They installed their government. How could we ever support that?
Because ultimately,
we're paying for that.
Because ultimately, we have to make a calculation about whether we're happy with Russia invading what is a sovereign European democratic country.
It's not a sovereign country. It was controlled by the United States. They installed their government in a coup in 2014.
We didn't install their government. They held elections afterwards. Like this, all of these things are just lies. This is all just lies.
They're a puppet of the United States and Great Britain.
But they are
not sovereign.
Do you think they're a democracy?
I don't know if Piers just doesn't know any. I guess he just doesn't know any of this.
Well, their leader's not elected, so by definition, they're not a democracy. It may be a great place to vacation, or they've got, we're getting a lot of money from, defense deals, or they've got pretty women, lots of great things.
Do you think you get to a point where you talk to Tucker Carlson? No. All of these people avoid, like, super contentious conversations.
They're not a democracy. It may be a great place to vacation, or they've got, we're getting a lot of money from, defense deals, or they've got pretty women, lots of great things you could say about the Ukrainians. They're actually great people from what I can tell. I know a bunch of them. They're awesome. But they're definitely not a democracy.
So should Putin just take the land?
No.
So what happens?
I don't know. We should stop paying for the slaughter of the entire Ukrainian population.
Because you don't know.
Oh, fuck. That's another popular talking point. It's just a bunch of young men dying. They're all dying. We're just sending them to the... What's the... There's a term they would use. Not the chainsaw. Sending them into the grinder, the meat grinder? Yeah. It's all the same talking points.
I mean, either he's allowed to take it or he isn't. Either we now say, yes, you...
Why is it up to us? I don't understand.
Well, who else can stop it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, when, Congo invades its neighbors, like, it's not axiomatic that we should be involved.
But when Saddam invaded Kuwait, why did America go and support that?
Because there's oil here.
Did you support that?
Well, I was in college and drunk.
Did you basically agree with it?
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of dumb ideas. I thought it was okay to drink beer in the morning.
Do you think, looking back at it, was it right to do what America did with the Allies? British were there too?
No.
Expel him from Kuwait? It wasn't a NATO country.
Well, that was, I mean, that's the kind of war that in theory I would support. You say, we have, energy interests in this region, we want to keep it stable. When you start getting theoretical, like we're preserving democracy by supporting dictators.
We take energy from Ukraine, though. There's an energy component to that.
Maybe. I don't see the...
What I'm thinking is that
what I don't like is the moral overlay because it's fatuous and fraudulent. This is not a democratic country. He is a dictator. We've supported many dictators. We supported Mobutu in Zaire, which no longer exists because he was a bulwark against the Soviets. We thought, and a million others.
No, but you've already said that you would support the expulsion of Saddam.
What qualifies as a talking point? I mean, anything can. I don't think talking points are necessarily bad, but they're just, none of it is true. These are all false. Like, the Ukrainian people want to fight, or they have wanted to fight. Maybe, haven't seen the recent polling data, but it's not like they're being forced to fight by Zelensky in a way where the population is majority against the war, like they want to fight. So this framing of we're being compassionate for Ukrainians by telling them to sacrifice their country is disingenuous. This is a Russian propaganda point.
From Kuwait.
Well, I don't know that I would.
Led by America. Well, you just said you did. Right?
So no, I said I was drunk in college. I haven't really thought. I said, but theoretically, you can make the case
because they had
the United States, we need cheap energy. We're going to go to war to preserve cheap energy. That's not a crazy thing to say. Maybe I could support that.
Right. So what's the difference between that and what's happened with Russia and Ukraine?
Well, because
we need Ukraine's energy. We need Ukraine's wheat. We do. 25% of the world's wheat comes out of Ukraine.
I'm aware, which is why you probably don't want to kill all of its farmers and sell all of its farmland, which is what we've allowed to happen. Zelensky...
We're not killing them. The Russians are.
A majority of the population wants a peace deal. Look at recent polls. Wanting a peace deal isn't the same as saying that they want to surrender, number one. Number two, it's non-responsive to him saying that we've just been supporting them running into the meat grinder. This is a Russian talking point. They all want to sign a peace deal, and there's enough pressure on the country to do it. Zelensky will probably do it. I don't think Zelensky would force the country to fight an unwinnable war if they didn't want to. But historically, over the past 2 years, 3 years, or whatever, they've had the desire to do so.
Well, no, this war wouldn't exist if it weren't for the money and arms that we're sending to Ukraine. It would have been over in one day. It never would have started if we hadn't said...
When you say over, what do you mean?
Over in one day? What, I mean, like but the Russians failed in their first pushes, but...
What would have happened?
I think it's very clear, and I don't know that anyone would disagree with this, that...
One of the things that I don't like, I wonder if he's going to respond to that. This is the same thing with pro-Palestinians and pro-ultra-Zionists, I guess, too. Nobody will ever answer this question like, okay, let's say that the other side wins completely. What do you think they would do? They never answer it. But let's see. I wonder if he'll actually answer it, if he'll just say, well, one thing we could say for sure is there'll be a whole lot less death.
Started if we hadn't said...
When you say over, what do you mean? What would have happened?
I think it's very clear, and I don't know that anyone would disagree with this, that Russia would not have invaded eastern Ukraine if the Biden administration hadn't sent Kamala Harris to the Munich Security Conference in February of 2022.
Like, they won't answer. They'll never, engage with a question at all, but okay.
To say to Zelensky, on camera, we're going to make you a NATO country, meaning we're going to put American NATO arms on the Russian border. Like, you would not allow Chinese... your country probably would, but you shouldn't allow Chinese missiles in Scotland peering over Hadrian's Wall aimed at London. You'd be like, no, it's our, you can't do that on our border.
Because these people aren't constantly invading or warring with each other.
And the Russians are like, no, you can't do that on our border. And we're like, shut up, you're Russian. You have no right.
There are already countries on their border that are in NATO. Does nobody know this or care? And now there's even more. Now Finland is also in NATO. Like, they failed at that. Like, this is just Russian propaganda. It makes no sense, but it's okay.
No, it's our, you can't do that on our border. And the Russians are like, no, you can't do that on our border. And we're like, shut up, you're Russian. You have no right to determine what happens on your border. Piss off.
But my point is, if the defense of expelling Saddam Hussein from Kuwait was that we have energy interests in that country, and therefore we should kick him out, but that's obviously what we all knew, and it was done very quickly and competently by General Norman Schwarzkopf, and it was great military operation. But surely the principle and ideology is not different. And what's interesting is every Republican back in...
They're idiots. They support the Ukraine.
No, I mean, every Republican in 91 would have supported that conflict.
Well, whether or not Republican members of the Senate support something is supportive of it. I can promise.
Every Republican voter, I think, would have supported it. Whereas what's interesting,
35 years ago, I'm just saying.
What's changed is a lot of Republican supporters now, conservatives in America, are against supporting Ukraine anymore. And I'm curious about that change in what has been, 35 years. There's been a real sea change. And it may be because Americans are understandably war-weary. They're fed up with spending a lot of money on foreign wars, foreign conflicts. There's a good argument America hasn't really won a foreign war since World War II. You look at from Vietnam onwards, endless quagmires, endless problems, Iraq, Afghanistan, and so on and so on. And I look at what's happened in Ukraine.
They do want Ukraine. Okay, you're just a propagandist as well. That's good. They do want Ukraine as a border buffer. The geographic features of Ukraine make it defensible against a NATO invasion. No, they don't. Nothing would help Russia defend against a NATO invasion. That is the dumbest fucking talking point in the universe. And NATO is not going to invade Russia. It's a stupid talking point. Nonsense.
Ukraine, and I'm just looking at it pragmatically. Do we let Russia, led at the moment by Vladimir Putin, who I would categorize as a dictator?
I'm from Norway, and I feel like I need to tell you that we border Russia and are in NATO. Okay, what does the Norwegian-Russian border even look like? Fuck you. This doesn't count. Nobody wants to go to war up here, okay? Wherever the fuck this is.
So, do we let him just take what he wants?
But okay, I'll add that to my list of countries as well.
even if he uses it and dresses it all up as I'm doing this because I fear about NATO encroachment, which may well be his reasoning.
Okay.
But many people think it's not his reasoning.
Okay, many people think. Why would you want to put U.S. missiles on Russia's border? I don't understand.
Because
it's so obviously unacceptable for any sovereign nation to tolerate.
Here's the other part of the
like he's just like speaking things that sound good and true, that they're non-responsive. They have nothing to do with what's actually being said. And
argument.
He has nuclear weapons. Why would we want that?
Look, a lot of people. Well, we have nuclear weapons too. A lot of the argument.
You guys have nuclear weapons?
Yeah, we do. Yes, we have nuclear weapons.
Why?
Why? Nuclear deterrent.
Great Britain has nuclear weapons?
Yes, we do.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Yes, absolutely.
Wait, I thought he was doing a joke. Wait, what?
Really? You know why?
You're freaking me out.
If Ukraine had
Britain has nuclear weapons?
Wait, is he trolling? He must be.
Yes, we have nuclear weapons.
Why?
Why? Nuclear deterrent.
Great Britain has nuclear weapons?
Yes, we do.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Yes, absolutely. You know why?
You're freaking me out.
If Ukraine had nuclear weapons, they wouldn't have been invaded. Can we agree on that?
I don't even know if he's true. I don't know.
We told them to give up their nuclear deterrent.
They would have been invaded if the West hadn't said, we're going to use you as a staging ground for intimidating Russia. Like, why would we want to do that? Why not just allow, what we've done is push Russia into the Chinese
And many
market.
people would say,
how does that help us?
Many people in that region say, actually, what's happened to Ukraine is precisely why they should have been in NATO. Because if they had been in NATO, Putin wouldn't have invaded them.
Okay.
And also they say,
many people say that.
Also say, if we had...
What do you mean people say that? That's what, like, do you think they would have, or...
Into the Chinese
And many
market.
people would say...
How does that help us?
Many people in that region say, actually, what's happened to Ukraine is precisely why they should have been in NATO. Because if they had been in NATO, Putin wouldn't have invaded them.
Okay.
And also they say...
Many people say that.
Also say, if we hadn't collectively basically bullied Ukraine into giving up their nuclear deterrent, he wouldn't have done it either, because they would have had a nuclear weapon to defend themselves.
This is super crazy.
Is it crazy?
Yes, it is.
Crazier than your theories?
Well, actually, I don't think, I mean, I have a million theories, but these are not among them. It's not a theory to say that Russia moved into eastern Ukraine because the United States wouldn't give up on pushing for Ukraine admission into NATO. When NATO did not want Ukraine,
but there's also
the criteria for admission. So,
but I think you're only giving half a picture. I'm not oblivious to that, but I would add this component to it, which is
there's a talking point that the UK can only use their nukes with US permission. Oh, huh. I haven't even heard that meme before, but
also not surely beyond the realms of fantasy that Vladimir Putin knows that a lot of that part of eastern Ukraine, they still speak Russian. He has resented the breakup of the Soviet Union, famously, and that actually he wanted to take back land that he believes should belong to Russia. Should belong to Russia.
Okay. In general, possessions are overrated, but there are some things you really would not want stolen. And to me, family shotguns, including a whole bunch of them I got from my father, are at the top of that list. So I keep my dad's shotguns in a Liberty safe.
Oh my God.
It's safe, and it's also really attractive.
Liberty
Safe just creates something really cool. It's a limited edition safe that connects
Actually, fuck you. I don't want to watch your
matter.
fucking
Let's keep for action safe today. Liberty Safe, made in America.
Okay, do you accept that?
I think it's true of, look, I'm not an expert. I've interviewed Putin. You know, I've been there.
Am I tripping? Where was this widespread discussion about Ukraine joining NATO before the war? There was. This is all just a bullshit. There was none. Like the genesis of this war and all of this is very, very simple and very easy to follow and very, very true. Like it's all like nobody disputes. Like in 2014, Yanukovych was ousted in Ukraine and he fled. Russia invaded Crimea as a response to that. Nothing about NATO, nothing about NATO expansion. It was because of Yanukovych getting ousted that Russia invaded Crimea. They took it over, and then they upped their military adventures in the Donbass. And then that has just escalated year after year after year after year until finally in 2022, right? 2021, 2022, it exploded into a full-on, like, well, limited military, what do they call it? Special military operation? '22, yeah, okay.
There are a couple of times I don't speak Russian, so I hope I don't get over my skis and pretend to know things that I don't. But what's very obvious is they have an interest and have for over 300 years in controlling Crimea, where their fleet is based. They had a referendum in Crimea. The people of Crimea are Russian and want to remain part of the Russian Federation. So he didn't take Crimea. It's Russian. It's filled with Russians. They had a referendum that nobody disputes. People should be allowed to choose their own government. That's the basic precept of democracy.
But he did take Crimea.
Okay. Should people be allowed to choose their own government?
So did you just not say anything to that? Wait.
Where their fleet is based. They had a referendum in Crimea. The people of Crimea are Russian and want to remain part of the Russian.
That was all, by the way, that was held under like threat of, this is a bullshit election I use referencing, but okay.
Federation.
That was after they'd already fucking conquered.
He didn't take Crimea. It's Russian. It's filled with Russians. They had a referendum that nobody disputes. People should be allowed to choose their own government. That's the basic precept of democracy.
But he did take Crimea.
Okay. Should people be allowed to choose their own government?
No, you can't. That's not the question. The question is, should people be allowed to just arbitrarily secede from parts of countries? No, that's not how this works. Should your neighborhood be allowed to secede from your country or your state or your city? Should your city be allowed to? No, you don't have the right to do this.
Yes. Okay. So the people of Crimea voted overwhelmingly to align with the Russian government. So that's illegitimate.
That was after they were already fucking invaded, dude. What the fuck?
Government.
Yes.
Okay. So the people of Crimea voted overwhelmingly to align with the Russian government. So that's illegitimate. Why?
When did they do that?
right after the coup in 15, I think.
Right, so after they've been invaded. Why do you think? Why do you think? Why do you think?
Just dude, I can't. I don't know if I can make it all the way through this. I'll do like 5 more minutes of this. It's just straight Russian talking points without responding to anything that Piers is saying, and Piers isn't going to be aggressive here because they're friends or whatever. So,
you think so many Russians vote for Putin in Russia?
I don't think it was invaded. Russia has controlled Crimea for 300 years.
Yeah, but
like that's a Russian. This is just straight Russian propaganda. I hope is his citizenship revoked? Where are they? Because they're in Riyadh right now in Saudi Arabia. Can somebody take this dude's passport? My God.
It wasn't Russia's. And in the same way that you say the people of Crimea voted overwhelmingly in favor, of course they did. They would have been killed if they hadn't. Same way as in Russia.
In a secret ballot?
The same way Russia.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that the election was conducted under duress and people's votes were known to the Russian government? I don't think that's true. I think it was a secret ballot.
I'm saying it's exactly the same way that people in Russia vote for Putin. You think it's an overwhelming show of support for him. A lot of it is driven by fear.
Oh, okay, that may or may not be true. I don't know. But the only measure we have of popular consent is an election. And when conducted by secret ballot, if we think it's not the 2020 election, it's like kind of a legitimate election, that's what we go with.
Like that should I can't. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. This fucking Russian stooge just implied that the elections that happened in Crimea after the Russian invasion were more legitimate than the 2020 US elections. Like he should just be I can't. I'm going to get banned. If I keep watching this, I will get banned. I don't think I can handle it. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. Zelensky's getting rich from the war. Should NATO be abolished? Should the U.S. send money to Israel? The morality of nuclear war. The killing of Christians around the world.
And have you ever met anybody who believes that if a free and fair referendum were held once again in Ukraine, that Ukraine would vote, rather than Crimeans would vote to align with the Zelensky government? I don't think so. It was 97%. Look, I'm just saying, self-determination is the core idea.
Who votes 97% on anything? Like, how could you not know that that's whoever? I don't know if we could vote on literally anything. Should the United States fucking outlaw oxygen? I feel like even that you'd have like 5% of people would vote, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, they should. Fuck this place. Like 97%, and he was like, yeah, that sounds right.
Democracy. They don't have it in Ukraine because they haven't had an election. They ignore the election because it's run by a dictator called Zelensky. If you want to just say he's a dictator.
Why can't Piers bring up the fact that it is banned for them to have elections during times of war? That's literally it's part of the, I don't know if it's Constitution or their parliament passed the thing, but they can't do it.
That's fine. You support a dictator. The U.S., your government supported many dictators, so is mine. That's kind of a fact of life. There are very few democratically elected leaders. Sometimes even our leaders aren't really democratically elected, as you know. I just don't like the moral bullshit that attaches to all of this.
That's fair enough.
Where we tell the population, we're on the side of democracy, and he's Winston Churchill.
I don't claim it's Mother Teresa against him.
No, but you have, though. You're like, he's a marvelous person.
I like him. I'm allowed to, aren't I?
I guess you like dictators. I've never said of Putin he's a marvelous person, because
Was Tucker involved in the Fox Dominion lawsuit? Was he one of the people caught lying? Yes, he was.
It's a little dictatory for me. I think he's really smart. I admire what he's done to Russia, but I'm not going to sniff his jock because he's kind of a dictator. But you're like, oh, I love that Zelensky. He's so great.
I do like him.
How can you like a man who's a dictator?
I don't think he's a dictator.
In what sense? He's not elected. He rules by force. He rules with guns.
Does Piers just not know the answer to this? He hasn't said anything? Does he ever? Or
kills his opponents. He's assassinated a ton of people, including, I know someone he tried to assassinate. Fact. How is that worth supporting? Do you feel a little guilty for supporting someone like that?
No, I don't.
Really?
No, in fact, I think we should try and do more to help him win.
How rich do you think he's gotten from this war?
I have no idea.
Does it bother you that he's gotten rich?
He's not as rich as Vladimir Putin.
Well, the next talking point, him and his wife shopping for fucking Prada or whatever because he's gotten so rich and he's stealing money from USAID. Why do you think people like Tucker become stooges for Russia? I don't know, bro. I don't know anything right now. I don't know. I don't have like a theory of mind for these people. It can't be money. Maybe. I don't think so. Could it be ideology? Maybe. I truly don't know. I hope like in 20 years there's some retrospective and these guys come out and talk about how they got so brainwashed or intentionally just, I don't know.
I mean, if all comparisons are to Putin, then all bets are off.
Putin is financially raped and pillaged his country for...
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Like, he knows for sure, absolutely, that Zelensky is engaged in bad conduct, that Zelensky's done all these horrible authoritarian things. He won't own a single bad thing about Putin. Why? Like, every single time Piers brings up, well, Putin is a dictator, or Putin has raped and pillaged his country economically. Oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Like...
I don't... Okay, let's say he has.
He's got a personal net worth of 100 billion rubles,
I guess,
whatever it is.
How we would know that, but great, he does. He's evil. We'll stick with that.
Oh, okay.
The question
We
is,
got that
why
barely.
would you support personally a dictator who's gotten rich on a war in his country, who bans a Christian denomination, and who murders his political
Well, he
opponents?
literally only been.
Does that bother you at all?
Well, he's been leader of his country for 2 years.
Well, he's done a lot of oppression in 2 years.
He didn't get rich on corruption in 2 years.
But can I ask you, when you talk to
Putin's been doing
you
this for 30
say,
years.
why don't you have an election? Why don't you stop murdering your political opponents? Why don't you let people practice their Christian denomination? Why don't you let Russian speakers speak Russian and read Russian books? That's what
You can still do this. It's not illegal to speak
dictators
Russian.
Do you say any of that to Putin?
Of course not.
Why not?
Because I'm not a
Because I'm not what? Because the U.S. doesn't support Russia.
Russian speakers speak Russian and read Russian books. That's what non-dictators do.
Did you say any of that to Putin?
Of course not.
Why not?
Because I'm not his friend. I don't have the relationship with Putin that you have with Zelensky. I didn't tweet after my interview, "You're a very handsome man. I love you. I love you."
I didn't call him a very handsome man.
I think you did.
I don't think he's a very handsome man.
Okay, hot is maybe what you said.
I don't think I called him hot.
Okay. Well, you said I really admire you, and I think
But you asking me to ask all the questions of Zelensky. You didn't ask
because
Putin.
he's a personal friend of yours. I'm not friends with Putin. I'm
I'm
just a guy
not
who
personal friends with Zelensky.
I
admire his-
read your Twitter feed.
I admire him.
You can't fool me, Piers
You can't
Morgan.
miscategorize
Personal friend of him because he tweets nice things. Okay.
me. I'm not a friend of his. I've only met him once, but I do admire his fortitude as a leader. I love the fact he stayed in Kyiv when the Russians went in. He could have fled. Many would have done that position. Everyone thought the Russians would win in a few days.
Yeah,
They
I
didn't.
agree.
I do admire the fortitude that he showed as a leader. Those characteristics I like. Doesn't mean
I think
he's.
you called him a magnificent leader. In fact, I'm pretty sure.
I think he has been.
Okay, so I'm just asking, since I didn't call Putin a magnificent leader at all.
But nor did you ask him any of the questions that you want me to ask.
I didn't feel like, I didn't want to do what everybody does, which is, "You're so bad, Vladimir Putin," meaning I'm so good, I'm going to give you a moral lecture. I'm like, whatever, it's your country. Country's actually doing great. I was super impressed by Moscow. I recommend it to everybody just because it's beautiful and orderly, which I like. I'm not moving there. They don't have freedom of speech, which is a prerequisite for me. But I didn't feel like that was my job. I just want to hear what the guy says. We're fighting a war against him and no one's heard him speak.
Why do you believe him?
I don't know that I do.
Do you not? I mean, you believe his reasoning.
I believe something.
You believe the reasoning for the war. You're fully all in on the
Well,
Russian.
there's kind of no question about that.
Well,
I mean,
there's
you
no
I
question.
really think so. I don't think any informed person. I mean, Bill Burns.
Only 10% of people in eastern Ukraine actually want Russia to take them over.
Okay, I don't know how we know that, but I believe that. But it doesn't.
At the poll, same poll you quoted me about Crimea. So
Well, that wasn't a poll. It was an election.
The vast
which are critical to democracy. I don't know if you knew that.
The vast
But you're a magnificent leader.
An
You
election
should
is
be
a
elected.
poll. They're called polls.
An election is a poll. A poll is not an election, right? So there are different criteria for polls.
Well, a poll can be an election, yes.
Now we're getting metaphysical, but I would just say, if you believe in democracy, you believe in elections. If you have a leader who's not elected, he's not a democratic leader, he's a dictator, which is okay. That's fine. It's a foreign country. I wouldn't call any dictator magnificent, just because it seems a little.
How could
more,
Zelensky have an election in the middle of a war? Out of interest.
I don't know. How did Franklin Roosevelt do that in the middle of the Second World War?
Oh, is he finally going to? Because it's built into the U.S. Constitution. We don't have an exception for wartime.
How did he do that?
Because no one had invaded America.
No, that's
Okay,
not the right
well,
answer.
but how about
Piers.
The people could actually vote.
Well,
I mean,
there are
you've
people,
got half of
there are
Ukraine.
people making billions of dollars
Half of Ukraine
business in Kiev today. How about the non-occupied parts of the country? He's making a good faith effort to have an election, but he doesn't want to because I think he's pretty darn unpopular because he is a lackey of Western powers who sold his country out, and Ukrainians know perfectly well that he's getting rich, and so is the entire leadership. I was in Courchevel, France 2 weeks ago, which is probably the richest town in Europe. It's a ski town in France near Geneva. And everybody at the Hermes store was Ukrainian, using my money to buy $100,000 handbags. Nobody seems to care about that. I care because that's not freedom fighting, that's grifting, that's theft. And everybody in Europe knows that. And you know that too. Go to Romania. All their high-end car dealerships are sold out because Ukrainians have bought the cars.
So to be clear,
what the hell is this?
So when Putin invaded Ukraine, you'd have given him what he wants? Take whatever you want?
Well, as
I just wouldn't help Ukraine.
I've said, and I really mean it from my heart. I mean, I have no I'm not getting rich from this, so I'm saying what I sincerely believe, which is pushing Ukraine to join NATO. When NATO doesn't want Ukraine, there's no strategic reason, no actual reason to have Ukraine in it, or to have NATO at all. We shouldn't have NATO at all.
Okay, that's preposterous.
Oh, there we go.
What's the point of NATO?
To keep
The
peace.
Soviets were invading Western Europe. Oh, well, it's been 35 years since they
Actually,
existed.
to keep peace.
Well, but now they are invading. Oh, I like how he clarifies. He says Western Europe. Okay, good one, Chief.
How's that worked? To keep peace.
Actually,
we now have the
How's that work compared to the past 500 years of European history? Seems like it's worked pretty well.
bloodiest war in 80 years in the middle of Europe because of NATO. So how's
Because of NATO? Because of a country that's not in NATO?
this peacekeeping?
Or you could argue, as many people do, that actually the reason is because Ukraine wasn't in NATO. Had it
Yes.
been, Putin wouldn't have invaded.
Yep.
That's a super. This is like an addiction, and I've been through addiction, so I'm not judging.
And
him.
he's not going to respond to that. I can't, dude. Okay, at 30, I'm cutting this. I can't do anymore. 30, I will cut this. We got 3 minutes and 40 seconds more.
Oh, but it's like, I feel really shitty. I've got to have a glass of vodka to feel better.
Are you mocking my mental health?
I'm not, yes, but I'm also saying that I've lived this, so I know what it feels like. It's the thing that is killing you, it's truly killing you, whether it's NATO or vodka. You become convinced it's saving you. So you wake up hungover and you're like, oh, I feel so bad. Give me a screwdriver. And if you a screwdriver, you feel better. And you don't realize that you're starting the cycle again.
Would Putin have invaded Ukraine if it had been a member of NATO? No, he wouldn't have done. Because then America would have been obliged to respond.
Here's what I know. For a fact, Putin said this for
Again, he just doesn't respond.
20 years. Ukraine cannot be a member of NATO. They will not accept that any more than we would accept Chinese missiles in Tijuana, or you would accept Sri Lankan missiles in Glasgow. You're just not going to.
You know that people can join NATO and not have military stuff there. I'm pretty sure that was the arrangement with East Germany or whatever that we were speaking about. Is it like, okay, well, if East Germany, if we do reunification, we won't put like missiles, we won't do anything with East Germany. We promise. Like that was, by the way, the 1 inch eastward comment that the military expansions or armaments won't go into East Germany if we do reunification. Like that was what they were discussing. But okay.
NATO is a defensive organization.
How is it defensive?
Because it has never acted proactively
Really?
aggressively.
Where were you when the Yugoslavia war was going on? They were bombing the shit out of Christians in Yugoslavia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That was pretty offensive.
NATO has always operated in a defensive capacity.
Really?
Yes.
That's how they created Kosovo? Defensively?
It was defensive.
Oh, it was?
Yes, it
Who was
was.
the aggressor there?
Well, you know, my brother-in-law was literally there.
Just a minute. What you're saying is insane.
It's not insane. NATO has never actually acted unilaterally.
Okay, so the Soviet
It's never attacked anybody without being attacked. It's always been defensive.
Wait, okay. Who in Yugoslavia attacked NATO?
Look.
Just no, here's the part where you just admit defeat. Bow your head and be like, you know what? I bow before superior knowledge. I totally got this wrong. I can't believe I had such a silly idea.
He is fucking up here though, because I believe there have been 2 NATO, I think is it 2 NATO missions without technically, I don't know if there was ever an Article 5 trigger. The NATO intervention in Yugoslavia though had to do with the Albanians, right? Being ethnically cleansed. And then I think Libya was a NATO mission, right? That wasn't UN. I think that was NATO. But usually it's in response to like ethnic cleansings or genocides that are ongoing. So, but I don't think Piers knows the answer to this, but.
Idea.
When you think nice good guys in Yugoslavia,
I'm saying they're nice good guys. I'm just saying that was not a defensive action. That was an offensive action. Bill Clinton's like, I don't like what you're doing. I'm going to use NATO to kill you, and he did, and then created Kosovo.
Was Libya the UN Security Council? Oh, it might have been. Libya might have been UN Security Council, and it wasn't NATO. That might be it. I don't remember. I have to go back and check.
Because they were absolute genocidal
They may have
maniacs.
been naughty. I'm not defending their
But that's what they
behavior.
were being defended against.
Who are we defending?
The Yugoslavians that were being pillaged and raped and murdered.
By other Yugoslavians?
Yes.
Okay. Phew, this is getting intense.
But NATO is a defensive
You
organization.
can say it all you want. Just like you can say Zelensky's a beacon of democracy when he's not elected and he's banning parts of Christianity, but he's a dictator.
So just to be clear,
just to be honest about what things are.
Just to be clear, you would have let Putin take what he wants. Because what's the alternative? When he invaded Ukraine.
So I try and deal, especially as I get older, in the world of reality and achievable goals. And here's the reality. Russia is a nuclear-armed power. It's the largest country on Earth by landmass. It's also the remnants of a global empire. So they have a sense of themselves as a global player, and they are because of energy and resources in general. Uranium. I mean, they have a lot of resources the world needs. So they're a real country. They're not Afghanistan. You can't just tell them what to do. Get in line, bitch. They're not going to accept that, okay? So they have said, since the fall of the Soviet Union, you cannot have NATO on our border because it's a critical national interest of ours. So, unless you want to risk nuclear war, which we are now doing...
Can somebody... do people... They can't be this stupid, right? That they just don't know any of the Baltics exist? Do we just ignore these? Or does nobody know... Does anybody, even in Europe, know, like, the geography of Eastern Europe? Or, like, what countries are there? I don't understand how we can say this. Does nobody know this? Are these, like... Is this, like, a hidden OP strategy? Is to just know the countries in Europe? Or does he ever bring this up?
You can't move NATO to their border.
Does Piers know about the Baltics? Or are these just, like, fake countries? I mean, to be fair, I don't think I've ever met an Estonian or a Latvian or a Lithuanian in my entire life. Maybe they are fake countries, actually. I have no fucking idea.
Do you want to or not? That's just a fact. And if you do, you're going to get a war. We've known that since the fall of the Soviet Union. We promised not to do it. And we tried
Another lie.
to bring... He has to be in NATO. In 2000, he asked George W. Bush to be in NATO. Nobody contests that. This evil dictator who wants to invade Liechtenstein asked to be in NATO. Why wouldn't we let him in NATO? Why did Condi Rice say, well, it can't be in NATO?
He wanted an expedited path.
Why do we have morons like Condi Rice in our U.S. government? I don't know.
So when he invaded there, what would you let him do?
We're in a hall of mirrors now. Look,
not really. Okay, we're in a very...
Say, well, it can't be in NATO. Why do we have morons like Condi Rice in our U.S. government? I don't know.
So when he invaded there, what would you let him do?
We're in a hall of mirrors now. Look,
not really. Okay, we're in a very clear moral moment in history where Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine. It is a European country.
And we side with
it
the
has been
dictator, and we fund
independent
his
from
secret
Russia since
services.
the
They
mid-90s.
assassinate people.
Yeah, but
No.
what do you do? You let him
There's
take
nothing
it?
moral about this. Look, in the real world, we do things we can't achieve. And if we can't achieve something, we don't try and do it because millions will die as they're watching.
So what do you let him do then?
Well, you start with a realistic understanding.
This is antithetical to the entire foundation of the United States. We only do realistic things, but okay.
Of the limits of your power, which is all adults have to do. My neighbors may offend me. I want them to turn down the music. I can't just go over there and shoot them. I just can't. It's against the law. I'll pay a penalty if I do that. So I have to negotiate with them. Will you please turn down the music? Shut up. No, please do it.
What if they've already taken over half your house?
If they won't, like maybe threaten them. Like I live in the material real world.
Right. But once actually he's invaded, what do you do?
Then you have to decide, like, is it worth it?
Right.
Is it worth it?
So that's interesting to me.
1 million Ukrainians are going to die. Their farmland's going to be sold to BlackRock. The Ukrainian nation will cease to exist. They'll flood it with third worlders.
So what do you do? What do you do?
What would I do?
Yes.
I would say, like, if I took over the government in January of 2022 and we're on the verge of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, I would say, guys, it's not worth trying to impose something that this country will never accept, because if we try to do that, we'll get a war.
So do you let Putin take Ukraine?
You don't let anybody do anything. You realistically assess
you either do or you don't.
to do, because you're gambling with other people's lives. By the way, if 1 million Brits had died, you might have a different perspective, but it's very easy to be like, oh, more Ukrainians should die for the cause of democracy.
Let me assure you, if Russia invaded Britain, that would not be the view of the British people. Our view would be to fight to the last man and woman.
Like, did he really just say that? You really think that Britain would just surrender? Or what is he... How many Brits died between World War II and World War I? Almost 500,000 and... Wait, UK casualties... Like 5 people. Thank you, guys. He's saying this because he would surrender the U.S.? I don't know. Over 1 million British military personnel died during the First and Second World Wars, with the First World War alone accounting for 886,000 fatalities. God damn.
To kick him out. But my question really
You really think so?
My question is
He just got invaded over the last 40 years and did nothing, so I don't think so. I don't think you would do that. I think you'd be like...
Is he talking about immigration now? Wait, is that what he just... Wait, did we just pivot to that?
You realistically assess
you either do or you don't.
to do, because you're gambling with other people's lives. By the way, if 1 million Brits had died, you might have a different perspective, but it's very easy to be like, oh, more Ukrainians should die for the cause of democracy.
Let me assure you, if Russia invaded Britain, that would not be the view of the British people. Our view would be to fight to the last man and woman to kick him out. But my question really
You really think so?
My question is...
He just got invaded over the last 40 years and did nothing, so I don't think so. I don't think you would do that. I think you'd be like, we can't fight back because we have nuclear weapons but no real military, so we'd like to negotiate, just like all conquered nations do. They negotiate on the basis of reality. What am I actually...
But respectfully, you're not answering my question. You shouldn't have to because you're interviewing me in this bit. But the question is, once Putin invaded, do you let him take the whole country? What do you do?
If I were in charge, then,
yes.
If I came in January of 2022, I would say to the State Department, I would say to the NATO leadership.
No, I'm talking about February, end of February, early March.
At that point, I'm cleaning up a mess caused by the previous administration.
Yeah, so assume it's happened.
Let's say Donald Trump, who's actually coming in that exact circumstance.
Right, and he's now wrestling with this very problem.
He certainly is. And
he doesn't want to give Putin the win. And that's my point to you. Do you actually want him to win?
well, I mean, if your lodestar is whether other people win, you will lose.
Right.
Okay, that's a shitty way to go through life. If I'm trying to prevent you a win, no, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win for my wife, my children, my neighborhood, my country.
You would have never, ever, ever, if I could go back 10 years and tell you that Republicans would be cheering on Russia, like people like Tucker Carlson, you would have never believed it. I wouldn't have believed it. Nobody would have believed it. It's such an unbelievable turnabout in such a short amount of time. It's crazy.
Once he's invaded,
I don't care whether you win or
once he's invaded, what do you do?
Your victory has nothing to do with anything. What I care about is my victory.
You're in this as much as we.
Like he can't even answer this single fucking question, despite the fact that he's already told like 100 lies already. Like
no. I care about my country and whether we win. What's good for us? Because I'm in charge. My country's theoretically in charge of nothing.
Is it good for America that Putin wins?
This whole thing has been a disaster. We're going to lose the U.S. dollar over this.
Oh, and now he's not even. Now he got off of that.
Okay, because we followed the advice of people like Boris Johnson, who have no skin in the game whatsoever, but they get to feel like a moral charge. You're like, we're on the side of democracy. Okay, it's so infuriating to make it. I'm sorry to be so mean to the Brits because it's our fault too.
We can take it.
In fact, we started this, but you guys went along like little Pekingese. You shouldn't have done that.
But why are you not answering my question?
What would I do if I were Trump right now?
No. Once he invaded Putin, what do you let him take?
I'd call Putin. Let him take. I would say at that
let him
point, to what extent can you clean it up? You call Putin and you say, all right, this happened. First thing we're going to do is recognize it's not in our interest, your interest, the world's interest to have NATO missiles on your border. We don't want that. There's no reason to want that because we don't want to drive you into the arms of China. You are really part of Europe, and you should be part of the West because the West is Christian world that has a lot in common.
And what if he says,
culturally, religiously, linguistically, historically, and we want to be a bloc against the rise of
he
East,
says,
obviously.
And he says, actually, I want Ukraine.
He would never do that. Come on, bro.
If you're the leader of the United States, your number one goal is to keep Russia, the world's largest.
What is the United States? Why do you keep changing?
Just land mass with some of the world's deepest energy reserves from allying with China, which has too many people, not enough land, and not enough energy. So if they get together, they create a bloc that is bigger than you economically and militarily. So you cannot let that happen. That's number one goal. You cannot let that happen. And that retard in charge of our country just allowed that to happen because he hates the United States and acted against its interests consistently from day one, 2020 to January 20th, 2025 when he left, thank God. So that's the goal. Do not allow, to the extent you can control it, do not allow Russia to align meaningfully with China. They have much more in common with us. They're part of Europe. You guys don't want to admit that.
I don't be pedantic.
You're not being pedantic.
What do you let Putin take?
I don't care. What I care about, but what I care about is the balance
of
power in the world. And if the West finds itself in a place where it's got a much smaller collective economy and a much less powerful collective military than the East, then we're in serious trouble. There's no balance in the world. The Chinese are in charge of everything. And so you can't let that happen.
But if you roll over and you let Putin take what he wants.
Roll over. It's all this like dick measuring contest.
Let me just respond.
Roll over.
Let me just respond. If you roll over and you let him take what he wants in Ukraine, why should China not go and take what they want in Taiwan, for example? They would just take.
Well, they are going to take what they want in Taiwan.
I'm not sure they will, especially with Trump as president.
Part of China.
I don't think they will.
Okay. Why do we get to dictate what China does with Taiwan? Like there's fierce.
You'd be happy for them to take back Taiwan?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy with any conflict ever.
He won't. See, like, this is like, these are the maxims, the conversations. Would you be happy to let them take Taiwan? He's not asking, would you actually be happy? Obviously. He's asking, like, would that be okay or should we stop it, right? This is all just like stupid. This is just like the dumbest conversation ever.
Hate violence. I'm a Christian. I'm just saying that great countries have spheres of influence. So Saudi Arabia, where we are now, everyone's like, oh, the Saudis are, interfering in Yemen. Well, Yemen's right there. It's in their world. Like, they have an absolute interest in making sure that, like, nothing crazy goes on in Yemen. We have the same interest in Mexico and in Canada. And we have some crazy cross-dressing prime minister in Canada, so we kick them out because they're on our border. And that's what great powers do. That's what they've always done, is what they always will do. So it's totally fair for us to recognize that the countries around Russia, no, we shouldn't be invading or torturing them or oppressing them, of course. But that's their sphere. And big picture, holy smokes, you do not want the two largest powers in the world, apart from the United States, to get together and align against us.
Why do you support Israel against Hamas, for example? Why do you support America giving them billions of dollars?
Well, I don't.
You don't support Israel being supported by America?
Well, I support Israel in the sense that I really like Israel. I brought my family on vacation.
These guys are all hyper-isolationists now. There are no supports for any other countries for anything.
But do you agree with America supplying them with a lot of arms?
To the extent that it helps the United States, I'm for it, of course. I think what we need is...
So you do believe in America interfering in countries a long way away. It just depends which country.
No.
Your principle, it doesn't really apply in Israel.
I'll articulate it for the third time, just to be totally clear. I believe the United States, like every country, should, to the extent that it can, act on behalf of its own people and their perceived interests. We can debate what those interests are.
But that doesn't apply in Israel.
I don't know what you mean.
America's supporting Israel because it's an ally.
I don't even know what those words mean. I'm just saying my principle...
They're an ally, right? I mean, they
I don't know what that means to be an ally. I mean, we have no...
It means that when Israel wants to attack in Gaza and attack Hamas, America will help it because it's its ally.
That's not what it means
so
to
it gives it billions of dollars worth
to be an ally, okay?
Well, fundamentally,
I have no greater allies than my own children. When they come to me and say, I want to do this, I assess whether it's good for them or not. And if I don't think it is, I don't support it.
Right.
Because they're my true allies. They're my children.
But why would you support America getting involved in Israel?
Just because a country that's your ally says, I want to do this, does not mean axiomatically you support it. Maybe it's not good for you or me.
So do you support America supporting Israel to the tune of billions of dollars?
It depends. If you can make...
What's in America's interest in what's happening in Gaza?
It depends in all cases. It's not just about Israel.
But do you support what's happening then in the support in the attacks in Gaza, for example? Because I don't see the difference between that and what's happening in Ukraine. This is a long way away from America. There's no direct involvement with America. Well, there's no mainland involvement with America, and yet you think it's right that America supports Israel. Put words in your mouth. But you don't think it's right that America...
those are the words that came out of my mouth.
You don't think it's right America supports Ukraine when Russia invades?
I have a simple solution. Let me explain what I think. And then that way we'll get,
Am I wrong?
We'll get right to what I think.
Am I wrong?
I actually tuned out midway through. I'm not exactly sure what you said.
You can't tune out when I'm right.
I did.
Just because I'm right, you can't tune out.
I didn't follow.
Like two high schoolers or grade schoolers or like two like 8-year-olds that are just given like a 1-hour crash course on Ukraine, Russia would be able to have a conversation with more depth than this. This is like, this is just like, it's wild. I don't know, man. This is just so wild. I don't know. This is just fucking retarded. I don't know what else to say. This is fucking retarded. I can't. This is like, this is an insanely stupid conversation. Okay. Listen, we are going to fucking work through these goddamn fucking Israel videos. Fuck politics right now. Let me do a couple of meme videos. Wait, what is this?
The following
Isn't
is
it
a
at least a
conversation-
little bit cathartic to see Piers push a bit on the questions? No, he's not even really pushing. Like, Tucker Carlson is being a full-on fucking retard. It's not like...
The following is a conversation with Satan, acclaimed CEO, entrepreneur, dear friend,
Haven't we watched this
and
before?
author of the recent best-selling memoirs, From the Depths I Shall Tempt Your Soul. Formerly known as Lucifer, Satan and I have become good friends, bonding over our shared love of literature, quantum physics, and creative methods of torture, like this podcast. As always, I hope to approach this discussion with empathy, to bridge the gap, promote open dialogue, and let love triumph over all, so that I can secure more AG1 partnerships. I'm Lex, and this is my podcast that I made.
Was that the pipes I just heard?
In terms of things that they're doing. And it's important to recognize what we can do and what we cannot do today. Someone said a bartender congresswoman talking about qualifications. Hell yeah, I'm going to talk to you about my qualifications.
Uh-oh, she's getting one guy. Oh no.
Because I know what it's like to be a working class person, and I got elected as the youngest woman in American history to Congress with my knowledge and my ability to organize and connect with my community. So when any one of these people can win an election with that kind of a background and you don't take lobbyist money, then you can give me a call. But until then, these people are seem to be apparently having 3 martini lunches thinking that they can run and command the respect of the Defense Department. So give me a break. Anyways, back to regularly scheduled programming.
Actually,
The leader of House Democrats.
What is this? FBI turns over details of 5,000 employees who worked on January 6 cases to Trump Justice Department as agents sue. Nice. FBI officials have complied with demands to provide the Justice Department with details of thousands of employees who worked on investigations related to the J6 2021 U.S. Capitol riot, according to people familiar with the situation. This demand has caused consternation among FBI employees who fear it is meant to amass a list of personnel for possible termination by the Trump administration. Acting Deputy Attorney General Emile Bove, in a Friday memo with the subject line terminations, had given FBI officials a noon deadline Tuesday to submit the details of thousands of agents and analysts. Wait, really? Is it Bove or Bove? Previously ordered the firing of 8 senior FBI officials, including those that oversaw cyber, national security, and criminal investigations. Jesus Christ. My God, bro. The fucking SS. Let's go. All right. It's time to soy the fuck up and watch some Israeli content. I'll be back in a second. Ooh. Hold on, I gotta find these fucking files. Wait. Kill me, bro. Oh boy. Oh wait, where is this Trump and Bibi press conference? This is a good lead-in, I guess.
It didn't happen. Like what it is, peace. Situation and
You'll be
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, do you expect phase 2 of the hostage deal to go forward?
Let me talk to you later.
Mr. President, you managed to get this deal done. Some say, a lot of people say that the men who managed to do that should get a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that you'll be able to get all the hostages back home? And what would happen if you hear from the
They will
Israelis that...
never give me a Nobel Peace Prize.
What would happen? What would happen if the Israelis...
I deserve it, but they will never give it to me.
What would happen, sir? What would happen?
Normalization to go forward. What needs to happen for normalization in Saudi Arabia?
Well, we're going to see, and we're dealing with a lot of people, and we have steps to go yet, as you know, and maybe those steps go forward, and maybe they don't. We're dealing with a very complex group of people, situation and people, but we have the right man, we have the right leader of Israel. He's done a great job, and we've been friends for a long time, and we do a great job also. And I think we have a combination that's very unbeatable, actually.
Can I ask, what would happen, Mr. President? What would happen, Mr. President, what would happen if you hear...
Wait a minute, wait. Where is that person? Where's that person coming from? Come on, go,
Mr.
you go.
President, what would happen if you'll hear from the Israeli side today that they're not willing to go through with the deal to get all the hostages back home and finish the war?
We'll see what happens. Whatever happens, we'll be prepared to handle the situation.
Are the Saudis demanding a Palestinian state? Mr. President.
No.
Are the Saudis demanding a Palestinian state?
No, they're not. No.
Are they demanding a path towards a Palestinian state or any other recognition
Everybody's
of that
demanding one thing. You know what it is? Peace. We want peace. We want people to stop being killed. But everybody's demanding one thing. Very simple, peace. And he wants peace also.
Mr. President, do you think it's politically possible in Israel to get this deal done until the end?
To get the deal done?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, is it politically
Why wouldn't a deal get done? A deal can get done. We'll see what happens. We're dealing with very complicated people. But a deal can absolutely get done.
Mr. President, now support an Israeli strike on Iran.
We'll see what happens.
President Trump, I work for Prime Minister Netanyahu. We have heard Joe Biden and Donald Trump take credit for the hostage and ceasefire deal. Who do you think deserves more credit?
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort. I appreciate it. He sent a very good emissary. He's helped it along. And, you know, I'll just tell you, I'm happy that they're here. And I'm sure the president is happy that they're here. And I would think that's about enough.
President Trump, Prime Minister, what about Elizabeth Turkov, the Israeli hostage held in Iraq?
What about the Israeli press taking a press conference in Israel and not in Washington?
We would love to take a press conference to interview Prime Minister Netanyahu. A few more questions. Prime Minister Netanyahu, do you support going forward with this deal and getting all the hostages out?
I support getting all the hostages out.
Okay.
And
Did they say anything of noteworthiness in here? Or?
That includes destroying Hamas's military and governing capabilities and making sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again.
Are you willing?
All three.
Are you willing
and
to
those
agree? Are you willing
things
to
go
agree?
together?
Are you willing
Can you
to
promise to the
Trump's
families
vision
that you
to
do
bring all the
hostages out?
I think that I should talk to
One
President
at a time.
Trump.
So
Okay.
I'll ask, do you agree with Trump's vision of getting all the hostages back home, even if it means to end the war?
Well, I'm not sure that you articulated correctly what the president's vision is. You can ask, he can speak for himself. He does that very, very well. I have my own views, 3 goals, not 1, not 2, 3 goals, and I will meet all 3 goals. I think the president can help enormously. He brings fresh thinking.
Can you address the fact that terrorists who murdered hundreds of people who risked their home are the part of the deal?
It's a horrible thing. We can't forget it. I'll never forget it, and you can't forget it. And some people want to put it out of their memory, but we're not going to ever let that happen. It was a horrible day, October 7th. That was a horrible
It was a horrible period of time, and a lot of people like to pretend it didn't happen. It happened. There's a big group of people that like to pretend it didn't happen, like the Holocaust didn't happen. Same mindset. No, we're going to get this thing wrapped up, and we're going to get it done. We're also dealing, I think, very successfully with Russia, Ukraine. We're going to hopefully get that one done at some point in the not too distant future. That's a complex problem also, but we solve problems. When I left, we had no problem. There was no Ukraine and Russia fighting. There was no October 7th. There was nothing, and some very poor leadership led to a lot of problems and a lot of death. And it's a shame, but we'll put it out. We'll put out the fires. We have a lot of fires, but we'll put them out.
Why do you still support a Palestinian state like the peace plan you presented in January 2020? Is this plan still on the table?
Well, a lot of plans change with time, and a lot of death has occurred since I left and now came back. This death occurred not while I was here, but while somebody else was here. It shouldn't have happened. They shouldn't have allowed it to happen. It would have never happened, and that includes Russia, Ukraine would have never happened. Not even a little bit, not even a chance. But now we are faced with a situation that's different, in some ways better and in some ways worse. But we're faced with a very complex and difficult situation, but we'll solve.
Trump did nothing, by the way, when he was president about Ukraine, Russia, and Russia just stepped to their military operations in the Donbass, but okay.
We'll solve the problem.
From Gaza, out of Gaza. If not Jordan, Egypt, what other countries do you think might accept Palestinians from Gaza?
Well, I think Jordan and Egypt will. I know they've spoken about it with you, and they say they're not going to accept. I say they will. But I think other countries will accept also. I think that Gaza maybe is a demolition site right now. If you look at Gaza, it's all, there's hardly a building standing, and the ones that are going to collapse. You can't live in Gaza right now, and I think we need another location. I think it should be a location that's going to make people happy. You look over the decades, it's all death in Gaza. This has been happening for years. It's all death. If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently in nice homes and where they can be happy and not be shot, not be killed, not be knifed to death like what's happening in Gaza. And right now you have in Gaza a very dangerous situation in terms of explosives all over the place, in terms of tunnels that nobody knows who's in the tunnel. The whole thing is a mess. And I think that if we can resettle, and I believe we can do it in areas where the leaders currently say no. I've been saying that with Mexico, having to do with the border and all of the things, and you saw what happened, 10,000 soldiers, and they're going to do a good job. I really believe that, and I believe Canada's going to do a good job also. They said the same thing, and then they did something much different than what you were hearing. This is a very, very difficult situation, but we're going to get it solved. I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I think
where the fuck is Antifa at? Weren't they protesting a lot in like 2015, 2016? What happened?
Gaza's been very unlucky for them. They've lived like hell. They lived like you're living in hell. Gaza is not a place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. What's the alternative? Go where? There's no other alternative. If they had an alternative, they'd much rather not go back to Gaza and live in a beautiful alternative that's safe.
Peter? Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town,
in
like
the
someplace where
Sinai,
they can live and not die. Because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again. It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back? They've experienced nothing but death and destruction.
What will you do then?
Well, I don't think they're going to tell me no. I think they're going to tell Biden no, and I think they're going to tell other people no.
So you think it will happen at the end?
I think there's a good chance, yeah.
How many people are you thinking about?
All of them. We're talking about probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008. But I think all of them. I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying.
1,000,007, 1,000,008, 1.7, 1.8 million people. Damn, somebody actually told him the numbers. He's actually almost thought about this a little bit, or at least he's communicating to someone else.
Yeah. Mr. President, do you support building settlements, Jewish settlements back in Gaza in the next few years?
Say it.
Building settlements, Jewish settlements back in Gaza in the next year. Do you support this idea?
I don't see it happening. It's too dangerous for people. Nobody can go there. It's too dangerous. Nobody wants to be there. Warriors don't want to be there. Soldiers don't want to be there. How can you have people go back? You're saying go back into Gaza now? The same thing's going to happen. It'll only be death. The best way to do it is you go out and you get beautiful, open areas with the sunlight coming through.
No,
and
that's not what I meant.
Something nice. They are not going to want to go back to Gaza.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, what is your message to the families of the hostages that look at this deal, that worried that this deal won't go through? What do you say to them at this moment?
Same message I said from the beginning of the war. We'll get them out, get them back. We got over 70%, close to 75% of the people who everybody believed would not get out. We got them in successive deals, and most recently with the help of President Trump. We're not going to give up on any of them, and we're not going to give up on our other war aims. Hamas is not going to be in Gaza, and we're going to get everyone back.
And you would not have.
Prime Minister, how optimistic are you about reaching phase 2 of the ceasefire? How optimistic are you about that happening?
Well, we're going to try. That's one of the reasons, one of the things we're going to talk about here. And if we, you know, when Israel and the United States work together, and President Trump and I work together, you know, the chances go up a lot. It's when we don't work together, Israel and the United States don't work together, that creates problems. When the other side sees daylight between us and occasionally in the last few years, to put it mildly, they saw daylight, then it's more difficult. When we cooperate,
Is it the right time
chances
to
are
quit
good.
once and for all?
Say it.
Now that Iran is so weak, isn't it the right time to quit their nuclear facilities once and for all?
So you say Iran is so weak. I appreciate you saying that. They're not weak. They're very strong right now, and we're not going to allow them to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You know, I signed a very strong proclamation. Iran was in big trouble
Warrior is a direct translation of the Hebrew term for IDF combat soldier.
when I left. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. You had no problem. October 7th could have never happened. When I left, October 7th could have never happened. And frankly, Russia and Ukraine, as I said, could never have happened. They became very strong very fast. They sold massive amounts of oil to China and everybody else who would not buy the oil when I was president, because we said, don't buy the oil. And they became very rich very quickly. But they're not weak. They're not weak. They're strong. Doesn't mean they won't be weak. But you know what? We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear
The
weapon.
Prime Minister, sorry, Mr. President, the Prime Minister wants you to strike Iran. That's what he wants.
You don't know what he wants. What do you know about anything? Go ahead.
But is that option on the table?
Yes, please.
President Trump, is that option on the table?
No, it could be other places too. There are many people that have reached out, many countries, many leaders of countries that have reached out that would like to participate in that. Doesn't have to be Jordan and Egypt, but I think it would be also them.
Mr. President, your relationship with Mr. Netanyahu, no ups and downs. How would you describe it?
No, I think it's mostly ups.
Mr. President,
What?
the Palestinian Authority, can it rule Gaza? What do you think?
Well, it's had a pretty hard time, wouldn't you say? I'd say it's had a pretty bad time of it.
Mr. President, Qatar has, you've criticized in the past as a funder of terrorism, so as the Prime Minister, do you think they're part of the solution or part of a problem moving forward?
I think they're trying to help. Qatar is absolutely trying to help. I know them very well, and they're doing everything they can. Very tough situation, but they're absolutely trying to help. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Great. Okay. Jesus. We got through 5. We got through 5 out of 58 videos. Good job. Okay, take a deep breath. Imagine yourself transported to the great lands of Israel. I think the last thing we watched was the interview with Mordecai Kedar, right? Do you think the conflict would end like this in your lifetime, or do you think the resettlements aren't actually going to happen? Bro, you cannot make any predictions. Like, I don't think the U.S. is a stable power right now. Who the fuck knows? Okay. Well, all right. Regardless, I think we were on the street for a bit. I'm guessing we watched this Loner Bucks chatting with Severalizer, I think. Then we had our chats with Mordecai Kedar. I think the chat with Mordecai Kedar, this is like a doctor dude. Doctor is in like, I think a historian. I think a PhD historian. He's written books, released one book on... fuck. Was it Assad? I think. He speaks Arabic. Very doomer take. This guy gave us a very doomer take. I came away with a very doomer take on this. Felt like the Palestinians were crazy. And nobody had a desire to actually learn and talk about anything, because his big criticism was that a lot of Israeli negotiators in the past never even learned Arabic, so they couldn't understand the media, the news, nobody could understand what was going on. Seemed kind of doomer. That was the take that I had from him. Came away feeling kind of depressed, but okay, all right. The next interviews that we did was with a guy called, I think we were on a much shorter timetable here, but Yair Golan. I believe at one point in time, he was considered a potential for next prime minister. No, actually, I think his party was relatively not that popular. I don't know how realistic it would have been that he was, but older military guy in Israel. I think this guy had a pretty amazing backstory. Not a backstory, but like during October 7th, had some pretty insane actions, but he might bring them up in one of our conversations, so.
Yair Golan, good morning. Thank you for inviting us to your beautiful house this morning. For my YouTube audience that doesn't know anything about you, how would you introduce yourself to a foreign audience?
I'm married to Ruti for the last 42 years. We have 5 sons, 1 granddaughter. I was a military man for 38 years. Finished my service in late 2018, and I became a politician from the Zionist left sector in 2019. And since then, I constantly fighting for saving Israel from the hands of corrupted and messianic people who are truly the biggest threat to our existence. And as usual, the internal threats are much more serious from the external one.
Messianic in Israel is going to refer to people who have like almost a borderline or an actual like religious obsession with controlling like the West Bank, or generally the West Bank, expansion of Israel, holy right of Israel to control this land, basically.
When and why do you think Israel and their political scene and the people in the country started to support the right? What do you think it started? Like around what years, and why do you think it's continued in that direction?
I think that there was a huge expectation in Israel to reach peace during the 90s. And no doubt that the fact that the Oslo Agreement failed so terribly, and with the Second Intifada.
So peace during the 90s. 90s was the the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords were the first time there was any kind of like formal agreement between the Israelis and the Palestinians and like reaching some kind of Palestinian state. There probably was a lot of genuine interest between the Israelis and the Palestinians to reach some kind of peace, but it ultimately failed. And then in 2000, the Second Intifada begins.
Which was quite a trauma for the Israeli society. And then the implementation of the disengagement plan that also didn't bring us, some sort of reconciliation process. And by the end of that, the failure of the Annapolis process altogether created the notion that there is no one to talk to.
I think after the Second Intifada, Sharon does unilateral disengagement, meaning there's no negotiating with the Palestinians. He just says, fuck it, we're leaving Gaza. And then I believe the Annapolis project might have been 2008. I think that was Yossi Beilin and some other people, and maybe Olmert, were trying to create this super formal structure for peace, but nothing came out of these things. Let me check on this Annapolis thing. 2007. And then, it was Olmert and then Mahmoud Abbas were here, but nothing came of it.
And we cannot move forward with the Palestinians. And therefore, we need to be more tough, brutal, and so on and so on. All these extreme nationalistic notions. So I think this is the problem. People forget here in Israel that basically we have only 2 options concerning, our destiny. Where are we heading? Annexation or separation? I think that annexation is the end of Israel. And therefore, we need to stick with the concept of separation. How to implement this concept? Well, this is a huge question. My perception is very simple. We need, on the one hand, to reach a total civil separation, and at the same time, to keep security responsibility in our hands. By doing that, we keep Israel as a country with a vast Jewish majority. This is the homeland of the Jewish people. And at the same time, we do not neglect our security to the hands of others. We keep the responsibility for security in our hands, and we need to admit this is the most important, this is the issue that truly concerns every Israeli civilian.
When you look at the settlers,
Citizen, sorry.
When you look at the settlers that are moving into the West Bank, or you look at some people and the way that they talk about expanding into, the ancient lands of Judea and Samaria, does it feel like the majority of the people pushing in that direction are pushing
No.
for security reasons or for messianic?
For most Israelis, they do not care.
Okay.
Most Israelis never ever visit the West Bank. They don't care about it. From them, it's it's behind the hills. It's no man lands. This is not an issue for most Israelis. Most Israelis truly care about security, and they want to feel safe and secure. And I think this is totally understandable. We need to show them. We need to explain over and over again that the best thing for our destiny, the best thing for our security, is to separate ourselves from the Palestinians, to lessen the friction between two hostile populations, and to start somewhere in the future, sometime in the future, a process of reconciliation. But we need to, to establish the right condition for that. I have no intention to say that we don't have very strong emotional connection to Judea and Samaria. Yes, if you look at the Bible, most, the stories of the Bible had happened, in Judea and Samaria. This is the heart of the Jewish people. But right now, in our modern era, we managed to create the Zionist miracle, and we need to admit that, all right, there is another people here, pretty much the same size. They have their own willingness to have their own, independent state. Some of them want to destroy the Jewish state. So we need to figure out, all right, how should we move forward in this, complicated situation? And my perception, we need a Jewish state with a vast Jewish majority, and at the same time, democratic, liberal, free, egalitarian state.
How do you argue against right-wingers that point out that when Sharon disengaged from Gaza, we got Hamas. When there was retreat from Lebanon, we get Hezbollah. The West Bank, there are issues. When people say, well, every time every time Israel pulls out of a particular area, it seems like it just becomes another place for violent activity to flourish. Yeah, and so people would say, well, if you give them a whole state, it seems like it would just be that problem, but even worse. What's the counter retort?
So therefore, I think that the lesson is that we should disengage ourselves from the Palestinians, but at the same time, we need to keep responsibility for security in our hands.
One of the big question when you're in Israel and you're talking to an Israeli and you're trying to figure out what the overall situation should look like, that's good for both sides. The security question is the thing that comes up over and over again. It's basically, I guess now we don't really talk about it at all in the West because it's all just about genocide and apartheid. But I do think he's correct in that what most Israelis want is they just want to feel like, okay, fine, if there's a separate state or whatever, like I just want to know that we're not going to be getting bombed or terrorist attacked all the time. Like there can't be any more rockets, there can't be constant terrorist attacks, there can't be people who are literally chanting every day about how they want to kill us. Like that's the biggest concern with I think with most of the people that live in Israel proper.
The meaning of that, on the operational field is keeping freedom of action, freedom of military action. This is my perception. Let's take the Gaza Strip, for instance. We need to reach a ceasefire as soon as possible, no doubt. We need to free the hostages as soon as possible, no doubt. But we need to keep freedom of action concerning, land operations inside the Gaza Strip whenever it's needed.
Earlier when you speak about negotiating with the Palestinians, who should be negotiated with? Do you think that there's a strong voice, or what even represents the Palestinians right now when the PA is so unpopular and Hamas has so many seats, but for obvious reasons we don't want to negotiate with Hamas?
The only acceptable entity that represents the Palestinians is the Palestinian Authority, whether we like it or not. By the way, on the
who represents the Palestinians is a very contentious question, because the PA is the official organization that was created by the Oslo Accords, which largely failed, arguably. Got into the Second Intifada. After the collapse of the Oslo Accords, the Palestinian Authority was the government that was created to represent the Palestinians, all of them, but they don't. The Palestinian Authority has no control over Gaza, and the Palestinian Authority is deeply unpopular with a lot of the Palestinian people, even in the West Bank. So there's always this question of like, who even has the moral authority and legal authority, not legal authority, the moral authority, I guess, or the popular support, the mandate from the people on the Palestinian side to negotiate with Israel. Like if the leader of the Palestinian Authority, who I think is still Mahmoud Abbas, right? Or Abu Mazen, sometimes people call him, who can he even negotiate with the Palestinians even follow if he did, you know?
You know, put aside all these nationalistic rubbish. What we have on a daily basis is a strong connection between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. We work with them on a daily basis. We need to admit it. Why?
Sorry, this is why I was trying to get my nose. Go ahead. Jesus.
You know, it's quite crazy. We work with them for the last 30 years. You know, working with them had ups and downs all the time. But by the end of the day, there is no other entity we can, you know, cooperate with and work with and do something constructive for the destiny of them and for our destiny at the same time. So yes, the Palestinian Authority, they are not Zionists, they are quite corrupted, a problematic entity, but at the same time, the best we find in the Palestinian society. So let's admit it and let's work with them, not against them.
For the Gaza Strip, in terms of finding an end to that conflict, or the current ongoing war, I should say, do you think that the elimination of Hamas, is that realistic? Should that still be the aim, or?
No, we should take, you know, examples from, you know, all the from the global experience concerning, you know, dealing with such an entities. And I think you in the US, you have your own, you know, experience in Iraq and Afghanistan. You cannot eliminate them. The Hamas is, you know, a version of the Muslim Brotherhood. You cannot eliminate them, you can fight them.
Was a native language of Israel for Israelis, for Jewish people, is Hebrew.
We need to suppress, you know, their presence, their...
You said this guy was doomer? He seems realistic at the very least. No, I feel like Mordecai Kedar was doomer. This guy feels not doomer when I talk to him.
We need to suppress, you know, their presence, their influence in the region as much as possible. But at the same time, we need to build with the Palestinians an alternative. What is the alternative? All right, we want to take them out of power. Who is going to come instead of them? And here, I don't see any other entity but the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority is not strong enough, you know, to replace Hamas, you know, as in a smooth process. And therefore, we need the backing of regional power and the US in order to create a very strong pressure on Hamas, not just militarily, but also concerning all civilian aspects of life.
Okay, and then I guess one or two last questions. How do you balance out the desire to have the Palestinians represented by an entity like the Palestinian Authority with the fact that, given free elections, you know, Hamas would dominate the Palestinian political life, I guess, the PLO. How do you balance that out, saying that I know that most of you guys might favor Hamas, but you should favor the PA, but also we want you to be free and be able to choose what you want to do?
I don't think...
Okay, I'm not trying to glaze. God, I hate fucking Lex Friedman, okay? Okay, one of the issues with one of the issues with the Palestinians or the Palestinian Authority is people are like, okay, well, they should hold democratic elections. But the leader of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, who's the leader of the PLO, and the biggest political coalition of parties basically for Palestinians, is like, okay, well, if we hold elections, Hamas is going to win way more seats, so that's not good. So there's this like tension between, well, we want them to be democratic people who are voting on things, but also if they do vote on things and vote for Hamas, well, what are we going to do? Because that's kind of what happened in the Gaza Strip, where they had elections and then they voted for Hamas. It's like, okay, well, fuck, right? Now, that's only a thing that I can know and ask a question about because I've actually read and studied about this area in the politics, whatever. Unlike fucking Lex, who read and studied absolutely nothing about fucking Ukraine and Russia and even got to talk to the fucking prime minister of fucking Ukraine.
Should favor the PA, but also we want you to be.
How hard is it for you during conversations like this to digest what the person is saying while trying to think of what question to ask next? I mean, nothing this guy's saying is like very crazy out of the box, so it's not like too hard to keep track of the conversation and then like just ask. It's just like genuine, curious questions for like, what would you do?
Be free and be able to choose what you want to do.
I don't think that the Palestinians are going to have,
Ukraine. It's the Ukrainian president, not prime minister. My bad.
Free elections. I don't think that the Palestinians are going to have, free elections tomorrow morning. This notion that you can impose democracy on others without the culture of democracy, without the heritage of democracy, is truly irrelevant. The U.S. had tried it,
We've learned that in Afghanistan.
So it's not, you cannot impose it. It's a matter of, willingness to live in democratic state. So I think this is not a real issue. Right now, we need to distinguish between elements that have no intention to reconcile with Israel, like Hamas, like the Jihadic Islam, and other elements that have some, intention to move forward with, some sort of reconciliation process. We should not think in terms of, all right, we close the deal and that's it, end of the conflict. It won't happen. We need to think in terms of a process. How to move forward in a process that first stage, separation, second stage, starting reconciliation, some sort of reconciliation, third step, providing, and strength this process with some sort of a formal accord. This is, my perception, and it can last, for the next 20, 30, 50 years.
What compromise are these people ready for? Good question. That's always the money question. Who knows what compromise both people are ready for that would actually be workable, right? Maybe I'm just way too America pilled, but why wouldn't every human want to live in? Oh wait. Democrat, because not everybody likes democracy. Is there any possibility of some sort of coalition between Hamas and the PA? Wouldn't a joint entity be easier to get into power and negotiate with at the same time? Well, it's hard to say that because Hamas has said they wanted to work with the PA in the past and then ended up like trying to coup them and kill them all. So I don't know if the PLO would trust Hamas. So who knows?
All right. But this is all about leadership, visionary leadership. We need to create the right process.
Okay. And then my last question, I guess, is what are some concrete ways you feel that Israel could be a partner or supportive of the PA that would increase the PA's ability to function and also to be a representative and to win favor with the Palestinian people?
Now we have a huge opportunity for that. Let's assume that we provide the PA responsibility for the passes between the Gaza Strip and Egypt with some sort of an international supervision. Great. You bring them to the most crucial element of Palestinian life inside the Gaza Strip. Makes sense? Of course. Let's think about, moving forward with civilian projects inside the Gaza Strip concerning electricity, sewage, whatever you think about, and other, projects.
I feel like this is a really good idea. I think I ended up parroting this, and I still do. I think that the Palestinian Authority should probably be empowered somewhat to take over the Gaza Strip and then to show that it can work with Israel, but have goodwill towards Palestinians by, funding public works projects and everything. Yeah.
Handling by the PA under the supervision of the EU. We can do it. We can move forward, but all it's needed is the courage of leaders and the vision, the common vision of Israel with its allies, with regional power, in order to consolidate a strong, pressure toward more reasonable, more secure situation in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do you want to ask a few questions? Yeah, okay. I'll swap in my partner here.
Next is Boner Box.
Okay, I'm joined here by Yair Golan. Thanks very much for having me in your home. Also, congratulations on becoming leader of the Labour Party with a 95% of the vote, was it? Just over.
Yeah.
I feel like the only other place you see numbers like that are Syrian elections, and they're maybe a bit less trustworthy. You've had a very full career. I think you were in the IDF from as early as the Lebanon War in '82. You were there for the first and second Intifada, CAS-led. I think you, in mid-2010s, you became the Deputy Chief of Staff, which is the second highest in the IDF. You very famously rescued a number of people from the Nova Festival on October 7th, making multiple car trips back and forth to find people who were hiding. And somehow, right-wingers call you a traitor for your opinions on the peace process, how to deal with the Palestinians.
Thanks. You're going to watch the upcoming press conference? No, just tell me if there's something interesting. It's too boring. I'm good.
Do you feel like there's an extra pressure as an Israeli leftist to prove your loyalty to get further in politics?
I do not care about them. And I have no intention to prove my patriotism. I was and I am a truly Israel patriot person. And because I'm such a patriot, by the way, my favorite NFL team, beside that, I would say the following. If you are truly Israeli patriot, you need to think about our future. And the most important question, the most important issue concerning our destiny is where are we heading? Annexation or separation from the Palestinians? It's not for them, it's for us. We need to think, what is the nature, the basic nature of the Jewish state? In my mind, it's very simple. We need a state with a vast Jewish majority, the homeland of the Jewish people, the only independent state we have in the world, and at the same time, free, egalitarian, democratic state. And the only way to implement these two concepts is by separating the land. I truly love all the Holy Land, concerning, including Judea and Samaria, but this is not the issue. We live here in the 21st century, and we need to remember that, all right, in our modern world, we need to figure out what is the right way to secure and to make the Jewish existence safe enough. And the only way to make it to come true is by separating the land. It's not because I'm happy with that, because this is a true necessity for our destiny.
Okay. You've recently...
Is he still in politics? He was the leader of the Labour Party. I don't know if he's still a member of the Knesset right now. Oh, there's an easy way to look this up. Or maybe he's the leader of the party, but he's not in the Knesset right now? He might not be in the Knesset right now. Okay. The Knesset is just there at Congress or whatever.
That the current objectives that Netanyahu is pursuing in Gaza are unrealistic and that it is impossible to destroy Hamas in the way that he says you can. Personally, I have no military experience. I feel like whenever I see in the news people talk about, oh, we've destroyed 20 battalions, we've destroyed 21 battalions, even though you're talking about a group that doesn't seem to be very interested in fighting like battalions. They seem to be more interested in separating into little groups. So were you in Netanyahu's position, how would you be approaching the current war in Gaza right now?
I think, it's really simple. First, the main goal for Israel right now is to free all the hostages as soon as possible. This is a matter of national security. It's not just the lives of, 124 persons. It's not just about the destiny of their families. It's about, what kind of a nation we are. Do we neglect, do we have this, notion that we can ignore the life of our sisters and brothers, or we truly care about them? And if we truly care about them, and if the Israeli society has enough cohesiveness inside it, then we need to free them as soon as possible. So this is the first goal of the war right now. The second goal is to secure Israel, from much a larger angle. And much a larger angle is not just destroying Hamas, is to build something instead of Hamas. It's to provide the Palestinians some sort of an alternative. So therefore, at the same time we keep fighting Hamas, we need to build at the same time some sort of an alternative. And the only alternative I can see is the Palestinian Authority with a strong backing from regional powers and from global powers like the US, like the EU. And altogether, I think that what we need right now is a strong diplomacy in order to build this alternative. The fourth issue is to take this opportunity, and every crisis holds some sort of opportunities in it, is this opportunity to consolidate a strong front against Iran. We have an opportunity right now with Saudi Arabia, with the Emirates, with Egypt, with Jordan, maybe with other nations. Let's, think, even further. Where are we heading in our, relationship with the Iranians? We cannot reconcile them. There is no peace agreement in the future between Israel and Iran as long as the extreme Muslim regime in Iran in power. So we need to think more regionally, globally, in order to secure the existence of Israel.
Yeah, I feel like when I look at different figures within the PLO or the Palestinian Authority.
Someone said that Golan is still a member of the Knesset, and according to some of the recent polls of elections were held today, he would lead the largest party in the center-left coalition bloc. Okay, that's what Guy Eppel said in YouTube chat.
Every time I read about a new kind of idea or a new group, say, or like the ideas of Salam Fayyad or Hanan Ashrawi talking about pursuing internal development and a non-violent approach to dealing with Israel, I always feel like this looks really promising, but then they get like 2 or 3% of the vote or the polls. Do you see an effective partner for peace amongst the Palestinian people right now that could pursue negotiations with Israel with the backing of their own people?
Oh, he's kind of re-asking the Palestinian. Sometimes we were in the background we couldn't hear each other's interviews, but this is similar to the question I asked about who could even represent the Palestinians.
I don't know. Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen, is 87. He's not a young person anymore. We will see changes in the Palestinian Authority in the next few years. So it's really hard to guess. And therefore I ask, what is more important for Israel? What is the best for Israel? Where are we heading? On the route to annexation or on the route to separation? And this is the issue. If we truly understand that the only promising destiny is the separation route, therefore we need to prepare the right conditions, the right geographical and social and economical condition in order to move forward concerning this notion of separation.
Okay. I feel like most people seem to agree that Netanyahu is on his way out.
This was like, how many months ago did we do this trip? 6 or 7 months ago? RIP.
Who replaces him, I'm not too sure.
I'm not so sure about it.
Yeah,
he has,
well,
no,
on his way
he
out.
has no intention to give up.
Okay.
And I think that Netanyahu right now is extremely dangerous to the existence of Israel because he put his personal interests upon the national interest. And this is truly devastating for the security and for the destiny of Israel.
I think on the 8th of June, I think, was it Gallant was saying that he was wanting to, that he's made an ultimatum for saying that you need a plan besides destroy Hamas, you need like an after plan.
Yoav Gallant was the Minister of Defense, who's out now.
Do you think that internal dispute
Is this Yobel Prizes camera or something you guys brought for him to work with? I hadn't done any studio work. I have no idea about any camera, anything at this point. So all of the setup and shooting and everything was all Yobel tearing it up and tearing it down, setting it up between every single shoot. So.
Need a plan besides destroy Hamas, you need like an after plan. Do you think that internal dispute is like a real thing, or do you think that's just like neither of these are satisfactory?
Up to now, Benny Gantz is a very disappointing figure because, in fact, he helped Netanyahu instead of helping Israel. I was one of the supporters of Benny Gantz when he entered the government in the very beginning stage of the war. But, you know, it's still understandable concerning the first month, the second month, even the third month of the war. Since then, I don't see why he's there. He did nothing in order to make, you know, the Israeli policy more reasonable. Concerning, you know, economical situation, diplomatic situation, security situation, and so on and so on. So he has almost zero influence since the 4th month of the war. So for the last 4 months, he did nothing. I don't understand it. It's supposed to be an alternative to Netanyahu, not part of Netanyahu government.
Okay. I was actually a bit more hopeful for Netanyahu leaving soon, but assuming that he doesn't, and assuming that there isn't much of a left-wing alternative in government for the foreseeable future, what can left-wing politicians like yourself do in the face of rapid settlement expansion, violence in the West Bank, and everything that just seems to be going in the opposite direction from what you would like to see? We
must replace Netanyahu and the extreme right. And this coalition of extreme right with corrupted people with the ultra-Orthodox. We need to replace them as soon as possible. And we need to go to the streets and we need to protest. And we need to do it every week, every day, all day, in order to force this government to resign and to have new elections. This is what we need. It's not anymore about right and left. It's about corruption against honest people. It's about democratic persons against dictatorship. It's about reasonable consideration against messianic approach to our destiny. This is the issue. It's not right and left anymore. So therefore, I think we need to be in the streets all the time.
I feel like looking through your history, I feel like you've had a lot of fairly like notable moments, I think, or exceptional moments. I think in the Syrian civil war, when Assad was bombing his own people, you were taking wounded people from those bombings to an Israeli hospital across the border. I think in 2006, you were at the head of an evacuation of settlers from Hebron. You have, I think in the mid-2010s, you were quite critical of certain elements of the IDF where people, I think you said they were using excessive force or when it wasn't necessary. Do you feel like there is a lack of accountability in the IDF when it comes to excesses against Palestinians?
No, I think that this is, well, for sure it's not a policy. I think that what we have today in the IDF is the kind of a reflection of what is happening inside the Israeli society. And since, you know, military service in Israel is mandatory, it's quite natural to see, you know, negative phenomena inside the society and their reflection inside the IDF. I think that a reasonable government should look at the IDF as this very strong educational apparatus.
Why does the West Bank seem so much more chill than Gaza? Largely, Israel has a much larger interest in the West Bank. So there's more, I think, there's more of a motivation for them to keep the West Bank more chill. And the Palestinian Authority that does a lot of like security related stuff or cracking down on crime or terrorist stuff exists in the West Bank. To the point to where a lot of Palestinians would be upset with the Palestinian Authority and they would say like, oh, well, the Palestinian Authority doesn't represent us. That's just Israel's police force, basically. So that's like a negative charge that Palestinians, both in Israel and outside of Israel, will levy against the Palestinian Authority. So the West Bank is generally a much safer place, much more chill place than the Gaza Strip. That's generally why.
And therefore, I think, when I'll be in power, I will make, democratic education a mandatory issue for the 3-year service. I think this is quite crucial right now.
I feel like another thing that comes up in your career is you're not afraid to use bold language talking to people. I don't know if this, I always get careful with mistranslations, so you can tell me if this isn't. I think you once described settlers, was it in reference to, it was a riot, you described them as subhuman. Is that an accurate translation, or?
No, it's right. Yes. I don't.
I'm an internet guy, so I like the.
No. I don't think it's maybe it was too harsh an expression, but I think that people who enter a Palestinian village and make some sort of a revenge and destroy, cars and houses and inflict all kind of, violence on innocent people. This is a shame. This is truly a shame. This is, this is not the Jewish people. This is not the Jewish people I know. And we should take it very seriously, because this kind of phenomenon has this tendency to influence others and others and others, and by ignoring that, we created the terms for, very violent society. We should not have violent society.
I think I have 2 more questions, if that's okay, fairly quick. We've spoken a lot about things that I think you should probably be proud of. What's your biggest regret in your political career?
In my political career?
Or any, yeah.
My biggest regret? Well, I think I entered the politics too soon after my military service. I should have, prepared it more cautiously. But I did it because I felt at that time that we were in a time of emergency, and then I discovered that I don't know what is a time of emergency.
Okay.
I should wait, a bit more and learn more about the political system and about what is to be a politician. Well, this is something I regret about.
Okay. And last question, because I tend to ask this to Israelis and Palestinians because they tend to say the same thing, which I find interesting. Do you feel like the rest of the world is on Israel's side right now?
I think that it is a complicated question, because I think that, publicly, we are losing points from day to day. Diplomatically, the situation is still relatively stable. But we need to think about the process. Where are we heading? What is the tendency we want to influence? And I think that Israel should stick with the West. Israel should stick with democratic nations. And therefore, we should adopt some sort of standards, norms that truly represents democratic nations. This is the issue.
Yair Golan, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow. I didn't know this really came up next? It's been a long time. Oh wait, didn't I take notes of my feelings of all the days? If I did, that would actually be so smart. Oh, I did, but not all of these interviews are. Oh, it was. This, okay. Yeah, this was the third day we were there. So after we interviewed him, every single person in Israel apparently knows every single person in Israel. So once you get like somebody's number on WhatsApp, basically they connect you with like every other person on WhatsApp. So there's an influencer, I think an Israeli influencer. No, or he might be Arab. Called Nas Daily. Somebody, where are my Middle Easterners in chat? Is this guy supposed to be just an Arab influencer or whatever? He's like the Mr. Beast of the Middle East, I guess. Israeli Arab, okay. I think we found out that this guy was having a party, a house party in northern Israel. And somehow we got connected to another guy called Elon Levy, who also was heading to this party. And we decided to just film an interview driving to the north, because I think Elon had heard of me and was happy because he felt like I was like super ultra pro Israeli. I think something along the lines like he'd heard of me. Yeah. Is this the propagandist guy? Yeah, I think he was the speaker for a while. Not that long. I think this guy got semi-popular for an eyebrow thing or whatever, but I think he was asked admittedly like a really, really, really ridiculous question. I
was speaking to a hostage negotiator this morning. He made the comparison between the 50 hostages that Hamas has promised to release, as opposed to the 150 prisoners that are Palestinians that Israel has said that it will release. And he made the comparison between the numbers and the fact that does Israel not think that Palestinian lives are valued as highly as Israeli lives?
That is an astonishing accusation. If we could release one prisoner for every one hostage, we would obviously do that. We're operating in horrific circumstances. We're not choosing to release these prisoners who have blood on their hands. We are talking about people who have been convicted of stabbing and shooting attacks. Notice the question of proportionality doesn't interest Palestinian supporters when they are able to get more of their prisoners out. But really, it is outrageous to suggest that the fact that we are willing to release prisoners who are convicted of terrorism offenses, more of them than we are getting our own innocent children back, somehow suggests that we don't care about Palestinian lives. Really, that's a disgusting accusation.
That was a crazy question, but I think he was a spokesman for Israel. Is it just for the entire country? I think for a few months. I don't think it was that long, and then now he does like a podcast or something. Okay, wait, hold on. Apparently we have other clips. You can open up the second YouTube playlist and track by days. Are these the exact same videos, or hold on? This is video 8. Wait, I don't understand. Track by days. Wait, hold on. I think you like the same thing twice next time. This is just the same playlist, right? Or is there another? Were these interviews private? Because I haven't gone over them on stream yet. Oh wait, there's another playlist. Oh, cute. Okay. Okay, so before our trip, this is day 4? Oh fuck, I missed all of this. This is after the Mordecai interviews. Day 3. Wait, fuck, which of these have I watched? I don't remember which ones I watched. We did Shabbat Elevator, we did Hebrew Sun. Did we did our IDF encounters, right? Where they kept throwing us out.
We're meeting.
We did this bullshit. Oh, by the way. This motherfucker, I think, got sentenced with a crime or some bullshit. Fuck this guy. The crazy Yitzhar Jews out here in the West Bank, some insane settlement. This motherfucker got sent to jail. Okay, we got the Jew alumni on this guy's ass, but it was for something not related to this, so fuck this. Let's see. Clown car to Mordecai. Debrief on IDF encounters. Mordecai prep and British interviewers. Jewish loophole Yeruv explained. Mordecai prep, making fun of Emma Vigeland behind. Okay, meeting Mordecai. Did we watch these videos of like meeting Mordecai and everything?
I still don't know how you pack so light.
No, it's really stupid. I remembered so many things, but I forgot to get a big suitcase that would take me for 3 weeks.
Yes, we did watch these.
So I'll have to do some laundry when I'm here and probably buy some clothes.
Yeah.
Okay. Did we do the after the Mordecai conversation? Did we do this one?
It's a different. Discord is
I know this random soldier got jailed. I don't know. There was a news article about it.
That's a different. Discord is fine, but you're already on Discord, so I don't know.
Everyone using WhatsApp.
Yeah,
no one's using Discord.
Mordecai debrief continued. Cat rejections and sunset views. Day 4. Okay. Okay, I guess we're on day 4 then. Fuck it. This was the day I think we interviewed Yolan. So anyway, okay, so this was the same day that the last interview took place. And then I think it might be on the night this drive takes place. Yeah, day 4, okay.
Yeah, that ribbon I didn't see. I only saw one car with it.
I think this is Tel Aviv. I think, maybe. Possibly. Fuck these guys, making me drive in this fuck-ass country, okay?
And a Corey trying to talk to the IDF. Corey?
He was aggressive. Holy shit.
Where are you guys going? Over there. Where's your friend from? That direction?
More suspicious.
Yeah.
It was quite funny how he was just able to like be really snarky with fucking soldiers with guns and shit.
We're complaining about the, oh god, I forgot his name. The guy who tried to get us, Corey? Is it Corey Gills who tried to get us into Nablus when we were talking to the IDF soldiers? I feel like Corey made us sound more guilty than we actually were, because anytime they asked him a question like, "Where's your friend from?" and he's like, "That direction," and he's like pointing just to the southeast. It was like, okay.
He does that in his interviews as well. He's very unapologetic.
I think it's just like a culture thing, just like an East Coast versus West Coast of the U.S.
Yeah.
I think here people are just like a lot more forward. Even in like the driving, like you go into the lane that you want, and people just stop people. I think these are. I've only done the one drive, but these are probably some of the more aggressive drivers I've seen before.
Yeah.
By the way, Steven, who started the memes about your driving skills?
Fake news.
Oh my God, she said that right away.
Fake
There's like
You're
no
not Mike, so
hesitation.
no one even heard that. She said that those memes are totally unfounded. She doesn't know where they come from, which is true. I don't either. Yeah, I don't know who started those memes.
You remember the drill twice.
They're a bunch of bullshit, though. All these people have shit to say, but nobody wanted to step up and drive instead of me. Notice that.
True.
Yeah. Remember that.
Yeah, you're an aggressive driver. That's great.
Here, can I give you my mic?
No. She doesn't need to be mic'd, ever.
True. Okay. I think this is when we're getting hooked up with Elon and Nas. We find out that this guy's having like a party soon, so this is still the same day.
Okay. Nasir Yassin, Nas Daily, the Israeli-Palestinian influencer. Do you know who that is?
Oh yeah, he's famous. He's got like millions of followers.
Millions?
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently he's here today for a creator summit. He and Ilan are friendly, and he invited us to his family home in Araba in northern Israel tomorrow night for dinner. It's about a 2-hour drive from Tel Aviv. Today at the summit, Ilan told Nas he may not be able to come to dinner because he might be filming with you, and Nas said to bring you. He'd love to have you for dinner as well. Of course, it's quite the drive there and back. And then we had the crazy thought that maybe you could film a conversation between you and Ilan in the car on the way.
It's Elon. I don't know why this retard's pronouncing it wrong.
Sure, if it's a good idea. Regardless, we figured we'd speak to you first and see if you're even interested in coming at all. And they'd have to leave. They're leaving for that at around 5 p.m.
Yeah.
So the Nas guy is like really big.
Yeah, I've heard the name Nas Daily. I've never seen.
Yeah.
him, though, yeah.
He's got like Nas Daily, Nas Travel. Like he's like branched off from there.
Is he Arab Israeli?
Yeah, I think because he did a whole thing on like Israel Palestine, but he normally takes kind of like a middle stance. I feel like he doesn't try to be too controversial.
He's got 13.5 million.
I should tell people I'm him.
Nas Daily. He's got a big.
He's close enough that like white people would say I look like him.
Yeah, like
slow down there, Hassan.
This guy was big for years because someone had mentioned him to me because he like travels the world and creates like really crazy. He finds crazy stories and he's got a way that he talks that's very much social media friendly.
These thumbnails are so like East coded.
yeah. It's like that. But he's big enough that like he's hired someone else to do some of the normal travel stuff and everything.
Oh damn!
If you can talk to him,
how he got shredded.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, if you can talk to him, he is like a huge influencer, especially in the Middle East.
Lay influencer. Oh my god, how many of these videos are there for this day? What the fuck?
What is this neighborhood called?
The city is Roshai.
Roshai?
Yeah. Neighborhood.
Oh, these are stories about Yair Golan.
Deilanot.
I think we're still on the way to him right now.
He did some crazy shit, right? I think he was telling me that he like went up and like, fuck, look, I wish I remember this story. Something along the lines like this guy just went up to like front lines and started fighting because he felt like compelled to or whatever. Does this sound right or?
No, well that's not what I read. What I read is that he got into an old military uniform.
Yes,
drove
yeah,
to
yeah.
the festival, rescued some people who were hiding in the bushes. Then he goes back again because a Haaretz journalist calls up and says that their son's there, so he goes against them. Then he goes back again a third time.
Yeah, okay, that was it, yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Okay, and then he was telling me, because I'm seeing in this wiki, it's mentioning this Holocaust speech.
Yeah.
Apparently in Israel there is a big, you guys do like your Holocaust Memorial Day, and it's like one of the largest like secular holidays. I say holiday, but like people are like giving speeches and stuff. And the guy last night was telling me that apparently Golan was giving a speech saying that he was worried about like Israel creating the conditions for like a second Holocaust here, and then he got like super shit canned. Like
that was the only reason, because he was deputy chief of staff, and I think the only reason he didn't become actual chief of staff was because of that. Yeah.
Was it when he said that? Was it in relation to like the treatment of the Palestinians, or?
I think so, but I think he he said he regretted it like immediately afterwards. I don't even,
This is who we're meeting now?
He's also made a big noise about IDF soldiers who don't face repercussions for breaking the rules or for killing people.
When it started off, it was way too hot. But the when the Dr. Kadar guy made the joke about like, oh, like I've been married to my wife for 48 years.
Yeah.
He's like, it would have been 2 life sentences for killing people. I wanted to say more like 50 life sentences for killing Palestinians. But that would have been way too hot.
Hey,
It would've come in
why?
Too much there.
Good one.
Kind of interesting. I know that Israeli left-wingers, they tend to only do well in politics if they have like a very impressive military background, like Rabin or Chirac or like this guy. Because it feels like if you're a left-winger, you have to, like, the worst thing you can be is like a left-winger who people consider weak.
Yeah,
So you
yeah. So I
always
mean, I
have
feel
to
like
counterweight it by being like having a really impressive military record.
I feel like every fucking prime minister, minister of defense has like had a military background, chief of staff, all that.
Ehud Olmert actually famous didn't have much military experience.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but again, he was like a right-winger, so it was okay.
Just because Israel's history is so short, being like a minister of defense or whatever, having some kind of big military background was like really big for becoming a prime minister or just being involved in politics. Oh, this is when I got to Golan's house.
Yo, Bill. Nice to meet you. Is it okay video or?
As far as I understand, you are working all the time.
Yeah.
Hello.
We won't show you. Hello. Hey, buddy.
Hi, she's
Hey, gal.
truly a peaceful dog.
Yeah.
Is this in
Hello?
Jerusalem? No, this is all near Tel Aviv or in Tel Aviv.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Yo, Bill.
Nice to meet you.
What's her name?
Mine? Her?
Oh, yeah.
Kaya.
Kaya. Good girl, Kaya.
Like the car.
Oh, like a KIA. Oh, she's sweet.
Inside or outside? What do you prefer?
That would be
For the interview,
Outside looks good.
outside could be good, but there will be some background noise.
Maybe inside because of the noise.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially if we got something like. Yeah.
There's only birds children.
Yeah. Okay. Then we'll do outside. Yeah. Could be nice settings.
He said Rosh Hain before? Okay, whatever that place is.
You're around the table. It's okay.
Oh, you know the one issue.
Back there and the table over here.
Yeah. The only thing I need is power sources. We got one. Okay. Then if I. Okay. Let me set.
You look at the settlers that are moving
Behind the scenes.
into the West Bank, where you look at some people and they talk.
Oh wait, that wasn't. I thought that we did a new video. So.
Yeah. The only thing I need is power. We got one. Okay. Then if I. Okay. Let me set.
You look at the settlers that are moving into the West Bank, where you look at some people and they talk about expanding into the ancient lands of Judea and Samaria. Does it feel like the majority of the people pushing in that direction are pushing for security reasons or for messianic?
Who owned all this equipment? I think Yobel either owned it or rented it.
Netanyahu is on his way out. Who replaces him? I'm not too sure.
I'm not so sure about it.
Yeah,
He has no intention to give up.
Okay.
And
so much for your time. I appreciate it.
I just made an epic anti-Arab tweet.
Fuck, it's retarded. It was a good tweet though, okay.
I just made another epic anti-Arab tweet. Good. Okay, send me that one.
This is the content we came here for.
I think this is after the Golan interviews.
These little guys. Oh my god. I didn't know you were that into it.
Wow. Fuck. Okay, you have to start my clock.
Right, for sure?
Yep.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
Hurry up. What the fuck? What the okay, wow. What's he doing? He's going for a fox mate.
A fucks me?
Fool's mate.
I can't even see this board. This is really good.
Wouldn't let me get rusty. That's
Oh, no,
the
he's
only
going
reason.
for it.
Okay.
He's going for the kill shot. What the fuck? Okay. You have to do your clock.
Did you just fuck me?
No, you're fucking yourself by forgetting to hit your clock.
You didn't do your clock.
Okay, go. All right, whatever. All right.
Rules are being broken here.
Yeah. Come on.
What are you even doing?
I'm getting desperate is what I'm getting. Oh, this guy's good. Chaotic.
That is.
But you're in check. I don't even fucking.
He cheated. He was using a.
Israeli flag's growing on
engine.
me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty. Yeah. Because it can't be a meme. There's too many of them.
Yeah, true.
No one's joking.
You guys are dressed for the occasion. Did you say you have to go clothes shopping or something?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have to, but I feel like it might help. I don't know.
Wait.
I feel like it. Yeah, what is that?
We call that Mary Jane.
Oh, is that what it?
Smoke marijuana here? Are you allowed? Oh, okay.
Beef cucks.
Okay, gotcha.
Like, is it legal or they just do it quietly?
It's legal, but everyone's.
Yeah.
Oh, we went to a restaurant. Fuck, what kind of food was this? I don't remember. Thai food, maybe?
Thank you. My God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wait. I found the perfect meal for you. Holy shit.
Oh.
Go to page 3. There's a section called Walk Courses. Turn the page one more time. Alright. Where is this?
Oh, yeah, you're going to speak the Hebrew section?
You know what? It's upside down. Here. This is yours right there. Now, I believe this one might be just for you.
Oh, beef cup.
The beef
Good
cup.
one, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, do we have different menus?
Look at this.
Yeah, what? This is not the same
cup?
as.
You got a beef cup cooked from morning till
What the fuck is beef cup? What is this menu? Why is this menu different from the ones that we
Why do
got?
you have polar menu?
Oh, this is like a normal. This is a business lunch menu. So that's not the lunch menu.
Christ.
God, it's nice being American and everybody in the world has to print menus in English. Oh, I love it.
Okay. Where's my beef cup?
Found the destiny dish. Beef cup cooked from morning till noon in palo seasoning. Jesus Christ. Maybe this is why that person recommended this place.
Somebody else recommended it.
Oh,
I was like,
okay.
yeah, that's what I've never been.
Oh. Well, fuck it.
Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. That's what you sound like. Oh, fuck it.
Are you gonna take that? I don't know.
It follows faces.
Yeah, so
Oh god, that's so weird. Ah,
Can you see me on there?
that's scary.
Can you tap on my face?
You might have to double tap on it.
Oh, no, it
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, didn't miss. You don't miss. You don't miss. Actually, it caught your hand for a bit. Oh, it's back to you. It's back to you.
How expensive was Israel as a tourist? I don't know. Medium expensive? It's all like currency translated, so I don't fucking remember. Everything in the world is expensive right now, okay?
You got one of those? Can I reach it from here? Yeah, wait, move this way? Yeah. And then I think I can do a little artificial view.
Do you guys know what you want?
There you go.
Yeah, I want to know what pavlova is.
What?
Pavlova?
Well, I tell him. For a
crazy.
cookie man, is this a...
Look at this. You don't even have to like lift it up.
Oh, it's still.
Wow. He was less impressed than us, but. Just something Israeli flag.
Yeah, that's what Steven wants. Yeah, he's really fun.
Nice. Top secret info being censored right now.
Real quick, what do you think is my most pro-Palestinian debate? I've got a guy trying to set me up with somebody with the Palestinian Authority.
Okay.
But he wants my most pro-Palestinian debate. Is that?
You should have done more. Yeah. How about when we were debating the fucking electrocuted Hobbit guy? by the Salmons very early on.
I don't see anything unhinged in that, do I?
The guy was like, what's wrong with buying land from House in the West Bank? Remember that one?
Yeah.
The guy with a colonizer mindset.
Were you in that call?
Yeah.
Did you watch my Simcha Rockman one?
No. What's that? Who's that?
Simcha Rochman? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Super far right, crazy Israeli dude.
He's like a big far right Knesset member.
Oh.
But I'm trying to think if I was like strong enough in that debate. This one? 4 fucking hours though.
No, that one.
Not that one?
Before that one. That one's shit.
Before that? This is 6 months ago. I didn't even know anything about Israel before that.
That one turned into Goldstone debate with Lycan.
Oh boy.
So I discovered Lycan in the Goldstone debate.
Nah, who cares?
I don't know if my debate was strong enough. What do we get?
Shut up.
Oh. Jewish people also do the one thing where they go, da da da. Like a lot. Why?
Oh, true.
Don't know.
Kadar did it a lot.
Oh, yeah.
What you gonna do? Like that kind of stuff.
Every old Jewish guy talks like this. I don't know why.
Isn't that just what the Mediterranean does to people?
Gobble gobble goo. Oh, maybe, right? Because your Greeks and shit do that shit too, don't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Bada bing.
My dad does it. Yeah. My favorite dish in the tongue them fucking pointing.
Yeah, they're very musical individual. Individuals.
Always after like the deepest, darkest, most rhetorical questions that they don't want you to answer.
Yeah.
And why do you think they do this? I'll tell you.
Mordecai did this a
It
lot.
is in their nature.
The Arab thing is very much like, to me, maybe, do you understand?
Yeah. I have no point of reference for Arab conversations now.
Omar bin does it.
Oh, does he?
He does it in a Western way, but he does the same mannerism, yeah. If you listen to me, maybe if you understand.
My favorite is still just the Finkelstein command. They're like, please stop, please just stop talking. Let me finish. Did you notice that in that debate, towards the end, I stopped giving a fuck. The only time he actually shut the fuck up and let me finish is when I did that back to him, and he like leaned back and smiled. I couldn't tell if he was having a fucking whatever the whole time. So I was like, no, and I did this, and I did it, and he instantly shut up, and he kind of like leaned back and was smiling. I'm like, okay, dude.
It's like Alex Jones vibes of like, oh, he's sharing my energy. We're just here to troll, okay? That's still one of the best when you told him, Alex Jones, don't touch me.
Dumb.
I think he fell in love with you at that point.
Oh. Do you have the moment you did the hand command? I don't know actually. Wait, somebody find it in the debate. It was towards the end. I feel like I did the hand thing once, and I feel like Finkelstein. He'd lean back and smile, and I feel like it was actually like a real. He was like he'd learned. I'm never gonna be able to fucking find this. Fucking 6-hour debate, 5-hour debate. Sorry, fuck me. What a horrible, horrible conversation. Oh my god, wait. No? Did I? No, not there. The Finkel smile. God. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. It's somewhere in here, I think.
Did you watch that Alex Stein video with his mom in the hospital?
No.
Holy shit.
What did he do?
Is that real?
He's like dying in the hospital from COVID. He's like making fucking content off of it, like crying in the background.
And then at the end, he's like blaming the doctors for giving her
The vaccine.
no, she was anti-vax.
Because of
He was
Alex.
blaming the doctors for giving her remdesivir instead of like ivermectin or something.
Jesus Christ. He is a bad man.
Just the AOC thing alone should like disqualify him from doing content with literally anybody.
No.
Is he actually like making money? Like making a living?
I think Alex Stein first got popular screaming at AOC outside, saying, "My big booty Latina." It was unhinged.
I have no clue. Probably not. Well, I mean, he does it full time, but. Yeah. Right? We did. Yeah.
Alex Stein got popular rapping in Waco, Texas.
So it sounds like when your mom used to
I thought the
vibrate her.
AOC big booty thing was his first big like political type clip.
No, because it vibrates against the butt plug she has in too.
Jesus.
Because the vibrator's vibrating against the butt plug she has in too. She doesn't have a butthole? Because it's always plugged all the time? At this point, it's more like a butt cavern.
True.
Is it working?
Yeah, working great. Perfectly. Did you know that the world's oldest tattoo shop is in...
Are you making fun of me?
Where was it?
Oh, you can't
East
even-
Jerusalem.
you can't even believe it.
Yeah, the old city. Did you know that?
Oh, he told me
It's pretty
this
crazy. They
earlier.
even take like old coins. You can go and pay there for it or whatever. The art's not that great, but
I'm glad you're paying attention.
I always pay attention.
Listen, did you hear the part where I said I'll get a tattoo of your plushie? Whatever.
I don't know if that's true. Did he say, I think it was in Jerusalem, he said like the oldest tattoo shop that's ever existed is there apparently?
Oh, that'd be cute.
But it all depends if we survive the trip.
There, still go.
Oh, no. We got it back.
Oh my god, this is so you.
Oh, true. That's so you.
Shut up. Oh, you mean like for dating partners?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jesus. Is this like an advertisement for vampires?
Why?
I don't know, she looks like very vampiric.
Why? What about her?
She just had a very vampiric aura. You couldn't feel that?
Racism.
No, nothing to do with racism. I think you just can't like see auras as well on people, like I can.
No, you read.
I read them almost instantly.
No.
Yeah.
What's my aura then? Don't answer, actually.
Menacing and mischievous.
answer.
And malignant.
No, that's a vampiric aura.
No, actually, that one was very
That was a
friendly.
literal vampire.
Yeah, but like it was obviously like a guy dressed as a vampire. Like it was like a cosplay drawing. You just can't tell.
Where are we going, by the way?
Who's the cameraman? I think it's
Hopefully.
Yobel.
And then back to our hotel. It's like a nap for an hour. Yes.
Why do you need so many naps?
I haven't gotten to have one nap since I've gotten here.
You've had like 5 naps.
No, I've like slept.
Yeah, in short periods of time, like a nap.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Jesus. True though.
I'm gonna turn you into cubes and shove you down the drain.
Shut up.
I need to adopt this Israeli mindset.
In terms of what, driving or?
Just making space for yourself, being extremely assertive.
Oh, true. What up?
Can you say I love Israel?
I love Israel.
Say I love Israel.
No, that's too far.
Go. Yeah, it's funny. You hear that and you don't know I don't know what the reference is. Now I get it. It's him saying it. Yeah. But what do we say? Goon. See, I think you made the right choice with the shades.
Duh.
True.
Every choice I make is the right choice. I'm immune to making wrong choices.
Absolutely.
Is that true?
Absolutely true.
Yes.
True.
And then you get a bike with the basket.
Then I look like a mini Super Mario.
I got that. Did you just? I wasn't paying attention. Did you try to hit him?
No, you're good.
I saw some kind of a swing and a.
Finally.
Oh my god. This is why you always have the camera rolling. Oh, I got that too. So.
You're unhinged.
Oh my god, I didn't know.
You're crazy. You need to turn her way down.
Such a manipulator.
I'm not a manipulator. It's called crazy making. I'm just winding you up and then letting the camera catch you. Acting unhinged.
This whole time I was telling you to blink twice if you're. Really, he's been.
Really, I've been the abuser one, yeah. I just can't help it. It's because I'm gullible like those people are. They're real gullible right now. You're missing the most gullible 2 people you've ever seen in your whole life. Wow. The levels of gullibility are just off the charts.
That's not what
Okay. I think we're picking up Elon here. All right.
you're going to say, though. That is obvious. you're going to be like, I'm super curious. Can we just tell me about how fucking retarded these fucking Palestinians
basically, you want to go. Okay. I'm just going to take a sample video of you guys. So, Loner, if you can just talk to Michael real quick, or just face his direction.
Hello?
As you're talking.
Yeah, fine.
Any crazy comments from like Ben Giver or anything, or?
Well,
because I feel like those comments have been way more hurtful than whatever fucking joke.
I guess he should have, but
because
because Ben Gvir is like part of the government, they can tell like you're not going to say anything like that about Ben Gvir, and he couldn't because he's like when he worked under him. Now, yeah.
Wait, that's not the Sea of Galilee.
No. I hope not.
This is Galilee, the area where. Yeah. Okay. What was the fucking operation that was up here? Fuck, Iran. One of the messier ones. That's where we're going? No. I don't think it's his family house. I think it's
Oh wait, I think we might pick up Alan in the middle. This is something we already have him now.
Yeah, I don't think he's inviting 200 people over to his mother's place.
It's 200 people? I think last year,
after all the people that you invited, it was supposed to be
after the summit last year, I think it was his parents' house. I think so. I didn't go, but I was invited. Yeah.
It's more people than I could fit in the party.
I think my two biggest criticisms for the way that
All right. Do I want to watch this tonight? 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Is this your first time in Israel?
Yeah.
Yours too?
Yeah.
You'll have to come visit during peacetime as well.
Yeah, when is that? Like 120 years ago or whatever?
Come with your grandkids.
Yeah.
Good one.
Look, everything's relative. When we say come in peacetime, we mean not in the middle of an active war on 7 fronts.
Okay.
7 fronts, don't forget that.
So you were spokesman, western-facing English-speaking media.
Yes.
What how do you perceive Israel's like international presence? In terms of like how do you think people perceive Israel? Do you think that Israel does a good job of communicating what it wants to, or?
Our international standing is in freefall at the moment after 8 months of a horrible war, 8 months of a concerted propaganda campaign by Hamas, amplified by UN officials who have unfortunately been hijacked by the Palestinian cause, covering up how they've been hijacking aid, covering up how they've been waging war out of hospitals. The world is growing increasingly fed up with the war and wants it to go away, and Israelis understand that we simply cannot end this war abandoning the hostages there or leaving Hamas in power, because there will be a next time and it will be worse. And so Israelis are paying a very painful price for a war we didn't, I keep saying again and again, we didn't want, we didn't start, we didn't expect, or it's been forced to fight, despite the painful price on, around the world.
What do you think, why does Israel suck so much at doing foreign communication?
Look, I've got a lot of complaints about the way that Israel structures its public relations. I think we need a full-time fleet of spokespeople in all languages. It's not something we have. When this war started, I was a private citizen. I was not involved with this government. The closest I'd come to this government was protesting against it in the regular protests every week. But the war happened and it was all hands on deck, and you saw this emergency mobilization of Israeli society where people said, okay, let's put our politics to the side for a moment, and we'll do whatever we have to do in order to win this. And I found myself in 3 days, it's really an only in Israel story, going from giving interviews in my living room as a private citizen to standing behind a podium as his Prime Minister's office and giving official interviews. That's not the way that Israel should work. Israel should have professional full-time spokespeople in all languages. But it goes deeper than that, because at the end of the day, we're outnumbered. We're outmanned. There are many more people on the other side than there are of us. And even if you don't look at the ratio of how many Jews there are to Arabs in the world, or Jews to Muslims in the world, and we're a tiny minority, there are only 15 million Jews in the world total. You have decades of, I would say, indoctrination on Western university campuses, telling this whole oppressor ideology, painting Israel as some colonial settler state, that has meant, unfortunately, that when a war starts, there are many people who are automatically predisposed to believing the worst about Israel.
Bro, this alien guy is like in PR mode 100% of the time. Yes, he's like always in Israeli spokesperson mode. Yeah.
And weren't on our side to begin with, no matter the most talented spokespeople and best infographics and soundbites we throw their way.
Do you think that's I feel like that explanation doesn't account for the fact that Israel used to have a lot more, the balance of sympathy I think used to be very different, especially when you consider that a lot of what would have been like left-wing heroes of the times, like MLK or Rosa Parks or even up to Mandela, there was much more sympathy for the Israeli cause as well, right? But now it seems like that's more or less gone from that side of politics. So do you think there's a reason that changed?
At times Israel had more support, but I wouldn't exaggerate it and suggest there was a time that Israel was ever fully embraced in the family of nations. There are still many people who do not think that this country should exist at all, and that's the root of this conflict. unfortunately, left-wing discourse. By the way, Israel used to be a left-wing cause. Like the first country to
I
recognize.
wonder if we didn't get the audio off this mic for some reason, because it sounds like it's just being picked up by the background ones.
Israel was actually the Soviet Union, okay? And Israel was considered the darling of the global left because they understood that it stood for values of equality and self-determination, etc. But there's been a shift in global international left-wing discourse, one that views everything through the lens of colonialism. And takes this story of a persecuted and scattered people returning to build a country in their ancestral homeland, in the state of Israel, and painting that as being some sort of colonial settler enterprise. The left has shifted as well. It's not that Israel shifted away, the goalposts have moved, and the ideology that's being told about oppressor oppressed places Israel within that nexus that paints it as being the ultimate villain and the ultimate enemy, like no matter what it does.
What do you want to do? But I'm not. I don't want to turn it into a full-on debate. I'm just.
I'm happy to. We've got a long ride ahead.
That is true.
Okay, I think I'll maybe push back against two things.
Oh, so this is our first time chatting with them. They wanted to film on the way there, which I thought was fine, but I don't know if I want to do like a hardcore, crazy debate like in the van. It seems like it'd be kind of weird.
Give me your toughest.
So the way I see it is that, well, I feel like the original, although they used the language in different ways, the original people who came to Israel called themselves settlers and colonialists. They weren't imperial. They weren't backed by like a mother state, and they like it doesn't make sense to say
They
that.
call themselves colonialists.
They said they were colonial. Yeah, they said that they were doing was colonial. Yeah, Herzl said that. Yeah, they use that word a different way, right? So it's like some people say like, oh, we'll go colonize Mars, right?
You want to hear a funny story about the early Zionist movement?
Sure.
When the first Zionist Congress met in Basel in 1897, Herzl told all the various Jewish delegates to go out and rent the best top hats and three-piece suits that they could. None of them owned top hats and three-piece suits. They said, we're building a movement now that needs to influence and impress powerful people in Europe. Let's look the part. Zionism has always been about faking it until you make it, okay? The early Zionists understood we're choosing the land of Israel as opposed to, Uganda, which the British offered the Zionist movement or something. Because this is our ancient homeland, because this is literally where we're from. The word Jew comes from Judea. And if they had to paint it within language that would make it appeal to the great powers of the day, they framed it in language that would appeal to the great powers of the day. It didn't change the fact that this was a movement that looked around Europe and said, dark clouds are on the horizon. We've been persecuted for 2,000 years. It's getting worse. Our societies hate us. And the best way to keep ourselves safe is to build a sovereign state in which we can take charge of our own fate and our own destiny and protect ourselves. And they certainly didn't imagine it being colonial in the same way that, the British went and colonized Canada or Australia or America.
I feel like the principal failing for Israel, and the reason why it's so hard to garner sympathy, and I think it's impossible right now to garner sympathy for Israel, is because in the early stages of the conflict or whatever, pre-48 to post-48, you had a feeling, not even a feeling, but legitimately it was Israel versus the Arab world. But, past 79 and onwards, as individual countries have been extricated from that conflict and then everybody else has kind of cooled down on things, you just have Israel versus the Palestinians. And I feel like that's a conflict that is impossible to garner sympathy for. That as much as Israel might try to say, well, what about Hezbollah, what about the Houthis, what about Iran, the only thing people see are Israel and the Palestinians. And that until that gets resolved, there's like no hope for like any kind of international goodwill. That's what it feels like.
First of all, you're looking at things through a magnifying glass. This is not a local war between Israel and a terrorist organization in Gaza. This is a war in which Israel is under attack from Iran and its proxy armies on 7 different fronts.
The 7 fronts.
At the same time that we're dealing with Hamas in Gaza and the monsters who perpetrated the October 7th massacre. We have Palestinian terrorists in the West Bank. We have Hezbollah raining rockets on northern Israel. Just today, an attempted ballistic missile strike on Eilat from the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Attacks from Syria. Just a few days ago, a UAV was intercepted from Iraq. And it's only been a few weeks, we've managed to forget it already, since Israel came under attack from Iran as well, with a massive attack of 350 ballistic cruise missiles and UAVs. So you have to zoom out and understand those are the dynamics of what is happening in the Middle East right now. Iran has built a coalition of proxy armies that are determined to destroy this country, not in one big strike, but essentially through a war of attrition. And part of that attrition is eroding Israel's international standing and legitimacy. Try to drive this country into the ground. That's what Israel's fighting about.
I understand that, and I think that's the thing that you could say on the macro level, but there's a visceral feeling, you talk about Iran shoots 350 missiles at Israel in a day and it injures one Jewish girl. I don't think she died, did she?
Bedouin girl.
Bedouin girl? Yeah, it injures one person. Israel shoots one missile and can kill 350,000 civilians. Not to say that they're targeting something, but I'm saying like the scope is so different in terms of what the capabilities are. Even if you start grouping all these people together, Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorists in the West Bank, and then you compare it to the IDF.
Because this attack by Iran a few months ago was the biggest ballistic missile attack in the history of the world. It compares only with Russia's initial attack on Ukraine in the early stage of the war, but that was over a much bigger territory. We managed to repel it, and we repelled it because we were working with allies and because we spend 7% of our GDP on defense, because our taxes are so high because we have to invent and pioneer and purchase and create the weapons that are going to keep us safe from a crazy religious fundamentalist regime that is trying to destroy us all. But the fact that we're so good at defending ourselves doesn't mean...
Imagine this dude debating Hassan. Anybody that knows anything about Israel-Palestine would destroy Hassan in a debate, this guy included. But Hassan just does propaganda. He doesn't know anything about the actual region, so...
The threat is not massive of this Iranian regime and its coalition of proxy armies. Hamas is one of them, Hezbollah, the Houthis are others, that are determined to destroy this country. This is what the war is about at the moment.
I understand what you're saying, but like internationally, the sympathy is not going to be there, right? I think people at the end of the day, as stupid as it is, they look at body counts, right? How many soldiers, how many civilians have Hezbollah killed, in the past 15 years? How many people have died in Gaza from the invasion, from the war now, right? Even just going by militant count, more people died in Gaza on the Palestinian side than probably what, all the fatalities of the Six-Day War, all the fatalities of Yom Kippur, all the fatalities, like it's just
I see that, but I think it's the wrong way to look at it, because you have our enemies trying as hard as they can to kill as many people as possible, and we're spending an absolute fortune to try to defend ourselves, to keep ourselves safe, and we're trying to kill as few people as possible while they're deliberately embedded in civilian areas and building their tunnels under schools and homes and hospitals because they want to maximize civilian harm. So yes, if you look at the raw numbers, you would think, wow, this is evil, aggressive Israel attacking the Palestinians, but you understand the dynamics of what is happening. You have Hamas and Iran trying to kill as many people as possible and failing because we're really good at defending ourselves, and Israel trying to reduce harm to civilians as much as possible. And you know what? Not doing the worst job when you compare civilian to combatant ratios and other wars.
Sure.
But could do a much better job if they weren't so determined to hide behind civilian targets. And here's the thing, Hamas keeps on moving with the civilians every time they move in Gaza. So the goalposts and the targets keep moving.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Believe it or not, I'm the pro-Zionist of the two of us. I'm just saying that internationally, that communication, I don't think it doesn't feel like international audiences can ever feel that or sympathize with that, because it just at the end of the day it comes down to people are going to scream at they're going to hit you over the head with the raw numbers over and over again, basically.
Well, they hit you with the raw numbers and not necessarily the accurate numbers, right?
Doesn't matter, right?
Because we know that Hamas has been making things up. I mean, for example, there was the incident early on in the war.
The
Al-Ahli hospital, exactly. Hamas claims an Israeli airstrike hits a hospital, destroys it, kills 500 people. Turns out in the morning it was the shrapnel from an Islamic Jihad rocket. It hit the car park of the hospital and far fewer people killed, maybe double digits. The official Hamas number of reported casualties includes the 500 people it claims were killed at the Al-Ahli hospital.
Yeah, I'm very, very aware of that.
Okay.
This circles back to the first question I was asking you. I don't mean it as like an aggressive, like Israel sucks question. I mean, why does the foreign media? It seems like Israel has a problem communicating these things to the foreign press.
I don't know. You're the foreign media. You tell me.
Well, the only reason I fucking read so much about this stupid fucking conflict is because of how crazy the facts are from what the international feeling is. It's like, it's crazy to me how divergent it is. And then it's crazy to me that I don't understand.
What's the difference between being pro-Zionist and being definitionally Zionist? Probably nothing, but I mean, some people might say that technically only Jews can be Zionists, and if you're like a Christian that supports a Jew, you would be like a pro-Zionist, but because you support them. But I think some people would just say if you support Israel having a ethno-state at all, that makes you a Zionist. So all these terms are used colloquially now. So it's
understand how Israel, that fashioned itself as like a Western-style democracy country that speaks the language of the West. When I read all of the, early conversations between your Ben Gurions, your Moshe Dayans, your Golda Meirs, all of these people that were talking were so understanding of how the West would view everything, that today the people that speak to the West the best are Hamas. That I was talking to Mordecai Kadar, the doctor who lives in my head now for some of the points he's bringing up. The idea that, and then another super pro-Zionist friend, the most effective piece of Israeli propaganda that you guys made in the course of this war was made by Hamas, and it was the girl in the back of the truck. And the idea that, when bombs go off in Israel, you guys are rushing to bury the bodies, sometimes even too quickly, the Zaka volunteers, maybe to the detriment of the investigation, whereas Hamas has no problem. Palestinians will hold dead babies up to the camera, shaking them and screaming to garner the international sympathy.
But there you understand where this country's perhaps greatest weakness is also its greatest strength. We refuse to be victims, and we refuse to parade our suffering and grief for the world to see, even if we know that, shaking dead babies in front of the camera is going to give you international sympathy, because this is a country that sees itself as the place where the Jewish people, after 2,000 years of persecution, are able to take their fate in their hands and to defend themselves, and not have to play this pity politics game.
Maybe it'd be good to do that a little bit.
Maybe it would be, but it would be degrading and dehumanizing, and we have self-respect.
Well, degrading, but now the degrading and dehumanizing thing is looking at the ICC is potentially going to issue an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, where the ICJ is now considering,
which is insane, and it's insane not just because of the comparison that they're making between Israeli and Hamas leaders, but it's insane because of the content of the allegations themselves. The idea that Israel is somehow trying to starve civilians in Gaza, when just last week there were 1,900 trucks that went into the Gaza Strip. Far more food than is entering the Gaza Strip compared with before the war. Even according to the UN's figures, it's going up. There are no restrictions on aid going in. Israel continues to let aid into Gaza, even though Egypt refused for a while to let aid get to Keren Shalom, and Hamas keeps shooting rockets at the Israeli crossings. We lost 4 soldiers who were killed because Hamas is attacking the humanitarian aid crossing. And the gulf between the reality of what Israel is doing to get aid into Hamas-run Gaza, when we know that Hamas is stealing that aid, but hey, it's still important that some of it reach civilians, and the accusations against Israel makes people's heads explode. And so Israelis have a lot less respect for international institutions than people around the world, definitely countries that sit on the Security Council and have a role in shaping these organizations. Because we see that these are essentially extensions of the political war against us and not genuinely neutral organizations.
I feel like I have a few thoughts about why things maybe changed a little bit in a way that Israel could have probably controlled a bit better.
Alan is so obsessed with how things should be seen that you can't see how they actually are. Maybe that's a problem you run into a lot with a lot of people in Israel.
It felt like in the past that Israel kind of just depended on Palestinian propaganda and advocacy generally being a little bit worse because it was coming from people like the PLO or directly from people like Arafat who were not always like as effective. But now it seems that most of the Palestinian advocacy comes from people who have nothing to do with the West Bank or Gaza, right? Like even all the like Palestinian voices you see on Western media are people who grew up in like Europe or America, people like Omar Badar or Mouin Rabbani, or if for the other side you got like Finkelstein, right? So, but I feel like the way that Israel kind of like shuts out the international like approach is so bad that one example I came across recently was that during Cast Lead there was the whole dispute about whether or not the police officers who were killed in the first day were militants or civilian officers. And I know that the Goldstone report obviously said they were civilians most likely, and then the Israeli intel report is this only accessible in Hebrew document with that you can kind of get translated if you're a bit resourceful, and everything's scattered all over the place, and the explanations for why they got those numbers are like very there's not much explanation for how they got there. The methodology is like very incomplete. But then so I had to go myself to Hamas's own website to go through a list of people who died in the first day of Cast Lead, and I'm just going through all these obituaries and finding, oh, police officer, security and police. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, why the fuck is Israel not got one guy doing this? This is something that's been a talking point for 16 years, right? And it's been out there for the world to see. But to this day, you can be an academic, you can quote like Finkelstein or the Goldstone report or B'Tselem, and you can say, oh, on this day of Cast Lead, Israel massacred a bunch of donut-eating traffic cops, you know? Yeah.
First of all, citizen journalism at its finest, and more power to you going and actually researching it yourself. I've become increasingly depressed in the course of this war that facts and truth don't matter, even when you literally put it in front of people's faces. My favorite example. Israel discovered that Hamas had an intelligence base, a server farm, located in an underground tunnel 18 meters under UNRWA's headquarters in Gaza. Not only was it underground, it was leaching electricity from the UNRWA offices above ground.
Oh, and you could see the exit, I think, right out of the side of the building because there was literally pictures I think I remember seeing of that because people were saying, well, maybe they didn't know.
And
but,
I was saying
obvious,
at the time that world leaders had suspended funding to UNRWA because it turned out that some UNRWA members had taken part in the October 7th massacre. Before you switch the funding tap on, ask to see the electricity bill for the UNRWA offices that was feeding electricity to a military server farm underground. Because there's no way that anyone there said, oh, you know what, maybe we left the TV on accidentally on the weekend. Now, it wasn't just, Israel didn't take photos and show it to the world. It went in there with the New York Times and the Washington Post and AP and Reuters and all the international agencies. It showed it to them. They saw the connection to the electricity above ground. But it doesn't matter. Even when you show them the fact and you connect the dots and you put a helmet on them and you take them in to connect the dots themselves between UNRWA and Hamas so they can see how these organizations are in league with each other, it's like the facts don't matter anymore. And judge, jury, and executioner have already made up their mind because they want to continue this political war against Israel.
You okay there?
Me?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just hanging out, yeah.
You said you were at war on 7 fronts. Was one of those fronts CNN interviewers asking about hostage ratios?
No, there are actually 8 fronts, and the 8th front is the attacks on the Jewish diaspora around the world. I just came back from Canada. They had a shooting at a Jewish school, and then there was another shooting at a school in Montreal. That's even before you get on the Jews who feel they are being pushed out of academic spaces, pushed out of entertainment, being cancelled. Look, the leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, praised the campus protesters as being a branch of the resistance front. Iran, as far as Iran is concerned, they're on the same level as Hamas and Hezbollah. Why? Because when they're on campus and they're chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, Iran knows they mean the violent destruction of Israel and not some lovey-dovey secular democratic state where everyone will be free. When the campus protesters chant globalize the Intifada, Iran supports them because it knows they mean step up targeted political violence against Jews and Israelis and escalate terrorism against the West, and not some inner peaceful struggle like if you squint you can mean jihad in a nice way as well. So it's 8 fronts. It's 8 fronts as well, because Jews around the world are feeling increasingly fearful for their safety and their place in Western societies as well.
Yeah, I feel like earlier on when you say that the facts don't matter, I feel like it's almost doing the same thing that I accused the Israeli government of doing, which is just kind of like writing it off as in like no one will care anyway, even though I imagine the facts don't matter to the people protesting at Columbia University and that kind of ilk. But at the end of the day, I think polling in favor of Israel was like relatively high on October 7th, and then obviously as the war progressed, that thing started to shift.
No, I wouldn't overstate that, because
I'm not overstating, I'm just saying compared to now, right?
Polls, which are the best measure of public opinion in the United States, show consistently 80% of Americans say that they're with Israel, against only 20% who say they're with Hamas. There's a big difference generationally. With the younger generation, it's more 55-45. But the American public is more united on the question of do you support Israel or Hamas than pretty much any other public policy question. And when you ask Americans, do you support a ceasefire? Of course a majority says yes. We want a ceasefire. We want the war to end. Ask them, do you support a ceasefire that leaves Hamas in power and the hostages in Gaza? Consistently, since the start of the war, 2/3 say no.
Okay. So, what was I going to say?
I just feel like the Israeli PR, I listened to that, I should know the name. What's the name of the guy, the general guy that presents some of the IDF videos sometimes? He did the one
this
recently
fucking
where
guy.
is that the one who does, yeah.
The spokesman, yeah.
I just listen to the guy talk, I just don't trust him. I don't know why.
It's that,
He's got the Jew archetype. No, just kidding. Where are you guys going here? We're going north to a town called, is it Aqaba? I don't know if I'm making that up or I'm getting that from a movie. It's in northern-ish Israel to go to a party being hosted by Nas Daily.
I just feel like Israel does like PR internationally like so bad.
I feel like even when they've got like a pretty good jackpot, like the fighting the motorcycles and the weapons underneath the hospital building, they still manage to say that this calendar is actually like a list of names doing shifts to monitor hostages.
Or Agraba. Sorry, there you go.
It was a list of names. But what
Or
was it?
Agraba?
It was a
Agraba?
calendar that
Said
started
Alexa
on October
Flood, yeah.
2nd, And the headline at the top says Alexa Flood.
Yeah.
It was clearly a calendar that was being used by terrorists because it was the name of the operation of the October 7th massacre. So he said that it showed names instead of dates, like big deal. He flubbed one little prompt. It was still evidence of terrorist activity in the basement of the Rantisi hospital.
Yeah, I just feel like, I don't know, I know Hagari is supposed to be like media trained and everything. Actually, never mind. When it comes to the Israeli government, I feel like you were let go as the spokesperson over some tweets that I don't think were necessarily that wild, as far as I remember.
Which is how you know that that wasn't really the reason.
Yeah. The Bibi's wife? Is that what we're saying?
The story by now is well known.
Yeah, okay.
The Prime Minister's wife found out that I'd been protesting against the government before the war. She didn't like it. At some point there was an excuse to shift me aside until I had to jump. Everyone understands that it was political.
Yeah, and meanwhile, people like Gallant are okay to go on like day 2 or something and talk about like total siege, no food, no water, human animals and shit like that. And, like, I don't know. What do you think? Because obviously this was your job. Like, what do you think Israel could do better in terms of speaking to the English-speaking world about their situation?
First of all, I'll say specifically about the defense minister's comments on day 2 of the war about no food, human animals. Gallant was speaking in a context in which the Israeli crossings had just been attacked. The people who were manning the Erez crossing were massacred and abducted into Gaza. There were still 30 breaches along the fence where terrorists could potentially come into Israel, and there were still active gunfights inside Israel with terrorists who were hiding in the kibbutzim. He described
I don't know if there's anything super interesting. I think it's mainly just Leonard and Elon going back and forth on kind of like, and then Elon has like every pro-Israel talking point. He's not necessarily wrong. He just won't acknowledge anything on their side.
Hamas terrorists who committed barbaric acts of gang rape as human animals. And he said, while the crossings were still being attacked, while rockets were raining down on the areas of the crossings, while there were still gunfights inside Israel, he didn't want Israel's crossings to be used to deliver goods into Gaza. Once the situation was under control, within a month, that policy very quickly changed, and Israel started admitting humanitarian aid through Kerem Shalom. So I think it's important to understand that quote in the context of an ongoing shock attack by Hamas, and to say that Israel should have allowed trucks to go through the crossings that were under attack and people had been massacred in them the day before is obviously insane and not reasonable. Look, I have this conversation domestically as well, dunk on Israeli PR and say what we should do better. We need to do a better job. We need to have full-time trained spokespeople who are not recruited as part of an emergency. The fact that I was able to be in this role shows you the best of Israel and the worst of Israel. The best of Israel because this is a country that knows how to be creative and flexible and innovate and take risks on people and throw them into battle. But this should not have happened. That there should have been full-time spokespeople when the war erupted, that they didn't need to recruit a former anti-government protester in order to explain Israel's case to the world. But it doesn't change the fact that the information battlefield that we are fighting in is not even. That we are up against not only Hamas's Hamas Bara as I call it, falling on receptive ears, because there are so many more Arabs, so many more Muslims, so many more people who have gone through progressive education systems and are predisposed to believe the worst about Israel, where you have UN officials who are covering up Hamas's theft of aid and didn't condemn the attacks and the way that Hamas is waging war out of hospitals. But sometimes it feels like Israel is explaining itself alone against the world because our allies feel scared to speak up. There are people in the West who take Israel's side, but they know there is simply no point sticking their necks out and defending Israel because they're going to get death threats. I heard the other week about a very, very big pop star who is on Israel's side. I won't say who it is because I don't want to out them, but there are people out there who are on Israel's side, but they're scared because the other side, going around chanting intifada, intifada, with all their faces covered, is using techniques of violent intimidation. That means even the people who are taking our side won't amplify our message. And so if you're in the West, and the people who support Israel won't speak for Israel, all you hear is the shouting from the other side.
I think when you said earlier, talking about how, at least in this war, I don't think it's too difficult to make a strong case that the Iranian aspect of it is like very, very, very obvious. Like with Hamas and with the Ayatollahs praising student protesters and with
just today, the
Hezbollah.
Ayatollah of Iran said that the October 7th massacre was an attack that our region needed.
I feel like I've heard similar statements like not that long ago.
Doesn't like we're clear about how evil that regime is.
Yeah, but I think also we were speaking about people being primed to be against Israel already, and that's maybe why it's been harder to explain that contingency since October 7th.
Okay, people keep saying about this press conference. I don't care about Trump press conferences. He just says a bunch of crazy shit. I don't know what you want to like. It's just all crazy shit. I don't think he'll do. I don't know if any of this would ever happen. He just says insane shit all the time. Like.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there, redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent.
Like, this is never happening. He's just rambling. He's a fucking crazy person. This is just rambling. Like, I don't know what you, like.
7th. I wonder, how much do you think that is to do with not just not the greatest international media approach, but also just more recent policy? Because I feel like before October 7th, when Israel-Palestine was ever in the news, it was quite often to do with things like, not to do with Iranian proxies, but with settler violence, or with the Huara riots, or with Sheikh Jarrah before that. And then, so do you think in terms of policy there are things that Israel can do better as well, or is that just like, would it not matter?
There are things we have to do better, and we have to do better because we're a democratic country that takes itself seriously, and we need to do them regardless of what they look like internationally. But they don't change what the core of the conflict is about, which is that Israel is still a small country surrounded on all sides by people who want to kill it. It's the root cause of the conflict. There are people who will not accept a state of Israel within any borders whatsoever anywhere in this land. And until you solve that, and as long as you have millions of people around the world who believe that narrative, coming not only from Islamist progressive circles as well, who've been brainwashed, frankly, into thinking that Israel doesn't have a right to exist, Israel's going to keep coming up against the same challenges, even if there are things we could always do that would make it easier to explain our case. It doesn't change the fundamental dynamics that there are many people around the world for whom nothing Israel does will ever be good enough because they don't think that Israel should be at all.
I feel like it's especially hard when, because I know a very strong case you can make for Israel in terms of like lack of progress, is you can say, well, historically people like Arafat or people even all the way back to al-Husseini, is like there's very much a lack of willingness to compromise and to have two states and live side by side and everything. But I feel like it doesn't really help that for the last 20 odd years, for the most part of it, you've had a prime minister who seems to be just as uninterested in finding any kind of like resolution, or kind of even trying to move in that direction, or try to even extend an olive branch towards that progress.
I don't think it's fair, because I think that the current opposition within Israeli society to the idea of two states is because we've been seared by experience, because we just know time and time again that every time Israel withdraws from territory, it explodes in our faces and it gets filled by the forces of jihad and not liberal democracy. In the 1990s, we pulled out of the Palestinian towns as part of the Oslo Accords, and we got the suicide bombers of the Second Intifada. We pulled out of southern Lebanon in 2000, and it's now controlled by Hezbollah, which has 150,000 rockets pointed and shooting at us, and 60,000 Israelis were displaced because there's an Iranian terror army on the border. We pulled out of the Gaza Strip in 2005 and got not only nearly 20 years of incessant rocket fire at Israel's cities, but the death squads of October 7th. So Israelis turn around and say, wait, you want another withdrawal? When they're telling us, we're going up Route 6 now, the West Bank, Judea and Samaria is right to our east. When they're saying from the river to the sea, you want us to get them from the river to 9 miles away from the sea when they're telling us they want to finish the job? The Israelis have simply lost faith in the idea that our Palestinian neighbors are willing to live next to us when they tell us explicitly that they want to replace the state of Israel.
Okay, here, you tell me what you want.
Explaining, I love this phrase, West President of the highest order say, no, that's not what the Palestinians mean. They're telling you. They're telling you this. So Israelis say, we simply cannot take the risk of reducing our country to impossibly narrow borders, 9 miles between the river and the sea. By the way, you know in 2006, Israel had an election, and the party that won did it on the back of a pledge to withdraw from the West Bank, unilaterally if necessary. Ehud Olmert's Kadima party said, we've pulled out of the Gaza Strip, and now we're going to pull out of the West Bank, end the occupation over the Palestinians, define Israel's borders, whether they want us to separate or not. And that plan blew up in his face because of what happened in Lebanon, what happened in Gaza, and the failure of those territorial withdrawals.
Most of this is just him doing Israeli, I don't want to say propaganda, because it's not like he's lying, but... Okay, link me this. Is this right here?
Israeli Prime Minister...
Nope. Link me the press conference. Is it this?
Best districts in the world.
What do you think they're part of?
Nope, this was earlier today, I think. Oh, I know that guy.
Listening to every and
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
Wow.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of press. Congratulations, you bring them out. You really bring them out. Today, I'm delighted to welcome Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu back to the White House. It's a wonderful feeling and a wonderful event. We had fantastic talks, and thank you very much with your staff. He's the first foreign head of state to visit during our administration, and Bibi, I want to say it's an honor to have you with us. Over the past 4 years, the U.S. and the Israeli alliance has been tested more than any time in history. But the bonds of friendship and affection between the American and Israeli people have endured for generations, and they are absolutely unbreakable. They are unbreakable. I'm confident that under our leadership, the cherished alliance between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever. We had a great relationship. We had great victories together 4 years ago. Not so many victories over the past 4 years, however. In my first term, Prime Minister and I forged a tremendously successful partnership that brought peace and stability to the Middle East like it hadn't seen in decades. Together, we defeated ISIS. We ended the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, one of the worst deals ever made, by the way, and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the Iranian regime. We starved Hamas and Iran's other terrorist proxies, and we starved them like they had never seen before. Resources and support disappeared for them. I recognized Israel's capital, opened the American embassy in Jerusalem, and got it built, by the way. Built it too. Just not only designated it, but got it built at a price that nobody's seen for 40 years. We got it built. It's beautiful. All Jerusalem stone, right from nearby, and it's something that's very special. And recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, something that they talked about for 70 years, and they weren't able to get it, and I got it. Wow. And with the historic Abraham Accord, something that was really an achievement that was, I think, going to become more and more important because we achieved the most significant Middle East peace agreements in half a century, but the Abraham Accords in particular, and I really believe that many countries will soon be joining this amazing peace and economic development transaction. It really is a big economic development transaction. I think we're going to have a lot of people signing up very quickly. Unfortunately, for 4 years, nobody signed up. Nobody did anything for 4 years except in the negative. Unfortunately, the weakness and incompetence of those years, those past 4 years, the grave damage around the globe that was done, including in the Middle East, grave damage all over the globe. The horrors of October 7th would never have happened if I were president. The Ukraine and Russia disaster would never have happened if I were president. Over the past 16 months, Israel has endured a sustained, aggressive, and murderous assault on every front, but they fought back bravely. You see that, you know that. What we have witnessed is an all-out attack on the very existence of a Jewish state in the Jewish homeland. The Israelis have stood strong.
How does Trump enjoy this much support from the alt-right when he's the biggest Israeli simp? Well, the far-right people criticize him a lot for the Israeli shit, but I think they also can look past it. They're very forgiving as long as he carries the as long as he carries the party line on everything else they want. You know?
And united in the face of an enemy that has kidnapped, tortured, raped, and slaughtered innocent men, women, children, and even little babies. I want to salute the Israeli people for meeting this trial with courage and determination and unflinching resolve. They have been strong. In our meetings today, the Prime Minister and I focused on the future, discussing how we can work together to ensure Hamas is eliminated and ultimately restore peace to a very troubled region. It's been troubled, but what's happened in the last 4 years has not been good. I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for working closely with my transition team, the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's here somewhere. Steve? Stand up, Steve, please. What a job you've done. What a good job you've done.
Wow. Nice.
You've done a fantastic job. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike, for working so well with us. Thank you. We have, in addition, Marco Rubio, who is on the phone right now, listening to every single word that we say, and he's going to be great. And Pete, congratulations. And Scott, congratulations. I see you're here. And Caroline's been doing a great job. She's really probably talked about more than anybody here. She's done a fantastic job, and thank you very much, Caroline. We're proud of you. But we'll only be satisfied when all of these problems are solved, and we have the team to solve them, and that's going to happen. And it's going to happen, I think, very quickly. I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades, and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This could be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job. Do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all. With the same goal in mind, my administration has been moving quickly to restore trust in the alliance and rebuild American strength throughout the region, and we've really done that. We're a respected nation again. A lot's happened in the last couple of weeks.
Not interrupting. He's reading a script for it. Well, yeah, if he has to talk in detail about any of this, he'll have to, because there's no fucking idea what's going on with any of this shit, of course.
Nation again. I ended the last administration's de facto arms embargo on over $1 billion in military assistance for Israel, and I'm also pleased to announce that this afternoon the United States withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council and ended all of the support for the UN Relief and Works Agency, which funneled money to Hamas and which was very disloyal to humanity.
No more UNHCR, no more UNRWA. RIP.
Today, I also took action to restore a maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime, and we will once again enforce the most aggressive possible sanctions, drive Iranian oil exports to zero, and diminish the regime's capacity to fund terror throughout the region and throughout the world. We had no threat when I left office. Iran was not able to sell oil. Nobody was buying oil because I said, don't buy it. If you buy it, you're not doing any business with the United States. And Hamas was not being funded. Hezbollah was not being funded. Nobody was being funded. There would never have been an October 7th. 2 weeks ago, I once again designated the Houthis as a terrorist organization. They're trying to destroy world shipping lanes, and that's not going to happen. And over the weekend, I ordered airstrikes against senior ISIS leaders hiding in the caves of Somalia and took them out. Here in America, we've begun the process of deporting foreign terrorists, jihadists, and Hamas sympathizers from our soil, just as we have people that are extremely evil, and we're sending them out of our country. They came from jails.
Thank God we're getting the extremely evil people out, too. Okay.
Came from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were dumped into our country. They're gang members, and we're getting them out at numbers that nobody can actually believe. And every single country is taking those people back. They said they would never take them back, and they're all taking them back, and they're taking them back very gladly. And I recently signed an executive order combating the vile wave of anti-Semitism that we've seen in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks. Together, America and Israel will renew the optimism that shined so brightly just 4 years ago. It was really a bright, beautiful light. We will restore calm and stability to the region and expand prosperity, opportunity, and hope to our nations and for all people in the Middle East, including the Arab and Muslim nations. Very important. We want the Arab and Muslim nations to have peace and have tranquility and have great lives. I'd like to now invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to say a few words, and we'll take some questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored that you invited me to be the first foreign leader to visit the White House in your second term. This is a testament to your friendship and support for the Jewish state and the Jewish people.
Not, the Canadian PM or the Mexican president that we're currently trade warring against and our neighbors or anything, but okay.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. And that's why the people of Israel have such enormous respect for you.
Wow.
In your first term, you recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. You moved the American embassy there. You recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. I remember we spoke about it. You said, this is the worst deal I've ever seen. I'm elected. I'm walking out of it. That's exactly what you did. And I think it speaks loudly for just common sense, just looking at things and seeing them as they are. And of course, you also brokered the groundbreaking Abraham Accords in which Israel made peace with 4 Arab states. You did this in 4 months. Nothing happened for a quarter of a century, but in 4 months, we were able, working together under your leadership, to have 4 historic peace accords. And now in the first days of your second term, you picked up right where you left off. Your leadership helped bring our hostages home, among them American citizens. You freed up munitions that have been withheld from Israel. They had been withheld from Israel in the midst of a seven-front war for our existence. And you just freed it. You ended unjust sanctions against law-abiding Israeli citizens. You boldly confronted the scourge of anti-Semitism. You stopped funding, as you just said, international organizations like UNRWA that support and fund terrorists. And today, you renewed the maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, all this in just 2 weeks. Can we imagine where we'll be in 4 years?
Oh,
I can. I know you can, Mr. President. For our part, we in Israel have been pretty busy too. Since the horrendous October 7th attack, we've been fighting our common enemies and changing the face of the Middle East. On that infamous day, Hamas monsters savagely murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 40 Americans. They beheaded men, they raped women, they burnt babies alive, and they took 251 people hostage to the dungeons of Gaza. And after this worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, Iran and its henchmen in the Middle East were absolutely ecstatic. Haniya praised the massacre. Sinwar said that Israel was finished. Nasrallah boasted that Israel was, here's what he said, as feeble as a spider's web. Well, Mr. President, Haniya is gone. Sinwar is gone. Nasrallah is gone. We've devastated Hamas. We decimated Hezbollah. We destroyed Assad's remaining armaments. And we crippled Iran's air defenses. And in doing this, we've defeated some of America's worst enemies. We took out terrorists who were wanted for decades for shedding rivers of American blood, including the blood of 241 Marines murdered in Beirut. We accomplished all this with the indomitable spirit of our people and the boundless courage of our soldiers. The Bible says that the people of Israel shall rise like lions, and boy did we rise. Today, the roar of the Lion of Judah is heard loudly throughout the Middle East. Israel has never been stronger, and the Iran terror axis has never been weaker. But as we discussed, Mr. President, to secure our future and bring peace to our region, we have to finish the job. In Gaza, Israel has 3 goals: destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. I believe, Mr. President, that your willingness to puncture conventional thinking that has failed time and time and time again, your willingness to think outside the box with fresh ideas will help us achieve all these goals. And I've seen you do this many times. You cut to the chase. You see things others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And when after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and they say, you know, he's right. And this is the kind of thinking that enabled us to bring the Abraham Accords. This is the kind of thinking that will reshape the Middle East and bring peace. We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me.
Unbelievable.
We're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be America's victory. We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. With your leadership, Mr. President, and our partnership, I believe that we will forge a brilliant future for our region and bring our great alliance to even greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, baby. Very nice. Thank you. J.D. Vance, everybody. J.D., please, Vice President, stand up. He's been doing a good job. He's been working very hard on all things, but this in particular. We'll take some questions, please. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can a globalization deal with Saudi Arabia be achieved without the acknowledgement of the Palestinian state? That question for you too, Mr. Prime Minister. And Mr. President, given what you said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. We know their leader and their leaders very well. They're wonderful people, and they want peace in the Middle East. As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that peace. We're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of. But everybody feels that continuing the same process has gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all of the other problems start, and you end up in the same place, and we don't want to see that happen. So by the United States, with its stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time, I would say really since the election, I think we'll be a great keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good.
True. Do you know that Netanyahu speaks better English than Trump? That's true. That does feel true, yeah.
For the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East, very important. And we'll, again, have thousands of jobs, and there'll be jobs for everyone, not for a specific group of people, but for everybody. Okay, please.
I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia is not only feasible, I think it's going to happen. I think if we had another half a year in your first term, it would have already happened.
True. Many more. I agree. Many more nations.
I think you can't prejudge and pre-guess how we'll achieve it, but I'm committed to achieving it, and I know the President is committed to achieving it, and I think the Saudi leadership is interested to achieve it. So we'll give it a good shot, and I think we'll succeed.
Yeah, please go ahead. Well, I can't tell you whether or not the ceasefire will hold. We've done, I think, a very masterful job. We weren't helped very much by the Biden administration, I can tell you that. But we've gotten quite a few hostages out. We're going to get more out. But we're dealing with very complex people. And we are going to see whether or not it holds. We certainly want to have more come out. They've come out damaged, in many ways, very damaged people. But they're going to get better, and they're going to be strong, and they're going to have a good life. And we hope to get as many as possible out. Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds. We hope it holds.
I think that the
we hope it heals, or we hope it holds?
Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds. We hope it holds. They're going to get better, and they're going to be strong, and they're going to have a good life. And we hope to get as many as possible out. Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds. We hope it holds.
We hope it holds. Holds. Holds.
I think will enable us to really investigate what happened. What were the causes of the failures? By an independent commission that will be accepted by the majority of the people. We don't want it accepted by one half of the people and not the other. I think we should have it, and we should find out exactly what happened. I'm insisting on it. And believe me, it will surprise a lot of people when it happens.
Kelly, go ahead.
You are talking about. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there? Redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know, nobody can look, because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle, and it's a very, very dangerous place to be, and it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that. Bibi?
I mentioned again tonight our 3 goals, and the third goal is to make sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again. President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea. And I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history, and it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm rebuilding Gaza again. Obviously, all the hostages, and one of them is Sudan, standard American soldier who is alive. How will you be sure that you will take out all the hostages and then rebuild?
We're working very hard to get all the hostages. The word is all, and we are working very hard. So far, it's been moving along fairly rapidly, pretty much on schedule. I'd love to have them all out at one time, but we're taking them out, and tomorrow more are being released, and over the days more. And then
I like how even Netanyahu has to be like, okay, listen, he's saying some shit. He's on some wild shit now. He's taking it way further than I take it, but
going to a phase 2. But we'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent. I will tell you that, because they would have broken their word. Mr. Witkoff and his entire group have been working 24 hours around the clock, and they want them out, and promises have been made to them, and we'll see whether or not those promises will be kept. But we want all the hostages. That's right.
Do you support Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria, areas which many believe is the biblical homeland of the Jewish people?
Well, we're discussing that with many of your representatives. You're represented very well, and people do like the idea, but we haven't taken a position on it yet. But we will be making an announcement probably on that very specific topic over the next 4 weeks. Go ahead, please.
You just said that you think all the Palestinians should be relocated to other countries. Does that mean that you do not support a two-state solution?
It doesn't mean anything about a 2-state or 1-state or any other state. It means that we want to give people a chance at life. They have never had a chance at life, because the Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible. Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people. And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area. And I have to stress, this is not for Israel. This is for everybody in the Middle East, Arabs, Muslims. This is for everybody. This will be where they can partake in terms of jobs and living and all of the other benefits. And I think it's very important. It just doesn't work the other way. You know, you can't keep trying. They just has been going along for so many decades, you can't even count. You just can't keep doing. You have to learn from history. You can't keep doing the same mistake over and over again. Gaza is a hellhole right now. It was before the bombing started, frankly. And we're going to give people a chance to live in a beautiful community that's safe and secure. And I think you're going to see tremendous.
Wait, what? No. Why did that close?
You just can't keep doing. You have to learn from history. You can't keep doing the same mistake over and over again. Gaza is a hellhole right now. It was before the bombing started, frankly. And we're going to give people a chance to live in a beautiful community that's safe and secure. And I think you're going to see tremendous outflowing of support. I can tell you, I spoke to other leaders of countries in the Middle East, and they love the idea. They say it would really bring stability, and what we need is stability. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you still committed to imposing sanctions on the ICC, despite the move being stalled in the Senate? And please, a question for the Prime Minister as well. The President has been very clear about his desire to achieve a deal with Saudi Arabia. How do you settle this if Israel is required to renew the war against Hamas in the future?
Go ahead, Bibi.
I think everybody understands that just as the President...
Does anybody else call him Bibi? I thought that was more like a casual thing. If he called him, like, go ahead, Donald, go ahead, Donnie.
...defeated Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that we can't leave Hamas there because Hamas will continue the battle to destroy Israel. They'll do, when in this temporary ceasefire, one of the leaders comes out. You know what he says?
Did Biden do it to his face? Okay.
Except we'll do it bigger. So obviously, you can't talk about peace neither with Hamas or in the Middle East if this toxic, murderous organization is left standing. Any more than you could make peace in Europe after World War II if the Nazi regime was left standing and the Nazi army was left standing. You want a different future? You've got to knock out the people who want to destroy you and destroy peace. That's what we're going to do. I think that will also usher in, actually, the peace with Saudi Arabia and with others. And I think there'll be others too.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
As high expectation from you. Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation? Are you able to recognize Taliban? Because I'm an Afghan journalist. I've been several women. Any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghanistan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh, actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this. Good luck. Live in peace. Go ahead, please. That's okay. Yeah, please.
You said earlier today it was tough for you to implement these sanctions on Iran. You indicate that you were willing to negotiate with them. What would that look like, and are you in conversations with them and the same with the Prime Minister?
I hated doing it. I want Iran to be peaceful and successful. I hated doing it. I did it once before, and we brought them down to a level where they weren't able to give any money. They had to survive themselves, and they had no money. They were essentially broke. And they had no money for, as I said, Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for any form of terror. The 28, if you call it the 28 sites of terror, they had no money for any of it. They had to do their own and focus on their own well-being. And I hated to do it then, and I hate to do it just as much now. And I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran. And I know them well. I have many friends from Iran and many friends that are Americans from Iran, and they're very proud of Iran. But I hated to do it, just so you understand. And I hope we're going to be able.
Holy shit, he's talking about freedom cities. He wants to make a special economic zone in Gaza like Prospera in Honduras. This is the network state plan a la Peter Thiel and Curtis Yarvin. He's just talking shit. I don't think he has any fucking idea what the fuck he's talking about.
A very catastrophic situation. I don't want to see that happen. I really want to see peace, and I hope that we're able to do that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them. If, on the other hand, they can convince us that they won't, and I hope they can. It's very easy to do. It's actually very easy to do. I think they're going to have an unbelievable future. Yeah, please. So, go ahead.
You just laid out your plan for Gaza.
Yes.
Can you lay out your plan for Ukraine? And also
for Ukraine.
For Ukraine, yes. You consider yourself a strong leader. You blame your predecessor for letting Russia to take over Ukraine. Will you demand from Putin to get out of Ukraine, from sovereign territory of Ukraine?
So we're dealing right now in the subject. I don't want to spend a lot of time because we're here for another reason, but we are having very good talks, very constructive talks on Ukraine, and we are talking to the Russians. We're talking to the Ukrainian leadership. It would have never happened. That would have never happened. It should have never happened. I get reports every week. The number of soldiers, mostly soldiers now. The cities have been largely demolished. You talk about a very sad sight to see. We talk Gaza. Well, many of these cities look as bad as Gaza and worse. What's happened to them? And I want to see that end. And I want to see it end for one simple reason: the life of young people being absolutely obliterated on both sides. You probably have 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead, 800,000, maybe more Russian soldiers dead. It's very flat land, and the only thing that's going to stop a bullet is a human body, in this case, usually soldiers. And the numbers are staggering. When you hear the real numbers in Ukraine, what the numbers are, and this doesn't include the cities that have been demolished and all of the people that were killed. So I want to see it stop. We're having very good talks, and I think we're going to get it. I think something will be, hopefully dramatically, it will rise above everything. You have to. You can't let this continue. You can't. This is an absolute slaughter.
I thought it was day one. What happened to day one?
That's taking place on the beautiful farmlands of Ukraine, and we have to stop it. We can't let this continue. It is a human tragedy, and we're going to try very hard to stop it. Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Mr. President, what's your view about President Abbas' role in all the regional changes you want to do? In the question of the Prime Minister, what's your view on President Trump wanting to reach a deal with Iran and all the much more active military stance for?
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
I think the president just said something that
Go ahead, baby.
I think is the pivot of everything that we're talking about. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we fully agree with that. If this goal can be achieved by a maximum pressure campaign, so be it. But I think the most important thing is to focus on the goal, which the president just did, and I fully agree with it.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a campaign of pressure to see if we can get something done. He doesn't want to do what some people think will automatically happen because they're very difficult people to deal with, as you know. But if we could solve this problem without warfare, without all of the things that you've been witnessing over the last number of years, it would be. I think it would be a tremendous thing. Go ahead, please.
Do you have any plans to visit Israel?
To visit where? Oh, well, I love Israel. I will visit there, and I'll visit Gaza, and I'll visit Saudi Arabia, and I'll visit other places all over the Middle East. The Middle East is an incredible place, so vibrant, so it's just one of the really beautiful places and with great people. And I think a lot of bad leadership has taken place in the Middle East that's allowed this to happen. It's just, and that includes on the American side, by the way. We should have never gone in there a long time ago, spent trillions of dollars and created so much death. So that includes Americans. But yeah, I'll be visiting a lot of different places in the Middle East. I've been invited everywhere, but I will be visiting some, yeah. Okay.
He doesn't even know his right talking points. Like, I'm sure Netanyahu and all them in Israel were super happy to see Iraq get fucked over. But
Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead.
Thank you so much, President.
Caitlin, go
on
ahead.
what you were saying there.
Say it, go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision the world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable, and I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world, will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History has, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed, that live there now, can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done, and people can live in harmony and peace. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm sure they will just, with open arms. It sounds like we actually are going to get a one-state solution, the United States. True. I don't understand. Everybody's saying like Israel's going to be the 51st state. Wouldn't it be like the 54th or 53rd? After we make Canada and Mexico states? Jesus Christ. We're just gonna start annexing every fucking country we have problems with. We'll just make Ukraine. How do we get Russia out of Ukraine? Let's just adopt Ukraine. That'll be our 54th state, 55th state. And Greenland. And Denmark too. Why the fuck not? Jesus Christ. What about Taiwan? We'll just take all of China. Then we won't have to worry about Taiwan. What's lined up for tomorrow? I think anything else. I think I'm chatting with a cool dude. Should be fun. But I need to like clean up the studio for tonight because I think it's kind of fucked up right now. And then I need to I unpack all my Gallo tech shit. All right. I'm gonna go do that. I love you. Stay safe. Be careful. Don't die.